Una de esas mañanas donde siento que algo se me está olvidando por completo. Ya le escribí a Alex, le escribí a Farhan, les mandé todo, creé el directo, aquí estoy enfrente de todos ustedes, me bañé. ¿Qué más puede faltar? Si algo me falta, discúlpenme. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Hoy es miércoles, 29 de enero, no importa el día, pero hoy es miércoles. Hoy tenemos algo muy importante ocurriendo que yo creo que ya todos hemos estado tan cansados de darle importancia que se nos está yendo algo que puede cambiar toda nuestra dirección como inversionistas a corto y a mediano plazo. ¿A qué me refiero? La gran junta del Fed. ¿Y por qué esta es tan importante? Porque ahora sí, tenemos completamente a Donald Trump de presidente. Todo el mundo sabe y ha estado bajo la promesa que Donald Trump va a bajar tipos, va a bajar los intereses, y Jerome Powell del otro lado está diciendo que él va a hacer lo que quiere hacer. Hoy vamos a saber cómo esa dinámica va a funcionar. 97% de probabilidades le está dando el Fed Watch a que no van a bajar tipos, a que se van a quedar planos. 97% de probabilidades. Y eso quiere decir que es casi 100% seguro que definitivamente lo van a hacer, de que se van a quedar neutrales el día de hoy, de que no van a subir, no van a bajar. Y mucha gente cree, lo importante es lo que va a decir Powell después. A mí lo importante se me hace lo que van a hacer. Porque si ya tienes a Donald Trump de presidente, ya literalmente está al mando, lleva 8, 9 días a cargo. ¿Qué detiene a Donald Trump a que bajen intereses ahorita? Y ahora, ¿por qué es esto importante? Porque teníamos varios escenarios desde el principio, todos los que somos inversores a largo plazo en ciertas cosas como bienes raíces, quieres comprarte una casa, quieres comprarte un coche, quieres pedir un préstamo para algo. Es importante saber cuando el dinero está barato y cuando el dinero está caro y cuando va a subir y cuando va a bajar el precio del mismo dinero. Es la cosa más, en mi opinión, la cosa más importante, fundamental y sencilla de seguir para que te vaya muy bien en el mercado. Simplemente basado en eso, me fue excelente la última década y ahora tenemos que esperar a ver dónde nos van a dejar esto. ¿Dónde van a poner esto? Y la razón por qué lo digo es, hemos tenido, desde el 2020 tuvimos inflación y desde entonces todo el mundo ha estado debatiendo. ¿Qué sigue? Viene una recesión, ahí va a haber esta inflación, que estamos viviendo un episodio de esta inflación y estamos viviendo el peor episodio, el peor resultado de todos. Y esto es algo de lo que se los había dicho, estamos en el peor camino de todos, definitivamente el peor para toda la sociedad. No para mucha gente, digamos, no para la gente que tiene dinero, pero para la gente que no tiene dinero estamos entrando en la peor etapa de todo esto. Y eso es, si no bajan tipos, Jerome Powell se queda con su script tal cual lo tenía antes, lo que vamos a ver ahora es básicamente esta inflación continuando, el crecimiento de la clase que tiene dinero exponencialmente hacia arriba y la gente que no tiene dinero va a continuar a la baja junto con la inflación subiendo. Estamos en esta inflación. Y si no van a mover los intereses y va a tomar esto 2 cortes este año, definitivamente la economía no va a caer, no va a colapsar, bueno, no va a colapsar, etcétera. Lo único que va a pasar es simplemente vamos a estar ahorcados todavía. No te vas a poder comprar esa casita que quieres, no vas a poder pedir ese préstamo para abrir la empresa que quieres, no vas a poder invertir en lo que quieres, simplemente estás en un paradigma completamente diferente. Pero, si hoy el tío Jerome Powell nos da una indicación, o no una indicación, si el día de hoy baja tipos, lo que sea, esto es completamente diferente. Todo cambia. Absolutamente todo cambia. Eso quiere decir que de verdad el dinero va a volverse barato pronto. Vamos a tener una crisis de inflación de no mames, pero en un año, año y medio, no luego. Y vamos a tener un crecimiento brutal como la experiencia que tuvimos todos del 2020 al 2021, donde a final del 2021 cualquiera que hubiera comprado lo que sea era de, güey, somos ricos. Y después, ¡pum! El rug pull tan bueno del 2022 que vino. Eso sería el escenario. Ahora, no sería igual, ¿no? Que después el 2022 vino el rock pool y a todo el mundo le quitaron todo. Pero este sería el escenario donde mucha gente podría hacer una gran cantidad de dinero rápido, si es que se llega a dar. Pero vamos a platicar exactamente qué sería lo que debes de hacer si estás metido en esto. Ahora, Si estamos en esto, queremos hacer dinero. Sabemos que Powell no va a cambiar los tipos. Sabemos que seguimos en esta inflación. ¿Qué hago? Básicamente seguir la misma estrategia que tienes en la bolsa. Nada más. No quieres comprar bienes raíces porque los bienes raíces, por más que están subiendo porcentajes estúpidamente bajos. A mí me gusta cuando yo compro propiedades, me gusta que mi propiedad haga el doble o se doble en valor en 2 o 3 años. Y yo sé que para mucha gente eso es imposible. Tal vez para mucha gente, pero así es lo que a mí me gusta y donde pongo mi dinero y lo que entiendo. Y no hay ninguna de esas pero ninguna de esas oportunidades ni cerca. Lo mismo con coches de lujo. El problema que tenemos en este momento, quieres comprarte ponte un Porsche Carrera GT ahorita güey, es que va a estar barato, lo compro ahorita y lo detengo por no sé cuánto tiempo y va a subir. Ahorita no existe nada que te dé el descuento en el coche, el descuento en la financiación y tampoco la apreciación acelerada, porque mientras más pasa el tiempo en ese tipo de entorno, más otros coches coleccionables aparecen y la competencia empieza a crecer. Y aquí la pregunta es, entonces, pues, ¿cuándo va a haber apreciación de estas cosas? Esta apreciación de estas cosas va a ocurrir cuando salgamos de esta inflación. Y eso es a lo que quiero llegar. No estamos saliendo de esta inflación. Estamos literalmente en la garganta de la estanflación y caminando para adentro del monstruo. Entonces, queremos hacer dinero, no podemos hacerlo de la misma forma que lo hemos hecho antes. Ahora, esto no aplica para si estás desarrollando un proyecto en construcción, que simplemente la matemática te da. Es simplemente el tradicional buy and hold. Esa madre no funciona en este momento. Si nos bajan tipos, lo único que va a pasar es instantáneamente vamos a ver, vamos a tener que checar las hipotecas. Esto es importante. Y va a haber un tercer escenario. Vamos a checar las hipotecas, vamos a checar cuánto están los intereses en estos préstamos para coches. Es lo que queremos ver, porque hay una diferencia muy grande entre lo que nos dicen, lo que creemos y la realidad. Ahorita todo el mundo ha visto que han bajado los intereses 3 veces seguidas. La primera fue 50 puntos, la segunda 25 y 25, claramente con intenciones políticas. Pero bueno, eso ya pasó. Y cuando bajaron estos tipos, si hubieras comprado una casa con una hipoteca, en cada una de las bajadas, te hubiera salido más caro. Entonces, no han bajado los tipos para nada. Y también cuando vas a pedir un préstamo para un coche, es lo mismo. Es lo mismo, lo sé porque hay un cabrón que quiere comprar mi coche y dices, no mames, es que siguen subiendo. Yo creo que habían bajado los tipos. Correcto. Siguen subiendo estos tipos. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Queremos poner un ojo a lo que va a pasar después de hoy en el sector de hipotecas. Es el más fácil de seguir de todos. Porque si el día de hoy no hacen nada, pero los intereses suben, eso te tiene que decir que estás no solo en esta inflación, pero más cerca del bajón que no. ¿No? O eso quiere decir que va a haber crecimiento aún más limitado de lo que hemos visto en los últimos años. Si en verdad hoy no bajan tipos, o sea, la Reserva Federal se queda tal cual, y ves que las hipotecas bajan, ahí es donde dices, ok, el mercado ya por fin está comenzando a correlacionar esto y empezando a tomar la idea de que sí, el dinero va a ser más barato. Va a ser muy importante ver esto el día de hoy, porque esto te puede hacer de verdad una cantidad de dinero brutal si sabes lo que estás haciendo, si has puesto atención en este estúpido canal o si simplemente tienes cerebrote que tienes, cabrón. Es lo único que necesitas, con que literalmente no seas y no sepas nada de esto, con que sepas tantito y entiendas cómo funciona hacer dinero con intereses altos o bajos. Esto es todo lo que tienes que preocuparte en este momento. Es la cosa más fácil del mundo. Ya después todo el mundo se puede meter en trading y todas estas mamadas, pero por ahora esta es la situación. Y ahora voy a traer a Farhan, vamos a empezar este pedo en el Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros, como de que no, voy a darme una vuelta a Vimeo a ver quién exactamente está por acá. Mi queridísimo Euske, mi estimado. All righty, boys. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas.
Hola, boys. How are you guys?
¿Cómo estás? Muy bien. ¿Y tú?
Ready to buy el Bitcoin.
Listo.
Today we have a great morning because we have an easy one. Someone instantly requested Mr. Garlic Bread services, and then we're going to go into Bitcoin.
Oh, perfect.
Garlic bread is in the motherfucking house.
Is garlic bread going to still continue to go up? I feel like it will. I feel like
I'm gonna say
everything-
yes because it fits my bias.
Oh, good. Good. Dude, the analysis that we provide people here in Elite Trading Academy are just uncomparable
It's
to
the
everyone
most
else.
honest analysis you'll ever see, and I've seen a lot of honest analysis. Believe
I've
me,
seen a lot of
honest ones.
analysis. I was watching Trump yesterday for hours, dude, just like trying to figure out what he's saying, what policies he's establishing, and whatnot. God, he's just a cartoon of himself. He's incredible. He's incredible.
Absolutely hilarious. The most hilarious. Basically, if he wasn't a politician, he'd be killing it as a comedian.
100%.
But by the
100
way,
million%.
Roblox absolutely fucking destroying. I feel for all the parents that are getting milked at this moment.
Oh, yeah.
It validated the fuck out of my short.
And it's going to continue to go up like crazy.
It's basically taking out statistics right now because it's well over the 100% range.
It's pretty fucking good.
Where's my HPDR? There we go. Let me increase my brightness just a little bit. Got old man eyes. There we go. All right, so do the 6 month because why not? We have the data. So right now on the 6 month, the last closure, big closure or candle closure we got rejected the median, but we stayed significantly above the previous closing highs and the wick highs, where we basically did reverse the trend, where we closed over our previous major lower high. And then we got another move testing the median again on the 6 month. Now we're over the median and by a decent amount. Median sits at $2.68 and we're at $3.05. Would love to see this 1 cent higher, but we can't always have what we want. And then we look at the momentum and volatility. They're both shifting up. Momentum's well into the positive territory now. It's at 25%. Volatility is shifted up from 0%. The last time we've had this setup anywhere near comparable to this setup was back over here, right around here, when price went from about 1/3 of a cent to about $2.50 and then $3.31. So that is about a 1000x move up, not 1000%, 1000x. And now we have the same setup now that we have not had ever since that 1000x move. So maybe we'll be wrong, and then dude who said $21 will come out and make us all look like idiots. I don't even remember who it was that said $21. On the 3 month.
By the way, there's many of those people that say $21. There's not one thing.
Was that Scott?
There's many. Huh?
Did Scott Milker say that?
No. Scott Milker's not crazy. No, it's just like basically I've seen it on every single crypto channel that like from people that talk to ChatGPT to try to figure out what the price is going to be. I swear to God, type of thing. Like those are the people that say it's going to go to 21. The only serious person I've ever heard that said that he was going 21 was like this economist, his European economist, was talking about all these crazy shit, everything you could possibly imagine. And I'm like, fuck yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. He's going the right way about it. Oh my God, I also think that. And then at the end he goes, and also XRP is going to go to 21. I was like, God damn it. All right, that's it.
No,
turn it off. Never again.
I have to discount everything else you just said.
Yeah. And now I completely have to divorce myself from my ideas because they were the same ones that you had as someone who thinks XRP is going to go to 21.
Now I got to think back of everything I just said.
Yeah.
What's absolutely hilarious is people who think they can get investment advice from ChatGPT. If you could do that, then OpenAI would be the most valuable company in the world.
Imagine, of course.
Damn, my mouth is super dry. On the quarterly, we are over the bullish control zone. Our momentum and volatility is shifted up right now. It's at 68%. Oh, it's very close to a very perfect number, but not quite. And since we're at 68%, and this thing likes to top out at 100%, done it 4 times now. 3 makes a trend. We got a lot more we can go. Basically, if almost a 50% move more up on volatility before it gets topped out. The jewel is breaking out of the bearish control zone for the first time ever, while we're over the 61.8%. We're going to be over that as long as we're closing over $2.34. You close over that, that takes you to 78.6%. which this number very likely drops a lot, considering it's going to take several candles for this to play out, and each one is 3 months. And we've seen before the 78.6% drop from about $43 all the way down to $15. So right now the 78.6% sits at $21. Maybe it doesn't move, and maybe we look like the retards, but very likely it moves, and they move somewhere around this $6.38 area. And I'm just saying that because it fits my bias. Monthly right now is over the 88.3%. That's at $2.80. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you. I just got some water. Very nice. 88.3% is at $2.80 with momentum currently still within the bullish control zone. Volatility still pointed up. And the jewel is now entering into the bullish control zone. This next monthly open, it's going to be in there. Because right now, the jewel is sitting at right around 61.06. Just about 61.5 is where the bullish control zone is. There's a fall sack here away from the bullish control zone. Might as well already be in it. And the last time we entered the bullish control zone on the jewel, on the monthly, I believe it's never happened. Nope, never happened. Oh no, that was criticism. We popped it for a little bit right here. My bad, I'm retarded. Let's see what happened with price when we popped into the bullish control zone in June of 2017. That was during a little bit of sideways, and then we got a pretty nice move to the upside of about 1,233%. It doesn't look like that much from here. Really doesn't, but that's like a 12x on price. A 12x on price from here would take us to $36. I'm not saying that. No, don't clip me.
Stop it.
Don't clip me. The last time we had this setup, we got a 12x. This time, I'm not even saying a 12x. I'm just saying for a measly 100%, just a 2x. Only a small 100%. We did 5 times that in 1 month previously. So why can't we do 1/5 of that in the next 3 to 6 months? On the 2-week, we're now pretty high within the bullish control zone of momentum and volatility. We're just about there before we get contraction and we get some type of consolidation and pullback. Along with us rejecting the 95% range in the HPDR once again. All of this is kind of a recipe for a pullback very soon or sometime soon, or either that or a bunch of sideways and down. Maybe sideways and up, because we've had that before when we went sideways and we went to new all-time highs. But some type of consolidation phase we'd see, and not one of these basically vertical phases. The only way to invalidate that is if we close over this 95%, which right now is at $3.29. This was our previous all-time highs. So if you can't close over that, then the consolidation phase is going to
¿Me pueden ver a mí, no? Perdón, déjenme, ¿sabe qué? No voy a pretender que no estoy cansado, espérenme. Acabo de hacer, hago ejercicio en lo que están diciendo esto y estoy viendo la pantalla. Porque si no, no mames. Desperdicio de tiempo. ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Alguien me puede ver o no? ¿Pueden vernos? Can you guys see us? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back. Kinda. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Huh.
I think your internet is shit.
It was working the whole time, and then it just cut out just like that.
Weird.
Technical
You're gonna have to.
difficulties.
Yeah, you basically have to start again from after the 100%. Can you do 100%? That's where you left instead of the 1000 or 12x that he did before.
That was interesting. How long did I go on for to myself?
No, I mean literally, it's been minutes.
Oh wow.
Sheesh.
Yeah. You were like, the last thing you said that we heard was it's either gonna adjust like to the basically a correction, or it's gonna continue to go sideways.
All right, so you did see where I measured the same setup that we had before, and we did 1200%.
That's what I'm saying. Right after that, that's it.
All right, so I'm not saying that we're gonna do another 1200% from here, because that would take us to $36. But is it too crazy to see a 100% in the next 3 to 6 months to $6? I think not. Then if you where I was getting to where we cut off on the correction part, assuming we continue to close below this 95% on the HPDR at $3.29, which is our previous all-time highs, what's more likely to happen is that we get a sideways and down to reconnect at the very least with this 5 EMA. And if these HPDR ranges do step up by the time they're reconnecting the 5 EMA, I'd say that we're probably going to use the 5 to spring upwards to the $4 area. But if the ranges don't step up by that point, I'd say we probably get a little bit of a bounce at the 5 EMA, then a rejection and a lower high, and then eventually towards around the 9 EMA. And then by that point, I think the ranges would have stepped up, and we likely use the 9 EMA to spring up to the $4 area. And that would also give us time for these HPDR momentum and volatility to start contracting as well and resetting. Weekly is starting to shape up. The 38.2%, the blue 38.2% rose significantly to catch up with price action. So the ranges have stepped up significantly on this one. The momentum is trying to pick back up with volatility shifting back up. Kind of a little deviation of the bullish control zone after momentum resets and then basically breaks back into the bullish control zone. Well, volatility is supporting it. And then Jewel starting to curve back around too. Right exactly where you'd want to see it at this pink. It's already giving you the light blue buy signal and it's just about to enter into the critical zone. This is the first time that Jewel has ever been in the critical zone on XRP since the 2013-2014 cycle. And that time it just briefed, oh, bro, this guy is tearing the fuck out of these chairs right now with his claws. Those claws need to be trimmed. They're lethal weapons. The only time in the 2013-2014 cycle where he even went into the critical zone, it went in there for a quick second and then started deviating it and lost it. This time around is very likely to stay in the critical zone for at least a couple of candle closures because it rejected it the first time that we tapped it on the cycle. So now when we break into it, we should see a pretty change of structure from the moves that we've seen from every single other time, which is only one time. Starting to make it not seem so crazy that we would hit $6. I'm not gonna go so far as to say we're gonna hit $21 because I don't want to open myself up to looking like an absolute retard, even though I do that every day. I don't want to look like that type of retard. Not that level. I'm not comfortable reaching that level just yet. But once we get to $20, then I'll say we're going to $21. It's gonna be a magical revelation at $20.99. I'm gonna say next is $21. On the 5-day, the ranges did step up significantly. The 38.2% caught up with price action. Then we got another close over the 38.2%. But this little indecision candle is a little bit worrying after this massive move to the upside. Makes it more likely that as long as we're closing below $3.28, we're very likely to come back down and retest this top 38.2%. Right now, that top 38.2% sits at right about $2.30, which is quite the drop to the downside. Even a little bit lower than that 250 area that I was thinking that we'd probably go to sweep our current lows and then spring off. That would be from the highs, $2.30. About like 31% to the downside. Sheesh. So basically, if you would have bought the top, each one of your dollars would be worth 66 cents. They're about 31% to the downside in the last major correction too. the exact same percentage. Very interesting. Seems to be the flavor of the cycle to drop pull back around 30 to 33%. So that would put us right around here. And the last time we retested that blue 38.2% zone, we made new all-time highs. So that's likely what's to happen again. Once we test this area, it's likely to break towards somewhere around $4. With momentum currently within the bullish control zone and volatility supporting it too. And then 5-day, we're getting two periods of this blue buy signal on the jewel, very close to entering into that critical zone. On the daily, we're getting quite nice little hammerhead candle after a little bit of sideways and down, maintaining the blue 38.2%, tested exactly to the bottom of it, and then got a nice move back up over the 9 EMA. As of right now, as long as we're holding this bottom 38.2% at $2.98, we're likely to test the top, which is right now at $3.41. Invalidation is closing below 298. But as long as we keep closing over 298, very likely that we come back up and retest this, the top of this, candle, which is our current all-time highs at around $3.41. That's where if you start to break over that zone, which doesn't really help you because you're already closing over your all-time highs, that's where you probably activate the next leg of this or one of these vertical moves. And that probably very likely takes us somewhere around $4 to low $4 area. I'd like to see it at 420 because that fits my bias. Whereas momentum would reject going into the bearish control zone and volatility would start shifting up too. Right now, the only statistical number I have in the low fours is 427. Very unfortunate. Do you hear that? The daily is not looking as nice. We're rejecting the median right now, and we've lost the 9 EMA. So and we've retested the 9 EMA and rejected it again. That makes it a lot more likely that we're going to end up coming back down and retest this 21 EMA. 21 is at around $2.93. So if that does happen and we don't bounce, we're going to lose that 38.2% on right here on this 2-day. And if we lose the 38.2% on the 2-day, last time we lost it was right around here, and we dumped another about 7% from that area. So if we lose it, let's just do a little quick maths. 7% from this area. Takes us perfectly to that 21 EMA. And that's at, very nice, $2.69. And momentum is starting to deviate, flipping back up into the positive area, shifted back down negative, dropped below the moving average, likely to make its way into the bearish control zone this time around, because this time it rejected it. Now it's got the steam to make it back into the bearish control zone, where volatility is trying to shift its way back up too. So if we do lose this $2.98, volatility will shift up, momentum will be in the bearish control zone, very likely come down to that 269 area. On the 4-hour, we're already starting to get that loss of the 38.2%. It's at $3.09. Price right now is at $3.05. So if we do lose it, last time around we lost it, we came all the way down to the 97.5%. If you look at the 97.5% right now, it lines up perfectly with this 200 SMA, which we front ran on this move around. So it would give us a nice sweep of these lows while retesting the 200 SMA, which we have not tested since this breakout initially began, where we got a perfect test of this 200 SMA, then we went absolutely vertical from there. From about, how much percent was that after retesting the 200? 46% to the upside after retesting the 200. Right now, that 200 SMA at 97.5% is at $2.67. Very close. Fits my bias again. And let's just, for fun, let's do 44% from here. $3.80. Very close to $4. Let's just round that up to $4 because that fits my bias as well.
Oh, that one, you really fucking pulled your bias into this.
Oh, okay, I gave you the number, $3.80 area. And then I'll give you my bias after that. On the 4-hour, we're already breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility flipped up, making it a lot more likely that will happen. If you want the stats, you got to have the bias too. One does not come
Always.
without the other.
Yes, sir. Is this what we can find in the course of Elite Trading Academy? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is just my bias.
Basically.
You see, here's why I believe the Chinese yuan is going to zero. Right. Fuck. It's one of those situations where it's too bullish for me to give you a target. 3 drives of bullish divergence, but we're in the critical zones. There's nothing I could give you. Yes, I'm sorry. It's too bullish for me to give you targets. I have no financial incentive to say this. On the 5-day, we do have possible bearish divergence. Close your eyes, community members, and where it's not that difficult to confirm it either. We'd have to close the 5-day below $2.80 and would confirm the 5-day bearish divergence. And that would very likely bring us down for somewhere around this 21 EMA, and that's at very low $2, sitting at like $2.15. So we better close our fingers and pray that we don't close below $2.80 on a 5-day.
Damn.
3-day as well has possible bearish divergence, and we'd have to close below, come on, $2.65 to confirm it. That takes us down to the 21. That would be that 250 to 260 area. Hey, maybe that'll happen because that fits my bias. Possible bearish divergence on the 2-day as well. We'd have to close below 265, brings us down to about the 55 EMA. Oh, that's also that 215 area. Daily has some very, very slight bearish divergence. It's a phantom drive of divergence through all of these bars, because the farther you go back on the divergences, the less powerful they're going to be. So that kind of already has played out, because we came down to the edge of the bullish control zone. We tested the 21 EMA. So if it were to continue, to get a continuation, you'd have to close below 265, our same number that would confirm the other divergences. That'd bring you back down to somewhere about 258 to 260. Hey, then that also fits my bias. Come on. There we go. And nice, beautiful. In the next 59 minutes, we're about to confirm a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence off of this previous lower high, right? We have right here, where the RSI made a higher high, price action made a lower high, giving us hidden bearish divergence, which will confirm as long as we're closing below $3.07. The target of that hidden bearish divergence is going to be our 200 SMA, which right now is at beautiful $2.70 or $2.68. Fits my bias for 269. along the side of contracting volatility. So by that point, volatility is going to fully reset. You're going to be at extreme lows on volatility, tapping the 200 SMA. What's likely to happen here is what happened back here when we tap that 200 SMA with volatility contracting. Got a massive move to the upside. Likely takes us towards 380s after that. Maybe it'll even push us up to $4. Who knows? Maybe even 420. You got to blaze one out for garlic house or garlic bread whenever it hits 420.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he really does that, he deserves it. I'm going to get a garlic bread bong.
A bong with XRP logos all over it, like that Louis Vuitton one.
In the shape of garlic bread.
Oh, yeah, garlic bread shaped bong with XRP logos. 6 month is, I'd love to see this every single time. It's always hilarious. It never gets less funny. The pivot is at 44 cents to flip momentum down on the 6 month. Pretty safe. On 3 month, 3 month momentum is up as long as we're above $1.
Also there.
Monthly momentum is up as long as we're above $1.46.
Still good.
2 week is losing its Hamas setup currently. It's about volatility is contracting while we're pointed down as long as we're below $3.10. It is very nice to see volatility start contracting from extreme levels while momentum is flipped to the downside. 2 week is losing its Hamas setup currently. It's about volatility is contracting while we're pointed down as long as we're below $3.10. It is very nice to see volatility start contracting from extreme levels while momentum is flipped to the downside. Because if volatility was down here, where momentum was flipped to the downside, then we'd be in danger of a Nagasaki setup. But since we don't have that, we're more likely to be a correction and more likely to make our double extreme, because right now we only have one extreme. And it's almost certain we're going to get a double extreme after expansion from this massive of a Hamas setup, where we have, I don't even want to count how many 0% instances of 0% volatility we have right here. Let's just say a lot. We have a lot
of. We're very detailed in the analysis that we provide everyone here.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about 16, 15 to 16 of 0%. So this is even stronger than the Hamas setup that we had on Bitcoin in 2023 whenever we did $26,000 all the way up to $73,000. That was off of like 4 or 5 periods of 0%. Now we got 15 or 16. So once that actually gives us our double extreme, we should see a 100% move. Is not crazy at all. It seems a little low, to be honest, to get a double extreme, because on the second extreme you usually get more of a move than you got on the first one. Because the second extreme is what draws people in to buy the top before they get absolutely dunked on. So maybe higher than $6. If I'm gonna throw a big asterisk in there to protect myself. We got to get 3 monthly closures above $6.38 before I say anything higher.
Well covered, by the way.
Covered my ass very well.
That's right.
Weekly is already starting to contract on volatility. We have many periods of 100%. From here, I'd be looking for the double extreme, and momentum is starting to shift back up right at the edge of the critical zone, maintaining the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above 246. This momentum pivot came down significantly. It was previously right around $2.90 to $3, and now it's dropped by about 40 to 50 cents. Whenever you see that, you see it momentum pivot drop significantly below price action, and it drops a lot, usually quite bullish. And we see that along with momentum flipping back up within the critical zone. So from here is where I think once volatility starts expanding, we're going to get our double extreme, and that'll be the move that takes us above $4, draws in all the FOMO buyers before we get a long form consolidation and pullback. That's when the text will start coming again, when they're like, is XRP a good coin to buy?
Oh yeah, when you get to 4, well, I actually don't even put targets. My target is actually the people's reaction.
On the 5 days, giving us the same thing as the weekly. Volatility contracting from several periods of 100%, getting ready to give us our double extremes, already trying to flip back up a little bit. And momentum is maintaining the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above $2.96. 2 days kind of contracting. It's breaking down out of the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $3.19. Same thing with the daily, contracting volatility, pointed down as long as we're below 318. 4 hours as well, volatility is contracting, and we're pointed down as long as we're below 316. And the 2 hours as well, it's contracting once again, momentum pointed down as long as we're below 310. So all of the higher time frames are still extremely bullish. 6-month pivot is 44 cents, 3-month pivot is $1, monthly pivot is 146. But then you get down to the 2-week, and you're seeing that we're hitting 95% and getting 2 rejections from the 95% on the HPDR, giving us significant probabilities of at very least coming back down and retest the 5 EMA. Sits around $2.60. Then you look at the 4 hour, and we're already getting a loss of 38.2%. We're losing all of our major EMAs, giving us significant probabilities coming back down and retesting that 200 SMA. And that 200 SMA sits perfectly with our HPDR, our HPDR target as well, at the 61.8%. And that gives us a number of $2.67, which lines up with our 5 EMA on the 2-week. So we have multiple different things giving us that same number. Then you go down to the lower time frames. On like the 4 hour, momentum is starting to shift down, volatility is shifting down, the daily momentum is shifting down, volatility is shifting down, giving you very high probabilities that you're going to get a pullback from here. Lines up with that same target of about $2.60, $2.70. By that point, the HPDR ranges very likely do move back up to the upside, where we're no longer at the 95%. Likely use that 4-hour 200 SMA as a spring once again, like it did before we hit our current all-time highs. That likely takes us somewhere around $3.80, and we're so close to a round number like 4, we probably do end up going to $4. Get our double extreme on the higher time frames volatility. Then we get the long form consolidation and pullback. Might break somewhere around $2.60. I don't think it is. My bias is that we'll just make a higher low at somewhere around $2.50 area, $2.60. Maybe even all the way up as high as $2.90 if we're extremely bullish. And from there, we likely go towards $6.
All right, let's go to $6 in XRP, everybody. Let's motherfucking go there. Thank you, Mr. Garlic Bread. That was a great analysis of your own product.
I always give the best analysis of my own product.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Vale, pues, vamos a ver XRP, el futuro de las finanzas digitales, la moneda que todo el mundo va a convertir en dólares. Todas estas monedas que van a convertirse en la nueva, no, es como la narrativa que tiene mucha gente en lo de XRP, la moneda que va a valer $21 en solamente unas semanas, todas estas cosas. No, pero ya en serio. XRP lo vamos a analizar y vamos a empezar con la tabla de 3 meses. Yo creo que 6 meses es ya mamárnosla en estas cosas. Y vamos a analizar rápidamente lo sencillo para toda la gente que nos esté acompañando, tal vez sea su primera vez por acá. ¿Qué estamos buscando? Que nuestro precio en esta temporalidad tan alta, que son 3 meses, cada vela son 3 meses, esté logrando altos más altos y bajos más altos. Eso es importante para nosotros. Los bajos más altos definitivamente en toda esta estructura los ha aguantado y ahora estamos creando altos más altos. Lo podemos ver acá con esta vela y también cierres más altos. Nuestro cierre más alto fue acá en $2.07. Ahora esta vela, que todavía le faltan 2 meses y 3 días, tenemos que decirlo, está en $3. Así que muy por encima de los cierres anteriores. Además de eso, tenemos nuestros promedios. Estos son promedios de 9 días, 21 días, 34 días. Voy a eliminar el de 34 para este tipo de temporalidad. Ah, perfecto. No puedo ver nada, brother. Ahí está. Ok. Eliminado. Nos quedamos con el 9 y el 21. Y si estás por encima del 9 en gráfico de 3 meses, nosotros consideramos esto una tendencia alcista. Más allá de eso, vamos a picar acá abajo, expandir nuestra volatilidad, nuestro indicador de volatilidad, el famoso BBWP para todos ustedes. Y se los voy a explicar rápidamente para que entiendan lo que están viendo. Aquí arriba 100%, aquí abajo 0%. La volatilidad es la línea de colores y el promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca. Cuando ven estas líneas rojas o naranjas, eso quiere decir que estamos cerca del 100% o en extremos en volatilidad. Cuando tienes, en vez de estas rojas, tienes azules, es que estás en extremo, pero a la baja de volatilidad, casi un 0%. Y para que nosotros consigamos que la volatilidad esté expandiendo, tiene que hacer lo que está haciendo aquí, justamente agarrarse encima del promedio y expander, o el mejor setup y el que más nos gusta, aunque este es muy bueno porque vienes del punto más bajo de la volatilidad en toda la historia de XRP, nos gusta cuando llega por debajo del 15% y después sube. Esos son nuestros setups favoritos. Por ahora la volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento a la alza, lo pueden ver acá justamente, y eso nos dice que sigue empujando y que el movimiento todavía tiene fuerza. Así que bien, acá todo se ve muy bien, tranquilo, fácil de entender. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual también tuvimos cierre más alto de toda la historia, cierre más alto de toda la historia. Y ahora faltan 2 días y 9 horas para cerrar la siguiente vela mensual, que también va a tener un cierre por encima de esta vela. Ahora, esto es importante porque un cierre por encima de los 2.911 básicamente invalida esta vela, porque para mucha gente que no sepa, en teoría de vela, esta es una vela de tope. Cuando quieres invalidar una vela que te diga, este fue el tope, lo único que tienes que hacer es cerrar por encima de ella en esta zona y puedes ver que el cuerpo de la vela tiene bastante camino para arriba todavía. Y el 2.90 no está tan lejos, pero nos gustaría que aguantara en los 2 días, 9 horas. Ahora, esta vela topera tampoco se activa si cierras en cualquier otro punto. Si quieres activarla a la baja, tienes que cerrar abajo de $1.8 y eso va a estar muy difícil en nuestra opinión. Además, tienes el promedio del 9, el 21, el 55, el 100, bastante separados, apuntando para arriba, como los quieres ver, todos en orden. Esto nos dice que seguimos en una tendencia alcista en la mensual. Vamos a ver nuestra volatilidad una vez más. Volatilidad viene del punto debajo, el 15%. Tenemos expansión básicamente vertical y continúa empujando el movimiento a la alza. Aquí seguimos a toda madre. Y ahora vamos a usar un poco de correlación con el HPDR, aunque a veces el HPDR se la mama y en este caso no va a ser diferente. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque vean el objetivo de esta madre. En el 95% son $14. Esto va a bajar en 2 días y 3 horas. Vamos a ver qué tanto baja. Pero tener un cierre por encima de $2.8 es lo que estamos buscando básicamente, porque eso nos va a llevar a la siguiente zona en el siguiente empujón. Estamos muy por encima de la zona azul. Lo pueden ver, la zona azul está aquí abajo con la media también en 47 centavos, que también para flipar momentum en esta temporalidad mensual me parece que tiene que caer por debajo de $1 y estamos cotizando en $3.07. Así que difícil poder cambiar el pivote de momentum en esto, lo que lo hace es todavía alcista en la mensual. Pero como puedes ver, estás ya en los 90 y tantos % en el HPDR, que es nuestro arcoíris por acá de lado. Cuando estás en esos números, te dice que tienes que tener consolidación de precios cuando el precio se va de lado y luego va a tener su movimiento o tienes que descansar tantito, ¿no? Es lo que está buscando. Dicho y hecho, vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos el setup de volatilidad más hermoso y potente que hemos visto en toda la historia, que es justamente este. Estas son periodos de nula volatilidad. Nula volatilidad. Esto es un doble extremo en nula volatilidad. Son 15 periodos de 2 semanas, lo que son 30 semanas. Casi un año entero. Solamente azules. Es un año entero cuando cuentas estas, me imagino. O cerca. Es casi un año de nada de volatilidad y luego una expansión potente y ahora a la baja. Es bonito ver caer a la volatilidad a la baja por debajo del promedio en esta situación. ¿Por qué? Porque ya estás en el 95%. Esto quiere decir que lo que va a ser volatilidad al darse la vuelta para abajo va a ser simplemente reajustar. No está empujando la volatilidad del precio para abajo y eso nos da una mayor preferencia de pensar que esto tiene más probabilidades de simplemente corregir pronto que ahora sí que cambiar de tendencia. Así que aquí seguimos, nuestro objetivo en el 50% es donde está nuestra línea meme, en el 3.314, que es casi cerca de los altos históricos, es la de 2 semanas. En la semanal estamos en el 50%, nos gustaría poder cerrar por encima de los alcistas del 3.08, pero también volatilidad está contrayendo por acá en lo que estamos ajustando y lo pueden ver justamente acá. Eso es bastante bueno, estamos simplemente consolidando por acá. Cosa importante que ver, tienes tu promedio del 9 en los 2.5, esto es una tabla mensual, y tienes tu media en los 2.4. Interesante, una zona de bastante confluencia para el precio, donde probablemente lo empecemos a ver por acá. En esta corrección no estaría pasado de listo. En realidad también no nos volvería locos si vemos que esto llega a caer a la media y de ahí se va a esta zona. Es normal, lo que quieres es que rebotes en la media y como no has testado la media, no tienes por qué romperla a la baja. Lo pueden ver por acá para que vean. La media es la línea blanca plateada que va aquí. No la hemos tocado ni una sola vez en todo este rally, por lo que tocarla por primera vez nos debería de servir junto con el promedio del 9 o tal vez el promedio del 9 haciéndolo antes para dar el brinco a ese 61.8%. La parte baja de, como sea, la parte baja del 50% a la parte alta de la zona azul está en 2.8, que también es una zona que nos dice que tal vez veamos el precio por ahí. Ya hablamos de la volatilidad en la semanal. Vamos a la de 5 días. 5 días, vemos que tuvimos rechazo en el 78.6%. También caímos a nuestro promedio del 9 que está en 2.69. Nice. Y ahora está en esta zona, en los 3.06. Todavía falta 1 día y 9 horas para cerrar esta vela, pero si esta vela cierra por debajo de esta, es esta. Si esta vela cierra por debajo de esta en los 2.8, muy probablemente sí vayamos a ver el apoyo en la siguiente zona, que es la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2.6, que es justamente donde, es más, ya tocó ahí. Así que podríamos tal vez darnos un viaje un poco más para abajo, probablemente a esta zona, la parte alta del 38.2%, pero eso ya sería extremo. No rompe la tendencia alcista para nada y queda con mi línea meme también. Y como eso queda justo con mi línea meme, Pues voy a decir que está hecho a propósito, ¿no? Vemos que la volatilidad también está contrayendo en esta temporalidad. Vamos a la de 2 días, vamos a ver qué tenemos por acá. Estamos justamente en la zona azul, importante. Volatilidad está contrayendo. Zona azul, parte baja, 2.98. Si no aguanta nuestra parte baja de la zona azul, en esta temporalidad de 2 días, podríamos ir a visitar el 2.69, que de nuevo sería bastante normal. Y simplemente porque lo vamos a tocar y ya lo tocamos una vez, probablemente podamos ir hasta el 78.6% en 2.6. Es lo que esperaríamos de esta corrección. Diaria, ya adelantándose a la de 2 días, faltan 8 horas para cerrar esta vela. Nos rechazó la media 1, 2 veces y ahora estamos acá, lo que nos dice que probablemente vayamos a retestear el promedio del 21, que está en 2.9, y de no aguantar al 78%, que son 2.74. 4 horas. 4 horas vemos que tenemos todos nuestros promedios bonchados por acá. Estamos cayendo de la zona azul y probablemente vayamos a esta zona y visitar el promedio del 100, que está en los 2.9, lo que confirma que todavía hay más camino para abajo. Y tenemos el promedio del 200, el S&P 200 en los 2.67, lo que también tiene más confluencia con nuestra zona del 2.69, pudiendo ser donde encontremos una buena oportunidad de entrada en la siguiente zona de XRP. Y en la de 2 horas solamente acercándonos más, perdiendo absolutamente todos los promedios, esperando que nos aguante el promedio de los 200 con fuerza. De no ser así, muy probablemente podamos dar una buena corrección. Puedes ver que el extremo más extremo está en los 274. Así que, interesante. En altas temporalidades se ve todavía muy alcista. En temporalidades medias se ve un poco que se quiere ir de lado. Temporalidad corta está viendo la corrección que se ve reflejada en las temporalidades de medio plazo. Y lo que nos dice esto es bastante sencillo. Un segundo. Básicamente, XRP te va a dar una gran oportunidad de entrada. O aquí, esta sería mi primera zona de interés. Segunda zona de interés. Y lo que habíamos platicado, el peor de los casos, esta sería la mejor zona de interés. Esta siendo 1, 2 y 3. Y ahora, esta tiene mucha más probabilidad de ser llenada que esta y que esta. Esta sería un extremo. Pero si llegas a ver el precio en esta zona, es donde vas a poner tu línea meme en diagonal para arriba, en donde estás viendo la parte de abajo del canal. Simplemente agarrando esto, si el precio cae ahí, es oportunidad grande simplemente por lo que estamos viendo en altas temporalidades. Ya lo tienen. Eso es XRP, damas y caballeros. Y por cierto, se quieren dar una vuelta y caigan, me están preguntando, ¿cómo puedo entrar al Discord? Porque es completamente gratis de E-Trading Academy. Para todos los que quieren entrar, está en la descripción de abajo. Si estás en X, busca mi video en YouTube. Está en la descripción de abajo. Puedes picarle directamente, hay una invitación y puedes venir a darte una vuelta. Es súper fácil de usar. Una vez que le picas ahí y pones aceptar para entrar, te meten en esta página. Y para mucha gente es confuso todo lo que es Discord, pero es bien fácil. Del lado izquierdo está nombre, eventos, canales, miembros. Aquí simplemente te metes a general para que puedas platicar con toda la gente. Y acá la gente, comunidad potente, buenísima. Acá para poder compartir cuánto estás ganando o perdiendo en tus trades. Hijo de puta. Wow. No.
God damn, 880%.
73x on that coin is, I don't even know how to pronounce that coin. That's crazy.
Hey, buddy, I wear a size Rolex day date in rose gold or an AP perpetual calendar.
Wait.
Down.
Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely wear a size Royal Oak perpetual calendar. Hit my line.
God fucking damn it. I mean, this looks like absolute shit compared to the other one. Holy crap.
Wow.
I mean, that's a 100x. Great. Holy shit, that's ballsy. God, dude. All right, I'm glad everyone's winning. Glad you guys are winning. I fucking love it. Send me some money. Don't be fucking dickwads.
I'll expect a Rolex in my post office box by the next.
Exactly. Exactly. No mames, después de ver esos números, espero que me manden un dinerito, no sé, o sea, un guardadito, güey, hacer 1000% en un día o lo que sea en tu trade. Tienen aquí el análisis de Alex, aquí a la izquierda tienen el análisis de Farhan, tienen el chat general, donde pueden platicar con absolutamente toda la comunidad. Tienen testimoniales, ya vieron donde comparte todo el mundo lo que ha ganado, lo que ha perdido. Y hay muchas cosas más. Vénganse a dar una vuelta, tenemos noticias, tenemos preguntas, lo que necesiten. Aquí andamos en el Lead Trading Academy. Y para los que buscan ya servicio, quieren aprender, tenemos aquí nuestro sitio web. Por favor, no se metan a Discord y le paguen a alguien. Esto acaba de pasar ayer. Alguien nos dijo que ya me mandó el dinero. No te voy a escribir jamás para que me mandes dinero. Todo esto está en una página de internet pública para que no tengas que lidiar con cosas fraudulentas. Así que aquí estamos en el leadtradingacademy.us. También el enlace está en la descripción de abajo. Solamente regístrate, es gratis registrarte, por cierto, pero si quieres comprar uno de los servicios, aquí los tienes. Puedes empezar con el curso de Cero a Trader, que te va a ayudar a entender todo lo que estamos platicando en esto. Es solamente un pago de $29.99. También te puedes meter a las sesiones en vivo para mandarnos qué quieres que chequemos, para entrar a las clases personalizadas y también a tener acceso a la librería en $39.99. También tienes las alertas de trading en $29.99 y aquí arriba tienes un paquete Elite que tiene acceso a básicamente todo por esto al mes. Todo está en esta página. Si quieren tradear con nosotros, que alguien estaba preguntando y que dijeron, ya dime cómo me puedo meter a Bluffing, aquí está, te metes en How To's, que en español dice tutos, ¿no? Vamos a hacerlo en español para que la gente lo pueda ver, no sé por qué lo pongo en inglés. Tutos, todos los videos, todos los cursos, todo está en español y en inglés. Te metes a cómo tradear en Bluffing y aquí literalmente hay un video, te lo explica absolutamente todo y aquí tenemos nuestro link para que puedas usarlo. Así que todo bastante fácil. Si quieren darse una vuelta, ahí tienen el Lead Trading Academy. Vamos a ver Bitcoin. Es hora de los Bitcoins.
Let's go. Are we broke or are we rich today?
I feel like
You're gonna
Go
have
ahead.
fun with your Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alex.
No, I just feel like markets are just in wait mode. I think we have FOMC today. I think the consensus is basically unchanged. They're just going to do nothing.
Can I say something
Yeah.
right here? All right, Farhad, since you're a big Trump guy, not me, huh? Just you.
Or definitely not me.
Exactly. Not me either. So now I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If every Trump guy is waiting for interest rates to come down, he's president now. Why is Jerome Powell not going to change them today? How do you look at that?
I think Powell is not really considering politics, to be honest, because this whole time he hasn't really shown himself to be a political actor. I think he's just going to stick to the course of what he's been originally doing.
So he
Yeah,
hasn't
same.
been a political actor, even though he made a 50 BPS cut on the first one to just help the elections for the Democratic Party.
But he's
But
been
he's
saying
not
he's saying they were going to cut for the longest time. I don't really think it had anything to do with the election.
Well, you normally just cut 50 BPSs, 50 points, 50 basis points, 0.5% when it's a big problem. And that's why he did it at first. And then he did 25. Like he led us to believe that he was going to cut way more. And now that everything is done, he stopped. So Trump is saying, like, at least he said out loud, I'm going to make interest rates come down. I'm going to talk to that Powell. He's a piece of shit. That guy cannot be trusted. So now the question is, for every Trump guy, why are we not getting the fucking interest rate cut right now?
I think he's gonna end up following through and firing Powell.
Could be.
That's what's probably
But
gonna happen. I think he's gonna fire Powell and install somebody else, and I think markets are gonna nuke as a reaction to that.
That could be. I'm just putting it out there because everybody was like, interest rates are coming down. Trump's already in office. And now everyone's like, no, it's okay. They're not coming down right now. He's only been in office for 9 days. So it's just a little flip-flopping. There's a little flip-flopping here. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I
From
never said they were gonna come down immediately.
No. But from everybody else. Like now we're like, oh, okay, cool. They're not gonna come down. So just an interesting thing to say. And just completely agree with you there, Alex.
If I were to give it a time estimate, I'd say probably 6 to 9 months before any change happens.
Yeah, so basically according to schedule.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why today will be super interesting to see. At first FOMC on a new president. We'll just have to see how the press conference goes. It's going to actually be pretty juicy. And even if they don't cut or do anything today, that press conference is often pretty important because we get the outlook or just the kind of vibe going forward. So now, I mean, we're on Bitcoin. I'm shifting gears to more of the 3-day to start this because I think it's important. It's pretty simple. You know, there's going to be a lot to chop. Every single time you get a massive volatility setup like the one we have on the 5-day, it always, each and every time, just leads to the most choppiest environment until we actually get the expansion. Why that is just simply because markets don't want longs or shorts to win. And, you know, if we understand as small brain as I am, that there's a massive volatility setup brewing, I'm sure there's a lot more smarter big money players also knowing that. So for me, you know, I'm kind of just dissecting this now in a very simplistic way. Again, above 99,300, I'm just going to look at this area here as bullish consolidation. And actually what I'm going to be gauging is the low that we had 2 days ago. I'm going to be looking at that as simply the next lower, the next higher low on the weekly. We talked about this, especially when we made that higher high, you know, back in essentially like last week. Yeah, I guess last week when Bitcoin actually went up almost to $110,000. We talked about that being the scenario where we most likely go and test close to the weekly EMA 9 again, and that would ideally solidify the next higher low. We got that, and we have a pretty nice reaction. I know that we have 2 Academy longs on Bitcoin running from like the low 98s and then also from that 99,000 zone. So now I'm just looking at this as just consolidation while we actually just slowly reset that weekly BBWP, ultimately giving us another setup on the weekly while the 5-day still basically brews a setup. Shifting gears back to the 3-day though, I mean, when looking at the Bollinger Bands, they are starting to get tight again. And we see this on the 2-day as well and the daily. This is telling me that, you know, consolidation above here is bullish. We're going to want to start seeing expansion here soon. And that does line up nicely with the 5-day. You know, if we see the 5-day, we've been talking about this setup for a while. We do see now we are above the moving average on the 5-day. That is kind of the new thing for this week. So, you know, this 5 days closing into basically a day and 9 hours. I'm going to want to see where this closes, where this shifts, because I'm still on the camp that we are just consolidating above, you know, that massive $99,000 zone before we ultimately make that new high. And I do think that new high is going to come right around, you know, the $110,000 to $111,000 zone. When we look at the 5-day, I mean, it just becomes really evident. It's like, okay, the 5-day is still holding above the EMA 9. We see here, we actually perfectly on that dump retested the 5-day median on the index. And so to me, that's why that would make a lot of sense for this low to hold. We start actually losing this low, especially before this 5-day candle closes, you know, that'll really start looking pretty bad to me. That'll really start looking like the 5-day has now lost the median. We're now getting, you know, technically when you lose the median, you go to the 38.2%. That gives us at least a range back to the low 90,000s at the very minimum, while that 5-day is now starting to expand above the moving average. Still, though, basing and not fully confirming the setup. That's why I want to see this low hold right at 97,700 to really say, yeah, this is the next higher low. We're now just consolidating before we ultimately make that higher high. I do think that higher high is going to come right around wherever that 38.2% is on the 5-day, which is right at 111,700. And then if we shift gears now to the weekly and we understand there is a nice volatility setup now brewing here. It's reset. It's under 15%. To me, I'm liking where this median is because we also see here on this weekly, each time we go to that weekly EMA 9, we often then use it as a spring to at least go to the weekly median. We've done that twice now in 2 weeks. So I don't see why on this downside move, especially with this looking like the next higher low, why we wouldn't at least test the median. And that right now is at 112,400. So we have, you know, 2 areas, 2 different times frames showing, you know, that kind of $111,000 to $110,000 zone. But also, you know, if we actually start shifting gears and reclaiming this median on the weekly, that'd be pretty massive in my opinion, because, you know, we see just the ultimate gap up from that at 134,000. It's a pretty big move, but also on the monthly, we can see this monthly is actually on all exchange, like on the index and Binance. We see on the index, we're actually reclaiming the median here for the first time in 6 months. It's been under it. That monthly median is just, often a pretty major level for any chart, especially it being on a monthly. And you can just see, I mean, shifting gears now to this level, once we got back above that monthly median and actually held it, we essentially moved up pretty nicely. I know on this monthly it doesn't look like a lot, but this was a 16.6%, candle to the upside after reclaiming that monthly median. And then even here's a better example. We were below it for multiple months here on the monthly. We were just consolidating, holding it. And it wasn't until we actually reclaimed it and then held it as support where we got that major move from, $17,000 all the way up to that high around 69,000, essentially 64 to 69,000. So this monthly going into February is actually pretty big that, we're getting this median reclaim. And we also know that usually in February, it's often a good month for Bitcoin. Going now to the Binance chart, we also see that the monthly is pretty insane here. We're actually losing the 38.2% on the monthly to the upside. We see here that the monthly is now breaking back above the BBWP moving average. Remember, this really hasn't occurred since September of 2023. This was right in this region here before Bitcoin went absolutely parabolic, from the low 29,000s all the way up to that high of around $73,000. Pretty insane, actually. We see the monthly median on the Binance chart, at least, is pretty heavily underpriced. And we also see, we haven't really broken the 38.2% in a while. I mean, since we basically popped back into this zone, we've been under it for multiple months now. The last time we actually broke above the monthly 38.2% on Binance's chart was right around here in this zone. It was right when Bitcoin was, I guess we'll call it January 2024, right when it was in the low 40,000s. We can just see the reaction here. We essentially broke out, and then from that point, we had a major move up. So, this is often pretty good for Bitcoin, pretty bullish. And that's why I'm just going to be looking essentially at the lower time frames, like the 3-day, as bullish consolidation. I'm going to want to start seeing, as long as we hold that 99,000 region, I'm going to still be looking at this low that was formed 2 days ago, right at 97,700. It's just a major higher low here. Once we start losing, though, that $99,000 zone, you can just see each time on the 3-day, it's often just been it often gives bears control again. You can see here in this example, we quickly SFP'd it, and then we shot back down to the low 90s. And then here we see we lost it, rejected it. This took us all the way back down to 91,000 region. And then here on that major dump. So as long as Bitcoin is above 99,300, I'm still going to be looking at that as bullish. I'm just going to be looking at that as just consolidation before ultimately we start seeing either the 5-day expand, or we start seeing the 5-day and the weekly expand, ultimately leading to that, pretty insane number, assuming we start actually reclaiming that median. Because it's really simple. We have now a weekly volatility setup, and we understand really the last time we had a weekly volatility setup was here in October of 2024. And we also know that that is essentially what led us, let me just see before I say something that's not true. That was a 59 point, basically a 60% move up. If we see here the median, once we reclaim that, pops us right around that $125,000. Here we can see that simply is just a 16.1% move. Simply on the 5-day, right? The 5-day still giving us a setup. We know that once that 5-day expands, there's I believe there's an 80% chance of a 30 to 35% move on that. So assuming that starts expanding, maybe when we break that high, a 30% move would take us closer to, that $142,000 mark, which is pretty insane for Bitcoin. But it makes sense. Especially with what we know with the 38.2% breaking on the monthly on the Binance chart, and the index actually reclaiming that median. And we see here, this will shift into February. Watch this move closer to that $140,000 level. But once that monthly reclaims this median and actually holds it into February, this would give us the next move to the 38.2%. Wherever that is, and right now it's at 163,000, would be the next target for the monthly. And we know that there is bullish momentum here, especially with, BBWP really starting to break above the moving average. And here we see on the index that it is into February going to start breaking above it. So, I'm just looking at this as very bullish. I mean, I said when Trump was inaugurated, I think we should be cautious we should be cautious and waiting to see how markets digest this news, waiting for that new weekly. And to me, markets have so far held and they're looking pretty good. The fact that Bitcoin is still above 100,000 is ultimately very bullish to me. And even if we go and just simply test that, weekly median essentially on the index here, that is right at $112,000, which would mean that we just made a new all-time high on Bitcoin. And then, from there, we can see if we reject and if we start breaking the weekly uptrend. But once we do break this essentially wick high that was formed last week, that will confirm that, yeah, this was a major higher low. And that also will confirm that all the Academy Bitcoin longs around this region are pretty safe and pretty good now, especially if we start getting those higher time frame volatility setups firing off. So we really have to see going into February now how markets are going to move. I personally think it's going to be extremely bullish though throughout February. So that's Bitcoin. Still obviously consolidating and chopping, but as long as we hold above 99,300, I'm going to be looking at this as just bullish consolidation before ultimately going up to that $111,000 to $112,000 level. Now, U.S. tether dominance is looking interesting to me as well. We've been consistently looking at this, especially with the 5-day also giving us a setup on tether dominance, and we do see that the 5-day median is pretty above price now. It's even moved up in the last closure. It's now at 4.46%. We've been steadily retesting this 5-day EMA 9. So, I really want to see the reaction around this level. Do we break back above it, reclaim the 38.2%? That would be interesting to me. Or do we start rejecting just like each and every time we've done that? Whenever we flirt with that 5-day EMA 9 on tether dominance, generally just leads to more downside. Going to the weekly, though, we still see that the weekly is still a downtrend, especially when we took out, the last week's low here. I'm looking at this week's low as just the next lower high. Similar to Bitcoin, as this week looks like a major higher low. Tether dominance looks to me like it's putting in the next lower high. And it makes sense where it is putting it in. Each lower high has been created right around that weekly 9. And we do see that is perfectly where we're rejecting still. The hopium, though, like I mentioned last stream, was that the weekly median got reclaimed. What I like about this, though, is the fact that weekly median right now is sitting right around 4%. It's currently at 4.04%. So we start really losing that 4%. To me, I do believe that that's obviously going to give us the next move to that 3.79%. And if we go and test that again, I'm just going to still be on the camp that we're going to ultimately break down from that. Next target being around the 3.5 to 3.6%, if not ultimately taking us all the way back down to 2.4. But getting this big breakdown would ultimately mean that Bitcoin is breaking out, and it is actually reclaiming the weekly median, and the 5-day BBWP is expanding, and vice versa. So, we still have a pretty big setup on tether dominance brewing that is still supporting Bitcoin moving higher. We're just really going to want to start seeing this weekly median get lost, or it moves up into next week. Either or is fine with me. Preferably, though, we just simply reject that weekly 9, keep it easy for bears, form a lower high there, and simply we've just been doing that this whole time. If we go and get our meme lines and draw a pattern, you can actually see you're starting to form some kind of channel here. So we'll have to see going into February if we get that breakdown. But just off quick glance, I can just see that. And I do like that if once we start losing around that 4% zone, assuming that, we get followed through within the next week or two, that is going to be the channel breakdown, and we already have a volatility set up. It's going to be interesting to see, but I'm still bearish on tether dominance, and this is still in the downtrend, and we still are under the weekly 9. So the only hopium is that we reclaim that weekly median, but that assuming doesn't hold, we want to just keep seeing that hold. Once it doesn't, that could just lead to a bigger breakdown. But that is just a small hopium for tether dominance bulls. Let me just see the daily real fast. And the daily is interesting to me too, because we actually taking this off. We were basically caught in this meme line. It was holding pretty nicely. It's now acting as solid resistance. I don't hold too much weight on diagonals, but for me now, this is looking like bears need to start rejecting us soon, because what we see is we're now starting to really reclaim the moving averages that I watch, and also we're starting to expand on volatility. And so what this tells me is, if bears don't actually start rejecting us fairly soon, we actually could start seeing that weekly 9 get reclaimed, which could solidify that weekly median reclaim. We start seeing that weekly 9 get reclaimed, I'm going to be on the camp that we're going to test right around wherever that weekly EMA 21 is. That's going to be a big zone, because if we start breaking from that point, we'll break this channel that I just drew. Well, then we'll really be testing around the 4.69%. It's always been a massive level for me. I always like that zone just simply because of, where that EMA 100 is. But we really would then start seeing, if tether dominance starts going back up to that 4.69%, you would start reclaiming that EMA 100 on the daily, which, has, just like I've been saying for weeks now, it's been a major point on tether. Just throughout the whole way down, it's just been really important to watch that zone. We can see there that was basically the last major rejection before coming all the way down. So, in reclaiming these and getting back above that 4.2%, that would take us around that zone. So, I'm going to want to start seeing tether dominance, bears step in here soon and actually reject us, preferably get us back under that weekly median or open back under it if it, updates into next week. Don't know why this is taking forever to load. Perfect. And we also see here, the weekly is still in bearish posturing, but when you start seeing the daily reclaim the moving averages and start basing off of them, that could lead into this weekly reclaiming that 4.2%. So watch very closely, but we're still under it and we're still slightly rejecting. And once we do lose that 4%, I do believe that'll be, a fast move down to 3.79%. Once we're there, I am just going to be looking at that as the pre-stages of a breakdown. I know I said that when we were in the zone and we unfortunately held the 3.79%. We've now rallied up. It looks to me just like a lower high on the weekly. So definitely something to watch very carefully. And then lastly, Bitcoin dominance, still looking very interesting. We're now just still at resistance. I was hoping that we were going to start seeing Bitcoin move and Bitcoin dominance actually go down. We really didn't get that yet. So now we're at resistance. We're at a big point for bears. Essentially, they're going to try to reject us. We don't want to take out this wick high, because in doing so, this would shift the weekly trend back up, and this would solidify this being the next major higher low on Bitcoin dominance. And then that most likely means the Academy ETH long gets actually probably triggered the stop loss. Remember, the stop loss is just simply based on this week's low being the major low that's going to hold. Why that would trigger the stop loss is because if Bitcoin dominance is going to be bullish and break out, it's just death for Bitcoin or ETH BTC here. You can just see from that breakdown at around 366, it's just been pretty disastrous. Why I'm bringing up ETH BTC is because this is still looking like it's just in the midst of a breakdown. And we can even see the next target being around 2.7. So that has implications for Bitcoin dominance, and maybe my, idea of this being in a weekly downtrend, this being just another bearish retest here, or just a retest of resistance, not taking out this high might be wrong. I'll be totally wrong if we start breaking this wick high at 59.9%. We start breaking this wick high and actually basing on that 59.7% resistance zone, it'll look really to me like we're going to break out and go to 62.5%. That has implications though, because if Bitcoin dominance looks like it's about to put in a pretty big move up, that actually could be why, that could be our trigger also into February, that Bitcoin is probably going to break out, but it most likely means it's going to be only a Bitcoin driven rally, and ETH is still just going to be slow, if not very sold off when Bitcoin has minor pullbacks. Bitcoin is very bullish right now and it's very strong. It's very hard to be a bear here on Bitcoin. You're basically hoping that this was just a major high. But once we take out this high, I do think that's going to take us right around that 111 to 110,000 as shown on the 5-day chart. And then from there, that's the big test, because we see, that's just where a lot of levels are. We see the weekly here median. And if we actually reclaim that, or if price opens above it, I do believe that's, going to be when things start becoming really fun again for Bitcoin, because still in this, multi-week consolidation, it really hasn't been that fun. It's just been major chop. But like I said, the most boring parts in trading are often the most important, because this is when you actually start resetting volatility. You can see during this chop of just weeks on weeks, this actually was able to churn volatility from 86% all the way back down to giving us volatility setup. And you can see how powerful that is, because it really hasn't done anything on Bitcoin's price. Like, truly, it has not done anything. It kind of reminds me in this scenario, I'm hoping it's not as long, but when we just had this multi-month chop all in 2024, ultimately leading to us getting that pretty big setup on the weekly, and then breaking out. Hopefully this one doesn't take many months like the last one did. But you can just visually see this is bullish consolidation. There's really not much to be bearish on Bitcoin, especially as long as we're holding above 99,300. We start losing that and we start shifting the weekly trend again. Okay, then we can start talking about lower, like around the low 91s. We start losing, call it like $89,000. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to start looking at that as probably being, the stages of us at least testing the monthly levels that we talked about, either, right around the monthly EMA 9 or right around 73,000. It's better shown here on this chart. 73,000 is still going to be my worst case scenario if we do, let's say, get that 5-day volatility expanding to the downside. But until then, it's really hard to be bearish here. So it's looking quite good. Lastly, I want to look at Dixie just to kind of see what's going on, especially when we have FOMC. And to me, Dixie, let me turn this off. Dixie is still in a daily downtrend. It, to me, looks like it still just made another lower high on the daily right now. And we can simply see each lower high has been formed on that daily 9. So, going into FOMC, Dixie to me is on the cliff, and it's looking like the next target, assuming we don't, let's say, close above $108.20. To me, the next target does seem like we're going to test that daily EMA 100 around $106.23. So, maybe we start seeing Dixie nuke on FOMC. Maybe we don't. We'll definitely get volatility though on Dixie, but as it stands, the daily is freshly in a downtrend now. We identified that essentially on January 22nd when we took out that last higher low. We've made the lower low. Now we're making the next lower high. Seems like a lower low is brewing to me, which again has implications for risk on. Often when Dixie's really bullish, that's bearish for risk on, and when it's bearish, that can be good for risk on assets like Bitcoin. So still looking bearish. Even the 2-day, it looks just simply like a lower high, the 2-day EMA 9. So it is something to just mention. And also on the monthly, we are still getting that pretty massive volatility setup. So remember, I talked about this. If Dixie ends up getting that deeper pullback closer to that EMA 100 on the daily, we're going to be looking at that as a really big spot, because we could see into February this monthly 9 move closer to that zone. And then we simply could just get another monthly higher low around there. It'd make a lot of sense to me. But it is something to, that still is a pretty deep pullback. We're talking about a 3.9%. I know Bitcoin bros are like, what are you talking about? That's not big. But for Forex, it's pretty massive. We also see, though, that the main reason why Dixie's so interesting to me is because we're just getting these massive volatility setups that we haven't really seen in a while. I mean, this last one was in 2021. And this basically was when we entered the bear market of crypto. We see now the monthly is starting to fire off. We're now starting to sell off, but if you just simply see the monthly, to me, has shifted the trend. So you should be gauging this monthly as forming some kind of higher low. And then the 2-month even is brewing a major volatility setup, along with, I do believe, the 3-month. Now it's still contracting. So, it's pretty rare when you start seeing like the quarterly, the 2-month, and even the monthly giving a volatility setup. Again, the last one led us into that bear market of 2022. This is when you saw basically Dixie go parabolic, and that made Euro very poor. This is also when you started to see Euro go under $1. So I remember that time. That was a fun time. We're basically getting the same volatility set up in that time. Why I look at euro as well in correlation to Dixie is because it's the highest weighted one in the basket of assets that Dixie looks at, are the currencies. Even the 2-month here is giving us a pretty major volatility setup, along with the 3-month on euro and the monthly too. I believe it is starting to fire off freshly. So, that is just very interesting to me, because euro right now is at a very huge point on the chart. And if it does start retesting the zone on the monthly and not holding, we really could start seeing euro actually really break down hard. I mean, at minimum, the target could be, at 96 cents, assuming then that low holds. I don't think it will. And then we really could start seeing like a 80 to 86 cent euro, in my opinion. And what's interesting about this also is we see the monthly testing the 38.2% on euro. Why this is interesting is because if euro really starts putting in like a bearish retest on the monthly and breaking down, that has major implications for Dixie going up, which, if it puts in a monthly higher low and then shoots out, it'll just be interesting to see how risk on reacts. But we're dealing with monthly in 2 months, so that still has a long ways to go. And Dixie still looks corrective to me. So watch very closely today, because I'm sure we're going to get a lot of volatility. And to me, Dixie still looks like it put in a lower high, which is very bullish for Bitcoin. So that's all I really have on the markets. It's kind of just the same thing. We're just in a wait and see, waiting on these volatility setups to actually fire off, where we can actually get some volatility. But as long as we hold above 99,000, I'm still looking at that as bullish.
Waiting on these motherfuckers to make a move. Sorry. Been watching
Basically,
a lot of action movies lately. Farhan, are you talking? No.
No, I was trying to share my screen.
You just made this.
Yeah. I just watched that the only Quentin Tarantino. Actually, there's 2 of them I haven't seen. I watched one of the 2 Quentin movies I hadn't seen before, which was Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Pretty good actually.
Is it? Didn't see it.
I thought it was pretty good. Only other one I haven't seen is Pulp Fiction.
You've never seen Pulp Fiction? That was one of the weirdest movies I saw when I was growing up. I was like, I can't believe my mom let me watch that when I was so young. I walked away from that movie like this.
This is gonna sound really, really embarrassing and a little weird, but I have this thing where I just automatically dislike old movies.
Me too. I don't enjoy going back and watching them. So now if I missed a movie from I don't know how long ago, I'll tell you that I'll watch it. But I won't. Just don't tell
it's
anyone.
exactly the same thing. The movie's a little too old for me. Like I went into Scarface thinking like from a bad perspective because it's so old, but the movie was good, so I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, so we'll do which one do I want to do? Not enough data for that, so I'll do the quarterly right now. So on the quarterly on Bitcoin, during our little sideways and down market in the summer of 2024, we came all the way down to the 5 EMA. We never actually lost it on a closing basis. And every single time that we hold the 5 EMA on a closing basis on the quarterly, we've just been basically in an upwards market. So we held it, we corrected all the way down to the 9 EMA on a wick, and then closed over the 5. Then we came back down, held it again, closed back over strongly again as with the rejection of the median. But as long as we're holding the 5 EMA and we're holding this candle's close, which is 93,466 on a closing basis, very likely to come back up and test the median again. Right now, the median sits at $118,888, which is quite a bit away from our current all-time highs, about $9,000 away from our current all-time highs. Once we break our all-time highs by $9,000, very likely that 5-day setup that Alex was talking about will play out and will go significantly higher than this $118,000 area. Probably that happens after this next candle closure, which gives us a target of 118,888 by the end of March. Once that does happen, though, these ranges are going to step down, and then what's going to be key is where this median and this 38.2% goes then. Because if the median goes below price action, it gives you a very, very high probability that you're going to test the top 38.2%. $166. What we're waiting to see is how much it goes down after that. Because from here, the 38.2% went from about like $450,000 all the way down to 173. So there's a very high probability it could drop somewhere between 140s and 160s, which would then line up with the target of that 5-day setup. Which I think is that 5-day setup is probably going to be our last hurrah or last run for this bull market or bull cycle. From there, I think we probably put in our cycle top and then sideways for a little bit before the Nagasaki setup or Nagasaki setup starts playing out. And then everyone's thinking, okay, how much lower can it go? Then you get another massive girthy red dildo on that same day. And you're probably going to get every single piece of good news, a little bit of a pump up to a rejection, and then another lower low. If we've seen anything from the 2022 bear market, the 2019, 2020 bear market, any one of those, probably going to end up playing like that. And then we're going to get every single 5-day setup to the downside. And usually whenever those 5-day setups play out to the downside, they play out much quicker than if they were to play out to the upside. You get the entirety of the move happening in like 2 or 3 days, whereas the 5-day setup to the upside will play out over like 2 or 3 weeks. The sphere comes in much faster than greed does. And on the monthly, we're now flipped up on momentum with volatility coming to almost 0% at 4.55%. While we're closed we're over the median. We got 2 days and 9 hours to go before this monthly candle closes. If we do close over the median, volatility is gonna start shifting up from almost 0%. The last time we had volatility expansion from this low of price, we were at about like 53,000, 49,000 before we went up to $109,000, which is more than a 100% move. So if we were to get that, very likely we go up to somewhere around that top 38.2%, which is not even a 100% move from here where we are right now. It's like a 60% move to hitting 163,000. 2-week right now is still kind of contracting on momentum, not really that much though, because it's just trying to flip back up, while volatility has reset from upwards 50-60% downwards to like 29%. So we're waiting to see is if we can get a close over this 38.2%. Right now, that 38.2% is at new all-time highs at about $110,000. If we do get a close over that, that's where likely the actual upward expansion phase starts. And that's where the 5-day setup probably starts firing off, and that takes us towards somewhere around the 61.8. But right now, that level is sitting at $147,000. So if we take that high of about $110,000, and let's do a 30 to 35% move for based off the 5-day setup. 35% brings us almost exactly towards this top 61.8%. Very interesting. On the weekly, we're getting pretty low momentum, getting right towards the edge of that bearish control zone. Likely will break into it, assuming we lose this 38.2%, which is our low of the week right now at $98,091. So if we lose that, then momentum will break into the bearish control zone. If we continue to hold it, though, momentum is likely to bounce in this area, marking another low, major low in this point. But you would see that we made significantly higher lows than we did all the way over here, while momentum went lower. That would give us possible hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. And the way to confirm that divergence is you'd have to close. It's going to be over all-time highs right now, sitting at 109,354. That gives you very high probabilities with the hidden bullish divergence and holding the 38.2% that we go up somewhere between the 38.2 and the 50%. That's between 134 and 143. Bias is towards 143 because of that 5-day setup, which brings us around the 140s. 5-day came back down basically exactly to the median at a T. The low right now is 97,700. And the 5-day median is sitting at 97,671. So less than $100 away from that median, basically tapping that median. Which gives us probabilities as long as you're tapping that median and getting a bounce and closing over the 5 EMA, that we go to the 38.2, which right now is at 111,777. If you go back to our weekly, or was it the monthly? Yeah, the monthly, but that'd be a solid close over that monthly median. It'd be a close over this top 38.2% on the 2-week, and basically every single one of these medium to high term time frames would get the confirmation of a breakout just above this 5-day 38.2%. Also starts expanding to 5-day volatility, and that's where the real fun probably starts towards 78.6, which is at 147,000. And if we just do like a little percentage of a move from our current all-time highs towards that number of 147. What do you know? That's about 35% to the upside, exactly 35. There's lies, damn lies, and probabilities or statistics. Right now, on the 2-day, momentum is fully reset after getting up to the higher 50s, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is at 0%. The confirmation of volatility expansion to the upside is going to be a close over this median at 102,193. That very, very likely sends us up to somewhere around the 78.6%. And that level is sitting at around 127,800. We already have a 2-day setup firing off from about $104,000 right here, where momentum started expanding above the 15%. And if you were to apply the percentage up towards that 127, that's basically the average move from 20 to 25%. If you were to take it to 25%, that takes us to about 130, somewhere between that 127 and 130 number, which if we close over that 102,193. Momentum on the daily is now starting to shift back up, rejecting the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipped down right now, which gives you a probability of hitting the median. That's about 104,791. If you go back to the 2-day, that'd be closing over the median, sending us upwards towards that 127 area, and that would line up perfectly with the 88.3% on the daily. Four-hour is getting a very nice bounce off of this 200 SMA, while the ranges did step up, and we're holding this bottom of the 38.2%, which lines up perfectly with this 100 EMA right now at $101,921, while momentum is trying to shift back up and volatility is trying to shift back up too. If we do lose this 100 EMA and 38.2%, around $101,900, very likely to come back down and retest this 200, which right now is at 98,950, make another higher low and retest these lows, and then shift back up from there, and then we get that move. That's confirmation only if we lose 109,000. As long as we hold that area, though, this is going to hold our next major low, and then we're likely to retest these areas up here around 104 to 105, which would then close us over the 2-day median and activate full send mode. Ding!
Bling! There you go. That's the Chinese version of it, which is better, cheaper, more efficient.
$6 million instead of 500 billion.
That's right. That's right. And we just all found out at the same time. Crazy.
Yeah, we definitely didn't know back when Nancy Pelosi was dumping all of her Nvidia stock.
Yep. No. We all found out at the same time. It was jaw breaking. Like my dick. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. It
I don't know
was
if that's
served
a
on
good
a silver platter.
I don't know if that's a good thing, Stuart.
Being a jawbreaker? I don't think so.
because nobody's going to be willing to engage.
Yeah, I know. Sadly, it's just like a lollipop.
Goddamn.
You know, I found out something a little shocking that most people don't know. That most of these designer brands that make sunglasses all get them from the same factory.
You didn't know this?
No, I didn't know that. I just found out very recently.
Dude, and by the way, that company already sold to someone else. My boy's family used to own that out of Europe, Luxottica or whatever the fuck they're called, or Elliptica. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, like if you order Gucci sunglasses, it's the same company. They just have like a separate design team that designs for Gucci according to whatever their catalog is, for example.
It's absolutely retarded to pay $500, $600 for those glasses. Absolutely retarded.
I'm out of the whole buying nice, fancy, stupid shit, and I've been for a while because of that. Because after a while, when you make products, you realize how much they really cost. Like, to me, phone cases, I can't buy those $30 phone cases. I know they cost $3.
Yeah, absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
If you want to get a good pair of sunglasses, it's going to cost you significantly more, but you can go to Cartier, and those are actually made in a different place.
Yeah, there you go.
But then you're spending $3,000 instead of $700.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
It's more expensive than an Ethereum. On the which is more of a dig on Ethereum though. On the but one very disappointing fact about Ethereum: first time Bitcoin hit $100,000, Ethereum was at 4,000. Second time Bitcoin hit $100,000, Ethereum was around 3,700. The next time Bitcoin hit $100,000, Ethereum was at $3,000. It's
Fucking
an
Ethereum.
absolute disappointment.
It's
And
like the
right now,
knee.
and right now on Bitcoin, we have three drives of hidden bullish divergence, which we don't have on Ethereum, which gives us an absolute ridiculous target number right now of $169,000. Imagine if we hit 169,000 and Ethereum still is not at all-time highs.
That would be insane.
It's giving the exact same like playbook right now to me as XRP in the 2021 cycle, where it fails to break its all-time highs, then it makes an ever so slightly higher low before it absolutely full sends.
And also XRP in that cycle did the all-time high way before, like it's high. It made it way before everybody else did. I believe it was like March.
And Ethereum did the exact same thing, hitting 4,100 back then.
It was literally on March 24th.
Where right now this hidden bullish divergence on Bitcoin is going to be active as long as we're closing above $58,890. I feel like that's probably safe. Like I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say 58,000 is probably safe.
Mm-hmm.
On the monthly, we do on the opposite hand, a little bit of bearish hopium. We do have possible bearish divergence between these two highs because we made a lower high on the RSI, and that divergence will be confirmed if we close below about 91,186. If that happens, I'm going to be on the side of that the bull market is over. We're in a bear market, and we should probably be shorting every single pump that we get, because every single time that we've had bearish divergence or hidden bearish divergence on the monthly, we've had end of cycle every single time. There has not been a single time where we've had bearish divergence and the cycle was not over. And that would give us a minimum target of hitting somewhere around this bullish control zone towards the neutral zone, where every single time we've had the divergence, we've been down to the neutral zone or lower. This number 68? Is going to... No, the 68 is the bullish control zone, which is likely going to break. So this neutral zone is likely to come back up or come up a little bit, but right now the number sits at 37,700. I don't think that's going to happen. What I'm thinking is going to happen based off one, my bias, and two, because my bias is made up off of this is the hash ribbons. I think the next bottom is going to be somewhere around $45,000 to $50,000, because the hash ribbons right now has an 85 to 90% hit rate, and we've only 2 times ever had a closing low below the last major low where we had a buy signal on the hash ribbons. And right now that buy signal sits around $48,000. So it's a 90% chance that we don't get a weekly close below $48,000 ever again. We can get a wick below there, but very unlikely that we get a weekly close below there. So what my bias is currently is that we get maybe a wick down to like 45,000 to 48,000, where that initial breakout happened right around the end of 2023 to early 2024. And then from there, we went to 73. Probably get a retest of that area, retest of that hash ribbons, mark a major low there, and then go sideways for the next couple of weeks, maybe a few months. And then we can start our next upwards trend. And that probably takes us towards somewhere around Georgia numbers, $250,000 to $300,000.
What's the number that basically signals that bearish divergence and validates it?
We'd have to close a monthly below 91,186, and that divergence would be confirmed.
Got it.
That would be the final nail in the coffin on this bull market.
Got it.
Makes sense. What gives you a little bit of bias that probably won't happen is you're starting to get volatility expansion, which the last time you had volatility expansion was during our first Hamas setup in 2023 on the monthly, and then also at the same time the jewel was curving around and giving you a buy signal. Last time the jewel curved around from a sell signal to a buy signal was back in December of 2022 when the bear market ended, whenever we went from 16,000 initially towards $30,000. So we're getting some bullish hopium that kind of tells you that the bearish hopium might not play out. But no matter what these signs say, if the bearish divergence is confirmed, we're probably end of cycle. Because it doesn't take a lot for this jewel to start curving back around again, and then volatility to really start expanding. 2-week also has possible bearish divergence, multiple drives, as long as we're closing above 91,384, very close to that 91.1 number. So if this one confirms, very likely monthly confirms as well, and that would also take me into cycle over. And on top of that, the jewel is giving us just starting edges out of a God mode sell signal. It has not shifted to sell just yet, but if it does, then at the very least we get this. where we got in summer of 2024, and we got a 33% move to the downside. If you were to calculate 33% from here,
From where we at would be
Yeah.
66, right?
yeah, about
There you go.
$66,000, $67,000. That would confirm the bearish divergence on the monthly, and it would basically erase this entire rally and bear market almost certainly. Because if you notice on this move, 33%, we didn't break this consolidation area. This
Yeah.
would erase the entire pump, whereas this did not erase this entire pump. So much more in likely of the favor that the cycle would be over at that point. And you can't say that T word, top, or else everybody's going to come for your jugular.
Like I said, it's too late. I already fucked everything up. So people have come for my jugular, my balls. I even had today was a happy day because even people were coming after Beanie's balls. So we got a vet note saying that he didn't need his balls removed. I swear to God, dude. So today, Belen and I were celebrating like an hour ago because we got the letter for Beanie's balls to be
Awesome.
saved.
Do you think we can do the same with Fibonacci? Just never fix them?
I don't see why not.
Because everybody's telling us, "Oh, you need to fix them. You need to fix them." And I'm like, I don't want to cut off his balls.
And it also depends on, yeah, I mean, Vinny's so old, like Vinny's old. He's 6 and he's super low energy. Like he'll jump up and down like in the morning and then in another, but he sleeps 20 hours a day. So if I cut off his balls, it's going to be terrible. And I also think it's the same for all animals. Yeah, it might help with behavior problems, but it's ridiculous to think because everybody is like, chop him off, he's going to get cancer. So all animals on their balls get cancer, but not us.
It sounds kind of ridiculous.
It is fucking ridiculous. So you can keep taking it to the vet.
Plus, Fibonacci has he's an indoor cat. So what cat is he going to make kittens with?
No one. And yeah, same thing with Vinny. He's not fucking anyone.
I'm sorry, Vinny. And Fibonacci's got the zoomies a little bit though, so I don't know if he needs that exactly.
Yeah.
He's very young, 7 months. Weekly, no
My boy.
diversions. But on the weekly, we did get basically complete volatility contraction. Now we're below 15%. We're at 12%. So once we get this expansion confirmed, this is going to be a pretty large move. The last time we had a setup like this was back when we were at about $58,800 and we went up to $108,000. We're getting another weekly setup like that. I don't have the weekly statistics to give you, so I would just be bullshitting if I give them to you. But at the very least, you would get a 30 to 35% move because that's what the 5-day gives you, but likely more than that because it's a higher time frame. So if we were to apply that 30 to 35% from 109,000 from here, gives us about 147, likely more because it's a weekly and not a 5-day. That take us into the 150s.
Why do you think it would fire up to the upside?
Because
You have
momentum, the pivot right now is to the upside.
Got it. Okay.
On the 5-day, we got that Hamas setup still brewing. Now we're above the moving average, getting the first signs of volatility expansion. The setup will be confirmed once volatility is over 15%. Once we're over 15%, then we have a 30 to 35, 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move in the direction of momentum. Right now, the jewel is also starting to curve back around too. Right at the edge of the bullish control zone, getting a rejection of getting out of the bullish control zone likely takes us up to the critical zone, and that usually comes with a pretty nice sized move. Because whenever we went into the critical zone the time on the jewel, this is right before you went up about 56%. And interestingly enough, 56% from here, wherever we go back into the bullish control zone, takes us to right under $160,000. You would still need to take out a loan to buy a Lucid Air Sapphire. 3-month has confirmed hidden bullish divergence as long as we're closing over $97,700, which is also the stop loss on our Academy long. Always grinds my gears whenever we get the slightest move to the downside and everyone's tagging me on Discord asking if it's been stopped out and we didn't even touch the stop loss yet. Like, buddies, you got to learn how to do something yourselves.
Didn't even
put it automatic.
100K people are worrying.
Yeah.
But as long as we're over 97,700, we're all good in the hidden bullish divergence on the 3 days is going to continue to send us higher. We have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence as long as we're above 97,700. The confirmation for expansion from here is going to be a 3-day close over about 107,114. That likely sends us up towards the bullish control zone and then the critical zone. Right now, the bullish control zone is at $111,000, which you remember that's our top 38.2% on the HPDR. And then the critical zone sits right under our 3-month hidden bullish divergence target at 163,000. Quite a high number, which should also be statistically along with the weekly setup firing off to the upside. 2-day also has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence as long as we're closing above that same number, 97,700, which would then take us up towards expansion confirmation would be over 103,773, taking us up towards the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $137,500. That's the target of the 5-day, right around the 5-day, 30 to 35% move to the upside. Daily, nothing. 4 hours now basically reset on volatility. We're at 16%, just about to give us a setup below 15%. And we have a drive hidden bearish divergence confirmed, which is going to be confirmed as long as we're closing below 102,975. Confirmation for another move to the downside on the divergence would be closed below 100,258, basically losing $100,000. That would take us down to the neutral zone, which right now is sitting at 98,761. If we lose that area, though, that would also be another retest of this 200 SMA. If we lose that area, that would be a loss of the 200 SMA. That brings us down to the bearish control zone, and that'd be right around $94,000, sweeping all of these lows, still making a higher low from this low here. That would be maximum fear in the market, and this is very, very likely going to be our next macro low if this one isn't already. Ding. Uh-oh. All right, so quarterly momentum is still going to be pointed. This is for the last. Go to the 6-month. 6-month momentum volatility expanding from the lowest level it's ever been. We're going to be pointed to the upside, and we're going to enter the critical zone for the first time ever in Bitcoin's history in the 6-month, as long as we're closing above $30,100. Quite the drop. Quick correction to $30,000 or zero, and then up only. Would it not be funny if Trump were to sign a series of executive orders, one of them that says that the United States will from now on ban all Bitcoin transactions, and the CIA and FBI will work together to basically track down anyone and arrest them if they do a Bitcoin transaction, nuking it to $30,000, and then immediately afterwards signs an executive order reversing that last one, filling his bags.
Father, fill my bits.
Filling the bags of the orders of the strategic reserve. On the quarterly, we're also getting volatility expansion from the lowest level we've ever had in Bitcoin history, breaking into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $60,600. Monthly is getting just about to get volatility expansion, just at the moving average, very, very slightly below it. The last time we've gotten volatility expansion on the monthly was our Hamas setup of 2023. And right now, monthly momentum is pointed to the upside, right at the edge of the critical zone, as long as we're closing above $90,650. 2-week is starting to contract right now off of this little sideways move, if you can even call it sideways, because we broke all-time highs, but we didn't close above them. And momentum is flipping down, about to test the edge of the critical zone, as long as we're below $106,000. And what's likely to happen is once we get down towards the edge of the critical zone, this momentum pivot is going to drop significantly. And if we see it drop below price action, that's going to give us the confirmation we need that we're likely going to go up and to the right from there. Weekly has already flipped back, completely reset on volatility at 12%. What makes it more likely that this weekly setup is going to fire to the upside is that we're currently bouncing right at the edge of the critical zone on momentum, and weekly momentum is pointed to the upside as long as we're closing above $97,300, which is right around our current lows right now of $97,700. And 97.3 is also the stop loss on that Academy long. There goes that 5-day setup. just above that moving average, not quite confirmed volatility expansion on the setup just yet. We're starting to curve back around on momentum right at the edge of the bullish control zone. Momentum is currently going to flip down if we close below 103,750. If this does happen and volatility expands, then probabilities are volatility is going to expand to the downside. But even if this pivot does turn down, it's not a death blow until this volatility starts expanding above 15%. What we want to see is if this volatility expands above 15%, whichever direction this momentum is in at that point. Then if it's to the downside, that's quite scary and also very high probabilities that the cycle is over. That's going to bring us down to the 60s, erasing this entire move to the upside, confirming our bearish divergences, and time to pack it up and send it to Hades. And we'll see you guys again in 4 years.
Going to Haiti?
Hades.
They're eating dogs. They're eating the cats. They're
They're
eating
eating
the
the
pets.
dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating all the pets. They're eating the ducks in the park. 2 days also getting volatility contraction while rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below basically $104,000. Daily is fully reset on volatility at 2.38%, just about to get down to 0%. We're pointed down on momentum as long as we're below 106,550, starting not to look so good. 4 hours, just about a fully reset. We're at 16%, just at that line. From here, we can dip below, and then the setup likely fires off. In the next 4 hours, probably I'd give it 24 hours max before the setup fires off. And right now, momentum is going to start flipping up, making its way into the bullish control zone as long as we're closing above $101,450, $101,500. But we're just barely above right now, like a ball sack here above that. 2 hour, however, go a little bit lower, is starting to contract on volatility while we're rejecting the bullish control zone, and we're going to be pointed down below 102,250. Now it's starting to shift in favor of the bears, where momentum volatility is starting to expand even on the lower time frames, like the very low ones, degenerate time frames of the 1 hour. Although we've seen 3 minute on here before, so it's not as degenerate. It's going to expand with momentum pointed to the downside below 102,800. Let's get a little bit more degenerate. 30 minute is starting to expand with momentum pointed up as long as we're below 100, above 101,655, 101,700. But since all of the other ones, like the hour and the 4 hour, are pointed down with volatility expansion, it makes it likely that this is just going to make a lower high somewhere around this 102,755 before coming back down and making another retest of these lows somewhere around like $100,000. Probably make another higher low there and then continue back up. But as of right now, the lowest time frames are giving an idea of a correction. So all the way up, like the 6-month pivot, just like XRP, is absolutely laughable, sitting at $30,000. Pretty likely that continues to the upside. The quarterly pivot is sitting at $60,000. The monthly pivot is at $90,000. All very likely that we continue back to the upside. We're getting setups about to fire off with bullish divergences on the weekly and the 2-week, with a possible bearish divergence, which will be confirmed on a close below 91,186. That happens, then cycle's very likely over. We're going to be in a bear market, but until that happens, the trend is still to the upside. Still looking like we're going to hit that hidden bullish divergence target, which as of right now is sitting at 163,000. Weekly momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $97,250. But on the lower time frames, momentum is to the downside with volatility expansion, making it kind of likely that we retest that 102,500 area. If we close over it, momentum will shift back up, and then the 2-day setup will continue to fire off towards that $120,000 to $130,000 area. Only if we close over that 102,500 on a 4 hour. If we don't, then we're likely to continue that volatility expansion on the 4 hour and the 2 hour to the downside. Likely hit somewhere between 98,000 and 100, which then would mark our next major low. It would still, the Academy setup would still be valid above 97,300 and then be likely full send from there. But as of right now, my bias is kind of that the current lows of 97.7 will hold. and that we should continue on the 2-day setup, which will then bleed into the 5-day setup, sending us somewhere between 130 and high 140s, as long as we're holding 97,300 on a daily closing basis.
Sounds great, George. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Thank
No
you.
problem. I'm George. We're all George.
We're all motherfucking George, and we're all drinking some delicious whiskey. That's all day. All
We
night.
only drink the Hennessy, Hennessy, nothing else.
By the way, I don't know why when I do the George voice now, I do the Trump. I do basically, it's like, let me imitate my wife. All right, you better get your clothes ready because we're gonna go with my friends. They don't like you. They never have. No, like now everyone to me is Trump. So sadly, that's what's going on in my life. Not a lot, but hey, here we go. Thank you, sir.
Hey, these women will force you to organize your life. Now I have to actually unpack my suitcases, which I haven't unpacked in the last 5 months.
Oh, yeah. Actually, so Belen taught me basically that, and I never knew why it was. Every time we would come back from a trip, she would instantly, like, even if you're coming back after a 20-hour flight, she would get home, unpack all the shit, take it out, put it on the closet. And I was like, are you fucking insane? She's like, no, I just want to get it done now. And now I'm that guy. Every time I travel anywhere, I put like all my shit out when I come back home. Like, I can't believe it. And one day I was talking to her dad, and her daddy's like, oh, you always have to do that. I was like, so you're the one who created the virus, and now we're all contained by it.
Whenever I go on a trip, I need some clothes. I just take that out of my suitcase.
No.
You gotta give me some credit. I only now just started making my bed, because I used to think that I'm just gonna get back into it again. Why should I waste the effort?
Oh no, it's good. Yeah,
But-
I also
but
do
then-
that.
Then I got a couple times of the old girlfriend saying, "Oh, I don't like how your bed is not made." So now I start to make it.
Yeah, we basically are gigantic pussies that pretend to be really cool. So there you have it, ladies. Thank you, sir. Oh, by the way, we're going with Rivian and Ethereum.
Nice. Which one should I do?
We'll do ETH.
I got
Review
Rivian.
Rivian.
Down only. All right, that's it.
It's over.
That's it. You're done. What a great analysis. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Thank you. Ok, vamos a analizar Bitcoin. La moneda que todo el mundo ama es la moneda digital del Bitcoin. Ok, estamos cotizando en $101,000 en este momento con 800 en spot. Vámonos a la trimestral. Es más, vamos a empezar en la de 6 meses rápidamente para todos ustedes que nos han estado siguiendo. Vean esto. Oh, by the way, these are 6-month candles. Is that
Quite
right?
bullish.
Wow.
I mean, at some point, this has to end, right?
Yeah, it just comes back, gets a little backfill, and then just goes straight up.
Holy fuck.
So what, we've only ever had 5 green 6-month candles in the history of Bitcoin?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You had a red one right here.
And now we're on the 5th one.
Interesting.
Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So gives a high probability that the cycle top comes in by the end of June.
Yeah. I would say so.
All right, so everyone, the translation is go balls to the walls, maximum leverage, and then sell in June.
There you go. By the way, that's what they're doing at the on the Discord.
Yeah, that is financial advice, by the way.
Yeah, that's that dude that put he made like a 100x long on Sol, like 100x on Solana. That's crazy.
Yeah,
for everyone.
I aspire to have the level of balls that man has.
Yeah, I know. Fucking degenerate. Good for you. All righty. Interesting. EMA 9 coincides with my beautiful line. It's one of the most beautiful lines I've ever written. Okay.
Almost as beautiful as my hairline.
I just keep getting fucking distracted. Jesus Christ. Not as beautiful. My hairline, my receding hairline keeps running away from me and from you guys. So there you go. Towards the back of my head.
Come on down to Mexico for a transplant.
I know. I have a few friends that have done it. I don't know. I don't know if I will. I don't know if I care. I always wear a hat. So here you go. Ok. Lo primero que queremos ver en esta gráfica de Bitcoin Es algo interesante. Estás viendo velas que son de 6 meses cada una. Obviamente esta vela acaba de comenzar, le faltan 5 meses y 2 días para cerrar. Pero en toda la historia de esta tabla hemos tenido 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 velas verdes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roja. Luego tuvimos 1, 2, 3, 4 roja. Luego tuvimos 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 velas verdes, lo que nos dice que tenemos una alta probabilidad de terminar el ciclo cuando esta vela cierre o con esta vela. Así que eso es interesante. Pero hablando de técnicas, de las tecnicalidades de lo que estamos viendo, estamos creando, como siempre, es lo primero que tenemos que checar, temporalidades altas, nuevos altos, más altos y rompiendo bajos más altos también. Lo podemos ver en toda la tabla. Esto es alcista, como lo quieras ver, en toda forma. Lo único que estamos viendo y notando es que nunca había tenido tantos meses consecutivos en verde en este tipo de temporalidad. También estamos viendo que nuestra volatilidad está contrayendo en la de 6 meses. Nada de qué escribirle a nadie, así que vamos a saltarnos a la de 3 meses. 3 meses un poco de lo mismo, ya lo vieron todos los nuevos bajos más altos y altos más altos. Estamos en una tendencia alcista. Por ejemplo, para la gente que no sepa, ¿cómo invalidas esta tendencia alcista? La primera invalidación grande sería en 89,269. ¿Por qué? Porque crearías un bajo más bajo acá en esta vela. Eso es si esta vela hubiera cerrado así. Pero tu siguiente invalidación está hasta aquí abajo en los 58,000. Entonces, a este punto, no, es más, la pondré yo acá en 73,000. ¿Por qué? Porque una vez que rompes altos de antes, eso normalmente te demuestra que rompiste estructura, aunque te quieres llevar los bajos más bajos. La cosa es, este es un rango bastante grande y no le quieres jugar al Berta, ¿no? Entonces no te vas a meter en un trade en esto. Estamos viendo que hemos tenido un máximo histórico en $109,000, estamos cotizando en 101,961, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, por encima del promedio del 21 y están bastante separados, lo que nos dice bien, todo se ve bastante bien de acuerdo al plan. Vamos a ver en nuestra volatilidad lo que estamos viendo. Continúa esta expansión de volatilidad del punto más bajo de toda la tabla trimestral. Esto es bastante bueno, expandió acá y hemos visto básicamente solo subidas desde entonces. Eso quiere decir que volatilidad y además tendencia y momentum están a la alza en esta temporalidad. Para invalidar esta estructura, tendrías que irte literalmente hasta esta zona, a la zona de los 58. No, 58 y te quieres poner payaso, 49. Abajo de 49 esto se acabó por completo, pero está muy lejos eso para decirte eso. El primer paso a ver son los 88. Mensual, aquí ya te la pone más clara. Tu invalidación está en 89,058 a la baja. ¿A qué me refiero con eso? Que si ves que empieza a bajar y cerrar por abajo de eso, esta temporalidad tiene un pivote en los $60,000. Eso quiere decir que esta es la mensual, por cierto, cada una de estas velas es una vela mensual. Vemos que la estructura sigue completamente intacta, creando altos más altos, bajos más altos, divino, y sigue dentro del rango. Una vez que rompamos la línea meme amarilla en los 89,000 para abajo, podríamos empezar a decir que, uno, hay una divergencia bajista escondida acá, lo que daría a continuación. Si es que llegamos a cerrar esta vela mensual, ahora mensual, y todavía faltan 2 días y 8 horas, que no es nada en cripto, 2 días y 8 horas, bueno, es una eternidad, pero también es relativamente nada. Nos va a decir qué exactamente va a pasar. Un cierre bajo 89,000 sería fin de este ciclo o mínimo del subidongo y podríamos entrar en este tipo de periodo, pero por ahora simplemente poner esa nota. Ok, con eso dicho y hecho en la mensual, también vemos que volatilidad está a punto de darnos un setup, está a punto de cruzar por encima del promedio, está a nada, está a 0.25%, lo pueden ver acá, 0.20%. Lo pueden ver acá para cruzar, así que vamos a estar pendientes a ver a dónde empuja el precio esa volatilidad. Poniendo el HPDR rápido para poder enseñarles objetivos. Un segundillo. Podemos ver que estamos justamente rebotando en la media de la zona azul. Rebotando en la media de la zona azul, deberíamos de ir a buscar un viaje gratuito a los $112,000, simplemente teniendo un cierre en los 102.31. Eso nos daría primer objetivo los 112. No voy a hablar de objetivos aquí a la alza, como todo el mundo lo hace. En los 140, eso es un poco irrelevante. Vamos uno por uno. Deberíamos de ir a la parte de la zona alta azul y faltan 2 días, 6 horas para cerrar esta vela. Siempre y cuando no perdamos y también la media coincide con $89,000, una vez más confluencia a lo que estamos diciendo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas nos cuenta un poco la misma historia. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 justamente en los 91,617. No quieres perder eso. Estamos justamente en la parte de arriba de la zona azul, entre el 38.2 y el 50%. De cerrar de esta forma, deberíamos en 4 días y 8 horas, deberíamos de tranquilamente empujar a los 104,000 como siguiente objetivo. De ahí al 68.1%, 111,000, que también coincide con con nuestro objetivo en la mensual, en la parte alta de la zona azul, me parece. Y habíamos dicho, volatilidad está contrayendo en la de 2 semanas. Habíamos tenido el setup de jamás y ahora vamos contrayendo. Así que vamos a esperar a ver qué pasa en este gráfico. Semanal podemos ver que ya se dio toda la contracción de volatilidad, estamos por debajo del 15% y ahora va a ser cosa de que se voltee y comience a expandir, pero también falta que el promedio llegue. Una vez que veamos esto, aquí va a tener un setup potente una vez más Bitcoin, y estos setups, recuerden, la última vez que nos lo dio, pueden ver el madrazo a la alza que dio. Entonces, y obviamente puede ser a la baja también, ¿no? Aquí lo va a medir con ojo de cubero, o sea, un mínimo 60% que te puedes llevar en algo así, pero también se puede dar a la baja. Pongamos atención. Por ahora no pensamos que ese vaya a ser el caso. Y de nuevo, tu punto crítico e importante está justamente en los $90,000, que es la zona del 61.8%. Acá no queremos perder eso y tampoco barrer este mínimo en los 89, porque eso nos llevaría mucho más abajo. Por ahora, poder cerrar este gráfico semanal por encima de $99,000 es lo que estamos buscando. Eso nos daría probabilidad de ir a la media, que está justamente en 111,404, que también coincide con la zona azul, la parte alta de la zona azul en la mensual, y también coincide con la parte del 50, la parte alta, no, ahora sí que la parte del 50% en la de 2 semanas. Cabrón, ¿y qué memoria tienes, Alejandro? Sí, gracias, Alejandro. Ok, ahora, en la de 5 días estamos rebotando justamente en la media e intentando ir a la parte alta de la zona azul. El poder aguantar la media que se encuentra en $97,000, que es lo que nosotros pensamos es el más bajo que podría llegar en estos momentos. Por eso, toda la gente que está en el long de Elite Trading Academy en este momento, que entró por esa zona, sentimos que está bastante bien protegida, pero de nuevo, hoy es un día completamente de fuckery. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa. Pero de poder tener este cierre en 1 día y 8 horas por encima de los 97, vamos a ir tranquilamente a los 108,000 y de ahí hay una buena posibilidad de irnos por ahí de los 112,000, lo que también da confluencia a nuestros siguientes objetivos. Ahora, en la de 5 días, tienes ya 2 periodos de nula volatilidad. La volatilidad comienza a expandir por acá. Así que vamos a estar al pendiente, está solamente en 6.75%. Una vez que pase el 15%, vamos a ver para dónde está expandiendo el precio de Bitcoin. De Bitcoin, les va a encantar ese Bitcoin, es muy bueno. Le encanta a mis hijos, juegan todo el día con su Bitcoin. En la de 2 días, estamos justamente por encima de la media está en 101,677. Falta 1 día y 8 horas para cerrar. Si podemos cerrar esto por encima de la media en ese tiempo, vamos a tener un viaje gratuito al 38%, la parte alta de la zona azul, que está justamente en $107,000. De ahí podemos platicar objetivos más arriba, pero es donde nos vamos a enfocar. De perder la zona de los 101,677, muy probablemente vayamos a la parte baja de la zona azul, y la parte baja de la zona azul está en los 97,145 una vez más, para dar aún más confluencia a todo lo que estamos diciendo. Puedes ver que la volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, está contrayendo. Vamos a la de harina, a la diaria. En la diaria también tenemos nuestra volatilidad contrayendo al punto más bajo una vez más. Estamos justamente acá en 2%. Y es uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla en volatilidad de hace un rato. ¿Eso qué nos dice? Que se prepara un setup, está a punto de llegar, sea Hamas o Nagasaki, cualquiera de los dos. ¿Qué es lo que queremos hacer? Esta tabla cierra en 7 horas y 18 minutos. Queremos cerrar por encima del 101,543. Cerrando por encima del 101,543, vamos a tener mínimo la oportunidad de ir a visitar la media en los 104,500, y si podemos romper esa media a la alza, los 108,000 vuelven a salir, 108,000, 111,000, y además tienes acá justamente el 61%, el 50%, lo que lo valida una vez más, da más confluencia a sus objetivos. Pero al igual que el 97 sigue apareciendo, por lo que ese podría ser el rango clave de estos movimientos. En temporalidades más degeneradas, como la de 4 horas, empezamos a vernos algo bajistas, lo que nos dice que estamos ante una corrección. Queremos definitivamente aguantar la zona azul, pero de perder la zona azul, vamos a darnos una vuelta muy probablemente donde está nuestro SMA 200, que es la zona del 78,6% en $99,000. Aún así, eso sigue manteniendo nuestro long abierto y tranquilo. Tenemos un cruce plateado justamente acá en el gráfico y estamos retesteando esta zona. Atentos acá, atentos, atentos. En la temporalidad superdegenerada de 1 hora, estamos a punto de cruzar nuestra volatilidad, expandir por encima del promedio. Vamos a mantener un ojo por acá y podemos ver que estamos aguantando la zona azul. Queremos aguantar los 101,900, que es más o menos un poco de la misma confluencia que hemos visto en todos lados, para poder cerrar esta vela en 16 minutos y 41, en 16 minutos y 37 segundos. Poder aguantar esta zona. Si llegamos a perder esta zona, vamos a probablemente darnos un viaje justamente acá a los 101,475. Un poco de todo lo que estamos viendo básicamente es esto. Les quiero poner esto sencillo. Vamos a ponerlo en la diaria primero y luego la semanal. ¿Qué les parece? Vamos a eliminar volatilidad y podemos ver. Nuestra zona crítica son estos bajos. No queremos perder la zona de los $89,000. Definitivamente, perdiendo todo, perdiendo estos bajos, estos mínimos, abres la posibilidad de ir a buscar estos mínimos en 67. No hay nada más que aire hasta ahí, entre 73 y 67. Entonces, estructura alcista continúa y además con la divergencia bajista que puede darse, es abajo de $90,000 en la mensual. Faltan 2 días para cerrar esa vela. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tienes que saber? 1, aguantar 89 si somos alcistas. Quieres perder los 89 si eres bajista. 2, quieres confirmar en este punto, trepando el promedio del 9 en los 102,460, y quieres ir a buscar un nuevo alto histórico, porque estás haciendo un alto más bajo después de este y un bajo más bajo que este. Entonces, ahora lo que te gustaría ver es poder ver un nuevo alto más alto acá en los 107,000. Este es un punto crítico para el precio. Si puedes romper los 107,000, se va a empezar a ver bastante bien y bastante alcista esto. Lo único que tienes que saber es básicamente eso. Si puedes aguantar cierres en 104,000, vas a tener buena posibilidad de ir a buscar esos 112,000. Si empiezas a ver que comienzas a perder niveles y aguanta el 99, el 100, nada de qué preocuparse, simplemente una oportunidad más de entrada o agregar a tu posición. Por debajo del 97, la cosa empieza a pintar bastante mal. Ahí está el promedio del 55. Si pierdes el 55, que está en los 97, vas probablemente a buscar el de los 100. El promedio de los 100 está en $91,932. Si llegara a no aguantar por alguna razón, hay gran probabilidad de perderlo por acá. Pero por ahora no tienes nada que preocuparte. Estás bien parado en este momento. Estás creando estructura alcista, aunque no es tan claro a dónde va el movimiento. Lo veremos en creo que la de 5 o 3 días. 3 días. Es la que mejor cuenta la historia. Simplemente queremos barrer este máximo, queremos que este mínimo sea el nuevo mínimo más alto y ahora ir a buscar un nuevo alto más alto por ahí de los 111, 112 como lo habíamos visto. Aguantar el promedio de los 9 en los 101,408. No perder nuestro 21. Es esencial también en esta temporalidad. $97,400. Esto es lo que es Bitcoin. Se ve bastante bien, honestamente. No creo que estemos tan perdidos todavía. Está bastante sencillo poder seguirlo. Y pues cualquier cosa, aquí andamos en Elite Trading Academy. Que por cierto, quieren caer al Discord, está el enlace aquí abajo para todos ustedes, para todos los que tengan curiosidad de entrar, es completamente gratis. Pueden ver el análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, pueden platicar con toda la comunidad por acá. ¿Qué es lo que ponen? Well, mystery solved. Ok. También tenemos P&L cards, tenemos testimoniales. Si quieren dejar sus testimoniales, lo apreciaríamos brutalmente. Preguntas, noticias, ven a decir hola, etcétera. Aquí estamos. También tenemos el famoso criptolingo. ¿Dónde está el criptolingo? Ya estoy como viejito. Aquí está. Por si se preguntan varios términos de los que hablamos, aquí están en inglés y en español para todos ustedes, para poder traducir esto de la mejor manera y hacerlo lo más fácil para todos ustedes. Pero aquí lo tienen. Solamente tienes que darle clic al enlace abajo y eso te lleva a Elite Trading Academy. Ninguno de nosotros te va a mandar un mensaje pidiéndote dinero jamás. Si quieren comprar un servicio, los servicios están en nuestro sitio web. Aquí están, básicamente en el Elite Trading Academy. Aquí están abajo, tienes el curso que dura 1 hora 40 minutos. Con esto acabando puedes entender todo lo que platicamos acá en las sesiones. Tenemos las sesiones en vivo que también tienen acceso a la librería, a las clases pasadas y a las clases que hacemos exclusivamente para ustedes una vez cada 2 semanas. También tienes las alertas de trading como para entrar al long en el que estamos y tienes el paquete Elite para todos ustedes, los que se pregunten, güey, ¿cómo compro eso? Y para los que se preguntan cómo tradear con nosotros en Bluffing, tutos, cómo tradear en Bluffing y también cómo leer una alerta. Las alertas son en español y en inglés también. Todo está en español y en inglés. Cómo tradear en Bluffing. Solamente le picas para leer más y ahí te abre estas cosas para que puedas hacer todo ahí. Y esto es gratis, absolutamente gratis. Cualquiera lo puede ver para meterse a tradear con nosotros. All righty, Alex, what are we looking at? Ethereum. Look at us.
You know, Ethereum might not be enough to buy you a Lucid Air Sapphire, but what it can get you right now, it can get you a 1-year lease on an Audi e-tron GT. They're trying to get rid of those things.
For $3,000, that's the whole year?
It's about like $4,700 to $6,000
a year.
If you pay that all down, you get the car for a year. Cheap as fuck.
Damn, dude, Alex, those cars were 120 grand, and like 9 months later, they were like 40 something grand.
Wow.
That's what happens when you make an electric car that you can't fit things into because it's small. And also that has a 200-mile range on the best day possible.
Hell of a car for $5,000 though.
Yeah,
I know. And he looks great. Yeah. I'm going to go
it's
get it.
It's basically a Taycan.
Yeah,
basically. I think it's gorgeous.
Very much like that car. Ethereum depreciates only. So let's look at ETH. I mean, ETH is not looking the best. So we're kind of like now at the monthly last stand here. We're at the monthly 9. We on this monthly had a nice drop down all the way to the support line at 2,940. We're talking about this being, kind of the bottom of support here. This is the top of support at 3,200. These gray lines are just meme lines that I've just shown to represent this channel that we've been in for ETH. We can see we almost had the breakout in December, rejected, retested, came down, and now we're at the bottom of support. Ideally, we hold this monthly 9. That way, then bulls can hold support and just consolidate around here. Why I'm not in the camp of that seems likely is just the fact that if we shift gears to the weekly now, we really start looking at the weekly. To me, the weekly is in a nice downtrend. We have consistent lower highs with lower lows, and it's going to be the objective for bulls to actually, break out of this downtrend and really bust out from here. Can see now on the weekly too, just like where the monthly is at, we're at the weekly EMA 34. So if this doesn't hold, it's going to really increase the chances of us coming all the way back down to 3,940. And then at that point, you're really going to need bulls to step in, or we're going to run the risk of us dumping all the way back down to that $2,700 level, which is right around the bottom of the channel that I've had drawn here for like a year now. But also that EMA 100 on the weekly. That weekly EMA 100 is where we got massive chop bouncing from the EMA 100 to the SMA 200 before ultimately finding some kind of bottom before going up. So that would be the next target if, assuming bulls don't get that close above 3,100 within, the next 4 days. It's a pretty important close for Ethereum. I've always been on the camp though that ETH right now is something that, is everyone's trying to get bullish on it. Everyone wants it to get bullish. I even tried to get bullish when Bitcoin dominance was at resistance here the other day, hoping that we would at least get some kind of rejection leading to some kind of ETH BTC bounce. But as you guys can see now, going to the daily real fast, you can just see we're just in the midst of another breakdown. We've essentially been trying to hold, not breaking January 19th low. We've been solidly trying to move up, but we can see that simply the daily 9 has just been solidly rejecting ETH since we lost it back in January 6th. This whole way down, had you just shorted blindly that daily EMA 9 and closed the app, you would have been in profit. So now what we see is we're now dumping. We're about to test the bottom of January 19th low. As a bull, you're really going to not want this to break, or this is just going to be another lower low breakdown. And I'm still in the camp, especially with ETH going into this month. Basically December, we had a major breakdown from the 366 level. Remember, we were talking about this on ETH BTC. This zone was super important for Ethereum to hold. We saw we had a very nice bounce, beautiful reclaim of 366. But then going into December, we had a terrible SFP. Now into January, we've rallied back up, and now we're rejecting pretty harshly the 366 level. I've talked about this zone being pretty big for Ethereum versus Bitcoin. If we don't get back above 366, generally speaking, that's often when ETH dollar pair goes down, where certain altcoins don't do as well. And that's why we've literally been seeing that scenario where alts are just kind of bleeding out, especially those degenerate alts like Trump coin. Just like the more decentralized altcoins, Ethereum going down while Bitcoin's at $102,000, really hasn't done anything. So it's kind of in real time an example of why, once we lost that 366, I've kind of just been like, we shouldn't be touching alts or even looking at any kind of altcoin alt season scenario as long as we're under here. Why? Because every single time we've lost this zone on a monthly, it's always resulted in a very aggressive dump all the way back down to like that 229 level. That 229 level is pretty important for ETH BTC. You can see we really started to form that level around 2016. Since forming that, we've just been holding that as support, nice bounces. And when we lose that, it often is just when we really aggressively dump. On that monthly, once we lost it, that led to a 32% breakdown from that support zone being lost. You can see here, there's only been a few times where we've really fallen below that. Generally speaking, you often do get some kind of reactions there. For me now, that is the next target still. And we talked about this being the next target and it being aggressive, like a very big range, but that is just what you deal with altcoins. ETH is no different than an altcoin. And so now even looking now on the HBDR, you can see, we're now about to hit the 88.3%. I've talked about that zone being a logical place for some kind of reaction. That's around 2888. But for me now, I personally don't think we're going to stop there. I think we could easily see some kind of reaction, but ultimately the 223 level is going to be where I do think ETH is going to find some kind of major, ETH BTC is going to find some kind of major bottom, which ideally will correlate nicely with some kind of major bottom being found or formed on ETH USD, because ETH really hasn't been doing anything while Bitcoin is above 100K, which is pretty disappointing because, you would think that Bitcoin being above 100,000, Ethereum alone would be at 4,000, but it's now holding barely on to 3,000 while ETH BTC is just nuking, telling us that this is truly a Bitcoin-driven rally. You can see here, this dump really started to move when we lost that 38.2%. That was back in August. We were holding it as support. We really lost it, and then that's when we really got the breakdown from that. That's why we often mention when we test this, the bottom of 38.2% or the top of it, especially on a monthly, it's always a big point on the chart because it's often where you get the big breakdowns or breakouts. And unfortunately, this broke down while also giving us a monthly volatility setup. So this monthly volatility setup really started to fire off when we actually started to close below the 38.2%. You can see we've just been steadily expanding on volatility while price is still going down. It's just not a good sign. Also, the monthly has solidly been in a downtrend this entire time. We've just been consistently making lower highs and lower lows. And unfortunately for ETH, BTC, what we had in November was basically the next lower high before leading to that lower low break. Remember, we talked about that scenario here where we just wanted this area to hold, and the objective for bulls was to actually break that wick high and get back above that zone. You can see we just solidly did not do that. And then once we ultimately broke the last low here in December, that is just now where we're starting to catch resistance and go more down. So ETH BTC looks nothing more than just it, again, continuing to move down and slowly but surely approach that 95% zone, which is right around that 2.2315 level. So if ETH BTC is not doing good, then ETH USD is going to be more rocky, especially with price action, right? You're going to have Bitcoin almost up 1%, but ETH is literally barely up right now. It's maybe up $4 on the day green. And so now what we really want to start seeing on ETH going to the daily is we really actually want to start seeing this low hold that we had 3 days ago. Ideally, now this low is going to hold. We're going to get the nice reaction off the daily SMA 200. It's been a big spot for ETH, especially when we essentially reclaimed it. Every time we go back around that SMA 200 on the daily, just leads to nice bounces. So ideally now we're going to just need to see this low hold at 3020. That is right around where the stop loss is on ETH. It's funny because I gave out this ETH long. I was hoping that ETH BTC was going to come down and ETH was actually going to put in a nice move. And granted, it did put in a nice move from the entry at 3070. We did move up nicely over $100, but you can just still see even on the 4 hour, the lower high caught us right where it was made at the EMA 9 on the 4 hour. Now we're rolling over. We're losing that 3,100 support zone. And once we start breaking this low here at 3,020, I do believe that ETH's going to come aggressively down to 2,940. That could come today with FOMC. But for now, we're still holding. We're not breaking the last previous low. I'm still long, or the Academy is still long. I got stopped out with the Discord because we had put our stop loss break even at this point. It came down, stopped me out. But the stop loss is right at 3,020. The idea is Bitcoin has put in some major low here. And now this ideally low on ETH will hold and we can slowly move up. For me now, I want Ethereum today to just hold above 3,100. You can see we're putting in a pretty nasty rejection candle already. So this tells me that we really have to start seeing bulls put in the work now today to get back above 3,100. We're going to run the risk of this just being a massive bearish retest before ultimately going back down to that 2,945 level. So it's a pretty big day for Ethereum. We're in the midst of a breakdown. There's really not much hopium here, considering now we're even rejecting that 3,100 level. And if we shift gears to the HBDR, you can even see just where that median is. That median's coming right around where that daily EMA 100 is on ETH. That $3,270 level is going to be really important for Ethereum. Whenever we break above that and hold it, that's often what we need to actually break out towards that $4,000 number. When we're below it, though, and we're kind of rejecting it, generally speaking, it's just not a good time for Ethereum, and Ethereum does end up going back to that support zone at 2,949. So that's why for me, it's really going to be important for bulls here to actually get the bounce to 50%, not break 3,020, and actually close back above, ideally the 38.2% on the daily, which is right at 3,112. So I can kind of give everyone a range right now. 3,100 to 3,112 is it's going to be the area that bulls are going to want to get to work. But until then, this is still looking corrective. It's looking like that SMA 200 wants to get tapped. And if that happens, it's going to stop out the Academy ETH long. And then at that point, if we start really losing that SMA 200, it's going to really start looking like ETH isn't going to hold this support zone. And then we're really going to have to start looking at us possibly retesting this channel again. And
is
from current price
expanding?
action, yeah, on the daily it is. And so from current price right now, it's a 14% move while the daily is expanding with volatility. You can see last time that occurred, we essentially on the daily here, got that. It was around 11 to 12%. So with the daily expanding, brewing, potentially a breakdown once we lose that $2,949 level. Yeah, I mean, we would then really fast probably see 2,650. But until then, I'm going to be on the camp that we're going to see a nice move on ETH still. I'm going to be on the camp that this is going to hold where we're at now. We're not going to break 3,020. And ideally, we can start getting bulls back in control and really shifting this back up. For me, it's going to really start from us holding 3,100. And then from that point, you're going to want to see a nice move back up, at least back above 3,300. That way, then we can get back above the support line. The daily can start looking better, reclaiming the median. And then at that point, we can start actually talking about maybe going up to 3,400, if not all the way back up to that 3,600, a major point for ETH. If we start actually breaking above that zone, that could be what sparks a major breakout. But with the daily still expanding on volatility, ETH under all the major moving averages, while also now, let me see here, putting in a silver cross now freshly to the downside with the median now right around that 3,300 level. You have to be very cautious here, especially if you are long. So the entry right now for our long was around that 3,050 to 3,070. If we don't end up holding that 3,100, you could just cut the long that the Academy has before the stop loss gets hit. But remember, I've already gotten stopped out break even because I don't really like, if I don't need to have risk on for alts, I don't really like to do that. When we got this really nice move up, I just wanted that to hold essentially, and it did not. So I'm perfectly fine getting stopped out break even. But if you are still long on this and you still have the stop loss around this low here, just watch closely today because you're ideally going to want to start seeing this 12-hour get bought up, this low hold, and us actually hold back above 3,100. That would be pretty good. But until then, there's not much hopium of that other than just FOMC coming in good today and us across the board getting a nice move. You can see just how important this 3,000 to 3,000, basically the bottom of this range is. Right now, it's right at 2,680 to 2,700. You can see here, if we throw the rainbow chart off now, that quarterly EMA 9 has been holding price for quite a while. If ETH starts losing that quarterly 9 while also breaking this multi-year channel that I have here, it's really not going to start looking good, especially when we do see that volatility is at the lowest read ever on Ethereum on the quarterly. So if we do end up getting that pullback around here, I'm going to be looking at that as an opportunity. That could actually line up with maybe ETH BTC coming all the way down, actually hitting our support zone. And then, hopefully not, but then ETH coming all the way back down to the quarterly 9, which is right around the next target being the daily EMA 100. That to me is going to be the ultimate spot, in my opinion. We don't hold this zone here, it's going to start really looking not good for Ethereum. It was the weekly EMA 100. My apologies, right here. We start not holding the zone, it's really then going to start looking like we're really breaking down, and that's really evident on the quarterly, especially when we see the weekly resetting and volatility in the quarterly at the lowest read. You're really going to want to start seeing that quarterly 9 hold in a worst case scenario. So, if we end up losing that 2,949 level, next target will be right around 2,700. That to me is going to be the last stand. If we start breaking down here and actually going away, yeah, I mean, ETH then really could confirm that this is just like a shitcoin. We never broke this the last cycle high, and with volatility at this low, especially on the quarterly and even the monthly, giving us a setup into February. The implications are that, once we lose that 2,600 level, we really could aggressively dump fast. Taking it on the monthly view here, you can see, and these will shift into February. But I mean, if we take the 55 off and look at this, you can even see that monthly EMA 34 is right around that zone. So we start losing that. I mean, next target for me will be right around 1,600 to 1,400. That's a pretty massive drop on Ethereum, and that would be pretty detrimental. And that would also tell me that, Ethereum actually might get knocked off the second biggest crypto of the world by something else. That is something we've been talking about. Is going to be Solana, Binance. But whenever you see a coin that makes a cycle high, goes through a bear market, and then the next bull market doesn't break its last cycle high, generally is just really not good for altcoins. We've seen this through time and time where you really can't get back above that cycle high, and it just becomes kind of destruction. My brain goes to Bitcoin Cash, could never break above this cycle high, came down. And again, this actually kind of looks like Ethereum too, if you really look at it. Now we have it tried to, never did. And really these charts and these coins don't do anything. Whereas if you compare this chart to right, Solana, it's night and day. It's very different. So, Ethereum is not looking good right now. We're really going to want to start seeing this hold and specifically hold the monthly 9 into February. If we can at least hold the monthly 9 into February, bulls can at least say, okay, well, we reclaimed it. We came back down. We retested it. Now maybe we can start forming a higher low around here on the monthly before breaking out. That's kind of the only hopium I see here. But with ETH BTC still looking corrective and volatility is still expanding on the daily on ETH spot while ETH BTC is breaking down, I mean, you're kind of hoping that today if news gives us that green dildo or else ETH's really going to dump fast. So, that's kind of all I see on Ethereum. It's bearish. I mean, we're now at the monthly 9. We've lost the weekly 9. We've now been under it for 4 weeks. Basically, we've been rejecting it for 2 weeks. We're now on our 3rd week of just under it. We're now at the EMA 34. We start really losing that. Again, it just could be that the pre-stages of us actually coming back down to that 2,949 level. So, it's really hard to be bullish on Ethereum right now, especially when this Bitcoin pair is still breaking down as we're talking right now. So, it's not good. And, it's kind of, I'm glad I'm not fully allocated in Ethereum because it's just been nothing more than just a major disappointment. And Vitalik has really he's good at creating things, but running
because then you'd be broke and fully allocated.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Vitalik, ETH really, the foundation, they've just been selling. There really hasn't been too much. I mean, all with Ethereum, the hopium is just hope. I mean, it's not like the team's doing anything. It's not like the merge did much. I mean, you had the hype with the ETFs, but remember, most of crypto runs off of narratives. So what's the narrative to break Ethereum back above 4,000? I have no idea. So without narrative and with the founders consistently selling ETH, I mean, this is just looking like it's at the last stand here. So ideally, the monthly 9 will hold. This will just look like a normal retest. Made a higher high, came down. Now we're forming some higher low at the monthly 9. But if Ethereum doesn't hold that, then, you can really start looking at that as just very bearish to me. I mean, that simply put, we start losing that monthly 9, it's going to be very bearish to me. And then it's really going to,
Sorry, that part right there, that structure, if you just open up a little bit more further away, there you go. That kind of looks like the Bitcoin cycle backwards from 2021. Just interesting.
Yeah.
I do think that this fucking coin, I'm starting to think that these coins might have 8-year cycles, kind of like XRP.
See, that's an interesting point because I've only heard that from you and Farn. I've actually never studied that or heard that from anyone else, which is an interesting thought, though.
Because 2020 to 2021 is when Ethereum actually really performed. The cycle before that, sure, it hit new all-time highs, but didn't really go up as much as it did there, did it?
I think it did, though.
Oh, it did.
ETH went up 5,500%. And then
this one.
What's in the middle, though? What's the dates on the middle?
That's the bear market.
Is it the whole entire bear market? Yeah, it is. I'm sorry.
Bear market, and then bull market. I mean, even taking it from the all-time high. I mean, it still went up 1,273%, but yeah, it definitely. It didn't. Yeah, it was still more explosive back here. Here, yes, it broke its cycle high. ETH was looking amazing. That's why everyone was talking about it in 2021. We came down, bear market. But then here, I mean, Bitcoin is we've never had this dynamic where Bitcoin's at 100,000. You have Ethereum slow bleeding, while really it's causing other altcoins to just kind of slow bleed and do nothing. Yes, we talk about Solana and Binance, those are like kind of the outliers. But for the majority of all other altcoins, if you guys just see, they're just kind of breaking down. And that's, and then you have a Solana, right? And it's just very obviously strong. Or even like a, Justin Sun, Your Majesty, very strong coin, very strong. Or even, that the Chinese Canadian.
Those Chinese people are manipulating the market. I know it.
Along with Jensen, what do you call it? CZ's best friend back in the Chinese village.
That's right. Those motherfuckers.
So when I just see this on ETH, it's just, and this is just the argument I've been saying, it's really hard to be bullish on Ethereum. So ideally now the monthly 9 will hold today above 3,100. That'll be good. We'll just consolidate, and then ideally into February it'll be bullish for Bitcoin, and then ideally the EMA 9 on the monthly just acts as a spring, and we can at least push up to 3,300, giving us that TP1 for the Academy. Break that, I do think then we can test up around 3,600, and then that's going to be the big test in my opinion. If we actually start getting back above this zone, then we can actually start talking about maybe testing the median. If this could start coming down, then we can actually start talking about maybe testing the all-time high for Ethereum. But until then, this just isn't looking good. The monthly median is super above price, and now we're just holding the monthly 9 while Bitcoin hasn't tested the monthly 9 in a super long time. So it just shows you the strength right now. So yeah, that's all I have on ETH. It's like always just going down, and I'll be more honestly optimistic when ETH BTC finishes its destruction. You really can't expect much from a chart when what guides its bullishness is this one, when it's just been steadily down. I'm actually curious. We've had 5-6 month green candles on Bitcoin. We've had consistently, just this is just bad all around. This is bad. Yes, we haven't had 5-6 red months, but still 12 months of just down only on ETH BTC is not good. So, whenever you want to be bullish on alts, just remember that, because you're going to have the outliers, of course, but, this is just really bad. So I'm not really bullish on ETH. I gave a long trigger, but I was hoping my Bitcoin dominant scenario would play out.
For some walls, throw up solely.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, maybe this is where we actually start seeing the flippening. Because then if you see the 3 month on here, yeah, that kind of played out nicely.
That looks like higher.
Yeah, that that's pretty insane. Let me see the monthly on this one. Yeah, and the funny part is we're actually possibly into February going to break back above the moving average on Sol ETH on the monthly, and this is the lowest read ever recorded on Sol ETH. It's looking absolutely bullish as hell, very strong. And this tells me that Sol's going to outperform Ethereum. And it already has. Sol's already broken its all-time high, so not a good sign. That's all I have on ETH. And I'll still say on the camp, ETH BTC under 366, probably better just not to touch it. And if you do touch ETH, and you want to get down and dirty, do what I did yesterday. Once you're up like 2-3%, just put your stops break even, because it's just not worth it, honestly. And if you are trading it to stop loss with the Academy, keep the stop loss the same. Very logical. If we lose 3,020, probably going to break down more. So,
quick, release the Vitalik dick pics.
Someone do something. That's mostly what I would say. Someone needs to do something. JP Morgan doesn't own all that Ethereum for nothing. At some point, it's got to. That is the only thing myself that I see on ETH.
JP Morgan is holding on to Vitalik sex tape then.
Jamie Dimon owns Vitalik. He probably has the sex tape, has other types of tapes, has things up his ass. Like, there are a lot of things
Jamie
going on.
Jamie Dimon will be personally pegging Vitalik
to guarantee that Ethereum will be successful. Pegging for success. That's what the operation is going to be called.
Pegging for success.
Isn't that the majority of OnlyFans?
I don't know how people do that shit. I honestly, I used to be a porn enjoyer, and now there's a lot of gay shit on just regular porn websites. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Imagine being the dude that spends $100 just to send some OnlyFans girl each message.
I'll never understand that.
That's crazy.
But
work.
hey,
I think
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen spent like 12 million on Sophie Rain.
Oh,
I
dude,
think he
hang
was the
on.
top
I don't
spender.
know. I don't know if he does on like those girls. But Charlie Sheen, I used to sell cars to a friend of mine that lives in Minnesota. And I used to buy all of the cars that he would buy all of the hookers because he would get hookers into the house and he would buy them new cars. And whenever he was done with them, he would sell the cars.
Check out this new Ferrari Roma I got you. I really only got it so I can buy an F8.
Sounds like he's having a great time though. Good old Charlie.
He's
Doesn't he
enjoying
have
his
AIDS?
retirement.
I mean, yeah, but everything is, if you have
It's
money,
2025 now. I mean,
yeah, we all have
Yeah.
AIDS. If you got COVID, you got a little bit of AIDS. It's kind of like the same. It's a variant of that disease. It's metabolic and what's it called? The other thing in your system that takes care of you not getting sick, destroys all of that, just like AIDS. Look it up. Legitimately is a variation of AIDS. It's quite crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people that were weak, because AIDS doesn't kill you. What kills you is something else.
Oh yeah, it reduces your immune system.
Yeah. So same thing with COVID. There you go. Isn't
The
that cool?
the reason why I was able to survive COVID is because of the heavy cannabis use.
Same. Have you seen Team America?
No.
Oh, there's a song. It's a movie from the creators of South Park. And the first song that the movie opens with, they're making a parody of the musical Rent. And they go, everyone has AIDS. AIDS, AIDS, AIDS. My mother, AIDS. My father, AIDS. My daughter and my sister and their AIDS, AIDS, AIDS. It's fucking incredible. So now
I
we
think
all
I've
have
seen
that.
that actually. Aren't they like all just like dolls or something?
Yeah, they're puppets. Yeah. Dude,
Yeah,
this is one of the greatest movies of all time. Team America fucking up the entire world to save it. All righty. Ethereum, la moneda de Vitalik, el señor con la longaniza más grande en todo cripto, damas y caballeros, por más que le guste usar bolsitas. Aquí lo tenemos para todos ustedes en vivo y en directo. Estas son velas de 6 meses y podemos ver que Ethereum, esto es Ethereum de verdad. Siento que algo falta aquí. Sí, es lo que es. Fue tal cual. Ese fue el 2021, exactamente en julio. Ok. Esto es Ethereum. Vimos que tuvimos nuestro alto histórico en el 2021 y desde entonces, tristemente, no hemos podido superar esta línea meme en diagonal alcista, ni tampoco esta resistencia que pusimos por acá. Interesante, porque todas las demás, o sea, volteas a ver a Bitcoin, obviamente, con nuevos altos históricos, volteas a ver a Binance, nuevos altos históricos, Solana, altos históricos, no por mucho, pero Ethereum simplemente está fallando. Ahora, algo que quiero traer a la mesa es esto. Ethereum puede estar, si hago, ponte tú, esto, ¿no? ¿Cómo se llama? En XRP, Ethereum puede estar en esta parte. Y puede que Ethereum en el siguiente ciclo tenga esto. Por ahora no lo voy a contar, pero solamente quiero poner eso porque este tope de XRP fue en el 2018. Esto fue el 2021. Y esto apenas es 2025. Entonces, del 2018 hasta el 2025, pasaron 8 años. Casi 8 años para hacer un nuevo alto histórico para XRP. ¿Se va a dar el mismo tipo de escenario en Ethereum y tal vez las altcoins tengan ciclos de 8 años? Tal vez. No estoy seguro. Pero por ahora Ethereum tiene cara de que vale Berta, carnal, honestamente. Obviamente en esta temporalidad es alcista, no es definitiva la tendencia porque no has podido superar los máximos, mientras sí has logrado tener mínimos más altos, no has podido lograr altos más altos. Y eso es lo que te está deteniendo de poder decir que esto está en una tendencia alcista libre y clara en esta temporalidad. También volteamos a ver, volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, simplemente continúa bajando al punto más bajo de toda su historia. Vamos a la de 3 meses. 3 meses podemos ver un poco más de lo mismo, aunque estemos por encima del 9, estamos encima del 21. No hemos logrado poder salir de este escenario donde no podemos lograr un nuevo alto histórico. Algo más que reconocer por acá, nada, honestamente. Tienes una vela que es más o menos de indecisión. Esta, aunque no califica para nada, es más como topera. Esta también fue como una vela de indecisión que no fue indecisión. Y por ahora estamos simplemente yéndonos de lado en este triangulito mamalón, ¿no? Lo pueden ver acá. Básicamente, este triangulito mamalón. ¿Me atrevería a ponerlo así o lo pongo así? Lo voy a poner así. Ok, tienes esto, ¿no? Los mínimos más altos, pero no estás creando esos altos más altos. Vamos a ver si volatilidad nos está diciendo algo. Volatilidad continúa contrayendo al punto más bajo de toda su historia en Ethereum. Entonces, la temporalidad mensual, digo trimestral, no pinta tan bien todavía. Temporalidad mensual. Es un poco de lo mismo, obviamente, aunque en la mensual estamos viendo que la parte de abajo sí está logrando mantener este tipo de estructura, ¿no? Esto es una tendencia alcista de los bajos, de los mínimos que has visto, porque ha logrado mínimo más alto, mínimo más alto, mínimo más alto, mínimo más alto, pero de nuevo, no has logrado un alto más alto y además los cierres de estas velas de acá son más altos que estos. Por lo que no hay claridad en eso de que tal vez Ethereum sí va a poder continuar en este ciclo y cerrar el gap que tiene contra Bitcoin. Puedes ver que la volatilidad también en la mensual está cayendo al punto más bajo para regalarnos otro cero pronto. Así que Ethereum continúa ese proceso de consolidación. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9 y el 21, lo que nosotros consideramos un bull market, pero de nuevo, no hay nada oficial porque no tienes nuevos altos históricos para nosotros. Eso es importante. No voy a ir a la de 2 meses, voy a ir a la de 2 semanas, perdón. En la de 2 semanas también podemos ver algo bastante parecido, ¿no? Donde aquí sí tenemos cierres más altos que acá. Esta tabla se ve más alcista que las pasadas. También tienes esta tendencia alcista que ahora sí que no se ha desmoronado todavía. Y nos dice que tal vez, y si les pongo sobre todo los conitos del amor, que tal vez podremos estar haciendo un nuevo mínimo, máximo, mínimo. Nos gustaría poder establecer otro mínimo y digamos que lo hagas acá con un nuevo alto más alto. Eso sería bastante bueno, pero por ahora no lo estamos viendo en la tabla. Volteamos a ver expansión de volatilidad. No, hay contracción de volatilidad en esta tabla de 2 semanas, por lo que no pinta bien. Vamos acercándonos más a la semanal. En la semanal nos está dando un pre-front de todo. Podemos ver que literalmente volatilidad está cayendo una vez más, regalándonos otro setup. Ya vieron este mega setup que se había dado antes. Vamos de vuelta a volatilidad nula. Además de eso, aquí ya en la semanal se ve más preocupante esto. ¿Por qué? Alto, alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. ¿Y ahora qué vas a hacer? ¿Vas a denominar este el nuevo alto o va a bajar? ¿Qué exactamente va a ser? Y aquí es donde está el problema, porque aquí comienzas a romper estructura. ¿Dónde está tu próximo bajo? En los 2004, en los 2361. Entonces, si llegas a violar y romper, para todos los que están en Ethereum ahorita en el trade, están en 3111. Si rompes los 2923, tienes una alta posibilidad de ir a buscar los 2300. Alta posibilidad. Tienes volatilidad contrayendo, estás por debajo del promedio del 9 en la semanal, que es bajista. Has intentado romper a la alza y no has podido 2 veces. Esta es una vela topera. Con que cierres esta vela semanal por debajo de los 3141, vas a tener mucho más downside también en este movimiento. Déjame también, ya puedo poner mi HPDR para que lo veas. Exactamente. Si llegas a romper este mínimo, vas muy probablemente a viajar al 78.6%, que son 2.713. Y es donde también está el promedio del 100, el EMA 100, y el peor escenario te lo pone ahorita, y todavía no es el peor. Tiene bastante camino para correr. 2.478 es donde está nuestro SMA 200. Vamos acercándonos un poco más a la de 5 días. 5 días estamos aguantando justamente en la parte de la zona azul. Nos gustaría ver este cierre en 1 día y 7 horas por encima de los 3.034. Si logramos hacer eso, esto va a reajustarse y nos pondría un objetivo mínimo de 3.476, que es la media. Pero por ahora lo que estamos viendo también es que hay una expansión de volatilidad, y lo malo de eso es que esta expansión de volatilidad viene con esa vela roja, lo que nos está diciendo que si esto se da a continuar, y puedes ver lo bien que está esto, puedes llegar tranquilamente al 88.3%, encontrarte con todas estas líneas memes, con el S&P 200, y esa sería una zona interesante para aprovechar. Y ahí te queda una invalidación muy corta, la de los 2.159, que es el mínimo de antes. Si rompes esa, no puedo imaginar la cantidad de downside que va a tener Ethereum. En la de harina podemos ver que Ethereum también está haciendo exactamente lo mismo. Tenemos expansión de volatilidad en esta vela roja y continúa. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja por acá en la diaria. Tenemos todos nuestros promedios justamente donde está la media y siendo rechazados por el 9. Si eres alcista en Ethereum, quieres cerrar arriba de 3.115 hoy. Hoy, esta vela en 6 horas y 15 minutos. Si eres bajista en Ethereum, solamente con cerrar abajo de eso te va a dar un viaje mínimo por debajo de los 3.000 y de ahí va a depender de poder aguantar este mínimo en los 2.923. Si no aguantas ese mínimo, va a caer mucho, mucho, mucho más y tiene bastante camino. No está el movimiento sobrevendido ni nada. Así que, resumidamente para todos, ahí está. Resumido para todos, cierras $1 abajo de donde estás acá el día de hoy, vas a visitar este promedio de los 200, creando un nuevo mínimo de esta tendencia. Y si sobre la de toda rompes este mínimo en los 2.917, vas a visitar bastante más abajo. Así que aquí tienen sus niveles. ¿Quieres empezar? ¿Quieres ser alcista en Ethereum? ¿Quieres recuperar el promedio de las 9 en la diaria? Primero en los 3.209. Eso te va a dar un buen viaje a los 3.300 y si puedes aguantar los 3.300, a ver si puedes barrer estos 3.400. Por ahora tenemos mucho más preferencia a que esto se ve bajista de a madre a alcista y continúa creando, como lo pueden ver ustedes, mínimos más bajos. Y ahora va a ser, vamos a crear un mínimo más bajo o este fue el mínimo más bajo. Esta es tu referencia. Bastante, bastante fácil de seguir. Y ahí lo tienen, eso es Ethereum para todos ustedes. Vamos a ir con Rivian, la empresa de autos eléctrica que todo el mundo está enamorada de. Personalmente, yo también, tíos. Sir, it's time for Rivian.
Let us do
Do-wap, do-wap, do-do-do-do. You guys are too young to know that song.
What is that from?
It's the Gay Brothers. I'm sorry, the Hanson Brothers. Did you never? So you never?
Who?
You literally never heard do-wap, deep-dap, do-do.
Never in my life.
God, you guys are so fucking young. I feel disgusted.
Hey, I feel old approaching 30.
You have no idea what you're talking about, my friend. No idea what you're talking about.
Whenever I crouch down, my knees kind of act up a bit. Always be popping and shit.
Still plenty of runway. I'm not going to tell you that things get way worse, but they do.
Oh, man, I need the WD-40 already for my knees before I crouch.
Oh, yeah. Well, when I come back from my hikes, Vinny comes through the door. I open the door and I have to literally go where am I going to hold on to so I can get on my knees? So you don't want to get there.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah.
This looks like... Oh, yeah. I'm not quite as active anymore.
I'm sure you will soon.
Although, gym membership today.
Exactly. Get it, sir.
All right. So this monthly is not looking like the... Well, I'm not going to say it's not looking like the best candle. It's looking like a fucking shit candle, where we have quite the bearish engulfing over here. If we close below $13.30, bearish engulfing confirmed, and are at an absolute minimum, we're coming down to this median, which right now is at $9.39. But what's more likely is since we're losing the top 38.2%, we're going to come down to the bottom 38.2%. That number is sitting just below $7 at $6.98. This is very, very likely probably going to be the macro bottom, because I don't see it going that much below $10. Maybe sweep these lows, but I can't really see it going below $6, because then you have to take into the fact the brand value and do multiply anywhere around $6 by the maximum float. And I kind of believe the company is probably worth more than that, where people are going to start stepping in and start buying because Rivian at $6 or $7, what's the market cap? I can't really do the math, but it would be roughly half of what the market cap is right now. That's probably puts it into the couple $1,000,000, where there's a good amount of people that'd be interested in buying it there. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and put my guess out that somewhere around this $6 to $6.98 is going to be the macro bottom, which would sweep basically all of these lows, take all the liquidity out, turn all the people bearish, where maybe Elon even makes a comment about Rivian is about to go bankrupt, and that probably ends up being the macro bottom. But right now, momentum is just now shifting down, losing the bullish control zone. Volatility is shifting down too. So once we get to this median, if we lose that median, volatility is going to start flipping up. And then on a monthly setup, volatility to the upside with momentum to the downside, that's not good. That would be the type of setup that gives us this type of move. About 25% after already dropping 26%. That'd be in total of 52% move to the downside. 2 week now is doing the same thing, contracting on momentum and volatility at the same time, while we're coming back down, losing all of our major moving averages. Makes it pretty likely that we're going to come down to at least test this top 38.2%. That level is at about $11. And if you lose that, then momentum is going to start breaking towards the bearish control zone. And that brings us towards the bottom 38.2%. And that is roughly sitting at, oh, nice, $6.69. Right below $7. Weekly is now rejecting the median and very close to getting a close below the median and this meme line. That brings us to it with momentum just about to break into the bearish control zone, volatility at extreme lows. Pretty likely we're going to come somewhere around this 61.8 to 78.6. That is sitting between $10.20 and $9.08, $9.07. My bias is that it comes towards the 78.6 because of how it looks on the monthly, where we have a technical target of hitting somewhere between $9.30 towards $6.98. And that would be right around the 78.6, which would be the monthly median. Because 5 days doing the same thing as the weekly, losing that median, where momentum is flipped down with volatilities at extreme lows, and the jewel is now giving you a sell signal, rejecting the bullish control zone. Not looking very pretty at all. Looking like somewhere around like maybe $9.86 to $8.22. And if it goes to 822, then we're likely going down to that monthly 38.2 at $6.98. 2 days getting, not only is it losing the 38.2, it's retesting it, rejecting it, and getting follow through. Momentum is trying to flip back up. Volatility is flipped down. What's likely to happen is that we grind out this area, this somewhat local bottom, come back up, retest this 38.2 again around $13. While at that point, momentum is going to be getting a little high, and it's going to just be making another lower high. That would be opportunity for hidden bearish divergence, which is going to be quite not nice on the 2 day. That's likely what takes us down towards that monthly median at $9.30, as this hidden bearish divergence is forming. Daily is already within the bearish control zone, and volatility is up. While we have a loss of the 38.2, getting a little bit of a bounce at this 200 makes it more likely that that 2 day bearish divergence, the hidden bearish divergence scenario will play out, where it'll go back up a little bit towards around $13, reject that area, confirm the divergence, and then nuke it towards 9s. 4 hours supporting that bounce idea as well. We're currently over the median right now, which is at 1236. If we close over that, likely goes up somewhere around this 100 EMA, which is currently at about $13.07. Ding! Monthly still has active bullish divergence as long as we're closing above $11.52. Close a monthly below that, divergence is gone. And the confirmation for a continuation to the upside is we'd have to close above $15.49. If we get that, then we very likely go towards first the neutral zone and then the bullish control zone. Neutral zone is sitting at $16.75, and the bullish control zone sits at $29.94. But those are just ideas as long as we're closing below $15.49. If we were to close below that 1152 though, this divergence would be invalidated. We'd have a local top here. Then we likely test the bearish control zone, which right now bearish control zone sits at $5.76. Likely does go up a little bit, but that's because if it's my bias, where I think it's going to go somewhere around 698. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it goes down to the fives. I have trouble seeing it go that low, but hey, I could be wrong. This is just my opinion. 2 week is now forming hidden bearish divergence between this high and this lower high right here. It's going to be confirmed as long as we close below $13.01. And that hidden bearish, since we're already within the bearish control zone, it likely takes us towards somewhere around the critical zone. I mean, it doesn't even tell you what that number is because it's so low right now. That's quite worrying to see possible hidden bearish divergence on reviewing. When does it close? In 2 days and 4 hours? Wow.
What's the number?
To close below is $13.01, and you'll confirm this hidden bearish divergence.
Oh, fuck.
That's not looking good. Five-day has already confirmed the drive of hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $14.66. Continuation on the divergence is closed below $12.17. That takes us towards the middle zone. Right now, that's at $10.16. That's right above our quarterly median, which we very likely get a bounce at least for another lower high. Right now, 3 days, regular bearish divergence confirmed, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below 1534. Close below about 1217 for the next target on the divergence would be somewhere around the bearish control zone, because we're coming from very low volatility at 12%. Bearish control zone right now sits at 759. Fits my bias, so it's nice. 2-day confirmed bearish divergence as long as we're closing below $15.34. That $15 number seems to be very significant. Close below 1217 once again, and then we get our next target, which right now doesn't even tell us because it's impossible. Daily is currently had a bullish divergence in play, and then we invalidated it by making a local top. So now that's gone. The way to set that divergence back is we'd have to close over $13.56. 4 hours now confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high. Invalidated as long as if we close above 1356, and the move to the downside is going to be activated if we close below 1223. That would then take us to the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is at about $11.31. Ding! Somebody had to do it. If Rivian doesn't calm down, I'm going to have to step in.
By the way, I just read something really funny while you said that too. Meta has not had a red day since Mark Zuckerberg looked at Lauren Sanchez Tatas.
So now every CEO is going to be looking at every pair of Tatas.
Well, maybe Lauren Sanchez's are better luck.
Yeah, that's what. There's a reason why Jeff Bezos gave up billions of dollars.
That's right. He knows what he's doing.
And he's bald, so he's got to have something to make up for that. On the monthly, it's starting to not look so good, bros. It's starting to look pretty bad. We're coming from such low volatility at 31%, where every single time we've had volatility expansion on this, it's been on a massive dump. And this thing basically just goes down only. It's been on a monthly downtrend ever since its inception. We're flipping down now. We're rejecting getting out of the critical zone. We're going to be flipped down on monthly momentum as long as we're below $13.09. This is a fresh flip to the downside. That's not nice at all. Every time we flip down on the monthly, it's been a massive dump. Here's where we flipped down from being up at $28. We went down about 70% from there after momentum flipped down on the monthly.
Damn.
Jeez. A 50% move is not too much to ask for, then down to $6.
I read somewhere this morning, well, I was just going through news that someone like made their target on Rivian 640.
Lines up. It's my bias.
It's just so low. Like it makes no like they just have so much money.
We need Mr. Mohammed bin Salman to step in and start buying, so then we can say Saudis are buying.
MBS, but Saudis were the first ones to invest to begin with.
Invest
So how
more.
about that?
Trump did say he's asking the Saudis to invest $1 trillion in America.
It's like
Buy
he
Rivian.
offered 600 billion, but I told him just do 1 trillion. That's
Just
nothing
round it
for
up.
you. Just do 1 trillion. Yeah.
Peanuts for him. And on the 2-week, it's giving a little bit of bullish hopium right now, because we do have momentum flipped up, rejecting the critical zone, but we're getting that along the side of declining volatility. The way to flip volatility up and have this bullish momentum to the upside actually mean some significance is we'd have to close a 2-week above that's very unlikely, $18.86. Then we'll get volatility expansion, and we very likely go somewhere about like $40, $47. But that's just a little thought in the back of your head as long as we're closing below $18.86. So $18.86 is how much of a percent from here? Let's see.
It should be like a 30.
51% to the upside. Kind of unlikely. So what's more likely to happen is that while momentum is making its way up, volatility makes its way down for a full reset, then starts expanding while momentum shifts down, and then we get another Nagasaki setup like each one of these has happened before.
Whoa.
Weekly is now contracting, getting pretty close to where it likes to fire off from, somewhere between 30% and 15%. And momentum is now shifting down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're pointed down below $14.52. This works. This advanced stochastic for the momentum pivots fluctuates a lot less with stocks than it does with crypto. With crypto, I got to give you a slightly higher number because it fluctuates all the time. Like every second or so, the number will change, but it'll change within a range. Whereas the stocks, it just stays dead on.
Well, the fucking price doesn't move either. Since you started talking, it was like at 12.44, and now it's 12.46.
I guess more stable prices.
Yeah.
5 days doing the same thing as the weekly, very close to a full reset on volatility. Momentum is rejecting the critical zone, pointed down below the 14.21. 2-day, now we're getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed down, breaking into the critical zone as long as we're below 13.89. Daily volatility contraction with momentum starting to point up, giving you an idea of a bearish retest, and momentum is going to be pointed up above $12.32. And 4-hour is now looking like the bearish retest is done at this high right here at about $13-ish, and we're getting basically a full volatility reset while momentum is about to freshly turn down below 12.58. So now every single time frame is starting to shift into the bearish favor. Monthly momentum was up for the past few months, but now it's starting to flip back around, rejecting getting out of the critical zone. And we're going to freshly flip down on momentum below $13.10. The last time we had monthly momentum flip down from where we are now, we had a 70% drop in price action, which coincides with us on the HPDR losing that 38.2% and coming back down to the bottom 38.2%. That sits at about $7 or somewhere between $6.50 and $7. That would be a similar move to what we had a drop in the last time monthly momentum flipped down. The only time frame that's slightly bullish is the pretty low time frames, like the daily is slightly bullish, with momentum slightly pick back up, but then you go down to the 4-hour, and that's the bullish signal is coming along with declining volatility. Then you look at down to the 4-hour, and it kind of looks like that correction to the upside has already played out because we're getting volatility expansion with momentum starting to flip down. So if we do end up closing below around like that number was weekly $12.17, then we're very likely to come back down towards the monthly median at around $9. Get a little bit of a bounce there, but I don't think it's going to stop there. I think we're going to end up coming down to the 38.2 at about $7, $6.98. Confirmation to the upside, though, is you close over $18.86. Pretty unlikely.
Yep. Let's see what happens, but this is good for me, like really good. Let's hope it continues to plays down to the downside.
adding Rivian to the IRA at $7.
Oh no! I'm gonna put all my fucking cash on this as soon as it's ready and primed. I have no rush whatsoever. This is gonna do a 2, 3, 4, 5x easy.
Buy it $7, sell it 70.
That would be the goal. Let's hope we can do that. That'd be fucking great. We're gonna do Solamis now and then Roblox.
I wear a size McLaren P1, by the way, if that happens.
Say it again.
I said I wear a size McLaren P1, by the way, if that happens.
Oh, got it. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Vale, estamos viendo Rivian para todos ustedes. Rivian es una empresa que crea coches eléctricos muy padrinos. Y Rivian es una de mis empresas favoritas y además algo donde yo saben que estoy buscando la oportunidad para tomar el golpe perfecto cuando se dé la oportunidad. Así que, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en Rivian? Básicamente, para todos ustedes que sean nuevos, voy a ponerle rápidamente la trimestral para que tengan una idea de lo que estamos viendo en Rivian. Una tendencia bajista de no mames. Es como empezamos este análisis tan potente. Pueden ver, Rivian tuvo un máximo histórico en los 140, me parece que fueron, un segundo. No, fueron los 179.47, casi $180. Está cotizando 12x abajo en $12.43 en este momento. Y muchos dirán, pero güey, esto es simplemente la empresa como tal me fascina. No tenemos absolutamente nada en volatilidad, solamente tenemos este piquito que está en sobrevendido, lo pueden ver. Y vamos acercándonos un poco más para ver la estructura más de cerca. Podemos ver acá fácilmente que continúas en este down only trend, ¿no? Pero aquí hiciste este bajo y ahora este bajo. La cosa es, esto parece ser una vela topera para empezar. Esta vela topera, cada que te da una de esas velas toperas, hay más downside, lo puedes ver acá, aunque la vela acabe en verde. Y por ahora, esta vela topera nos está haciendo un alto más bajo. Entonces, si esto llega a ser un alto más bajo, muy probablemente vayamos a marcar un bajo más bajo por acá y tenemos que estar alerta a ello. Estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9. Quiero ver dónde está el promedio del 5. Denme un segundito. ¿Este es mi 5 o no? No, este es 21. Este es mi 200. Pero no sé por qué no se ven mis números. Ahí están. Nos está rechazando el promedio del 5 también por acá y eso es bastante bajista en esta situación. El único hopium que tiene la gente acá es que hayas hecho este mínimo más alto que este y la gente está apostando a que eso va a ser lo que va a detener absolutamente todo el precio de Rivian de colapsar más. ¿Ok? Dicho eso, vamos a la mensual. Mensual vemos un poco de lo mismo, la misma tendencia bajista. Puedes ver que este alto es más alto que este y todavía tienes esa deliciosa ventaja de este bajo y este bajo es más alto que el pasado. Entonces, ahorita estamos justamente en la zona de indecisión, de a dónde se va a mover. Además de eso, tenemos nuestro promedio del 5 hasta el 5 en la mensual, güey. Está por encima del promedio del precio en este momento, lo voy a quitar, pero también estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 y ustedes saben que esto lo consideramos nosotros en la mensual. Si estás por debajo del promedio del 9 es una tendencia bajista. Obviamente puede ser un SFP y luego dar para arriba, pero por ahora estás muy por debajo del 9 y súper por debajo del 21 que está en 17.96, creando altos más bajos, una vela topera encima de todo. Y esta vela topera sería invalidada hasta los 16 66. Así que tendrías que cruzar los dedos y esperar a que puedas lograr eso para poder ver esto cambiar. Faltan 2 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela, también vale la pena decirlo, porque si cierra así, aparte que el momentum está apuntando para abajo en todas las temporalidades de alta temporalidad, pues esto sí nos va a dar el golpe que hemos estado platicando. Volatilidad está simplemente reseteándose, está llegando al punto más bajo de toda la historia para darnos un setup de volatilidad potente. Está en 31.58% y el promedio viene abajo en el 44.14%. Nos acercamos un poco más a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas podemos ver que es la misma historia, creando este alto, un alto más bajo, pero la buena noticia en esta vista es también creaste este bajo más alto y ahora vas esperando a que puedas crear este bajo que sea más alto que este y poder continuar hacia la alza. La cosa es, amigos, estamos por debajo del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en los 13.25, muy encima de donde está el precio en este momento, y el 21 está en 13.40. Esto parece que va a ser un SFP. Si llega a ser un SFP, han visto los movimientos que da hasta abajo. Probablemente veamos un poco de lo mismo por acá si perdemos esta zona de los 12.19. En este tipo de setups, ya platicamos de la volatilidad, sí, ¿no? De que estaba llegando al punto más, no, esta no es la del, sí, pero aún así también la volatilidad en la de 2 semanas está en el punto más bajo que ha visto en toda su historia, en los 29.76%, continúa bajando, preparando el setup más potente de todos. Aunque a Rivian le gusta regresar y empujar la volatilidad antes del 15%. Vamos a ver si esta vez podemos meternos hasta acá abajo y luego empujar, pero allá será cosa de paciencia, tíos, paciencia. Por ahora podemos ver que Rivian, y voy a quitar los mínimos y altos. Por ahora pueden ver que Rivian está en una tendencia clara bajista de acá a acá. Bueno, no es tan clara porque tienes esta zona con estos mínimos más altos, pero si estos mínimos no existieran, esto se vería muy bajista, ¿no? Y ahora no puedes hacer eso, no puedes decir eso en una tabla, pero interesante. Volatilidad en la semanal está contrayendo una vez más, 42%, está en medio de todo, no nos está diciendo absolutamente nada, pero en la semanal también ves que estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, del 21, del 55, del 34, de todos. Y esta línea meme diagonal es la que nos está aguantando en este momento en los 12.45. Lo más importante a no perder, en mi opinión, va a ser este mínimo en los 12.18. ¿Cuál es el mínimo oficial? Low 12.17. Si llegas a barrer los 12.17 y no tienes que cerrar por debajo de eso, estás oficialmente, esto no estás creando una estructura alcista y no va a haber cambio de nada. Por ahora puedes sutilmente ver un poco el ángulo de esto que es alcista. Si llegas a barrer este mínimo, ahí quedó la cosa para Rivian por un rato. Vamos a ver rápidamente, volatilidad no está haciendo nada, esta es la semanal. Vamos a la de 5 días. Lo mismo, debajo del 9, debajo del 21, no nada más eso. El 9 está por encima del 21, el 20, y esto va a cambiar pronto, y tienes el 55 acá. Esto que nos había señalado fuerza alguna vez podría ser la primera indicación en la de 5 días de que si estos cruzan al revés, donde el 9 cae por debajo del 21, esto nos vaya a decir que la debilidad en el precio es efectiva y va a continuar a la baja. En la de 5 días tenemos un cero de volatilidad, no todavía, pero está contrayendo de los puntos más bajos de toda su historia. No el más bajo, pero de los más bajos. Así que atentos a eso. Y acá yo creo, porque Rivian es, ¿cómo se llama? Esto, aquí es donde puedes ver, también estamos por debajo de la media. La media es la que nos está rechazando en este momento después de haber estado muy por encima de la media en esta zona. La media nos está rechazando, está en 12.90. Eso nos debería de dar un viaje gratis a los 10.69, que es la parte baja del canal, si es que cerramos esta vela en 2 días y 4 horas tal cual. Si no podemos cerrar por encima de los 12.90, para los alcistas eso va a ser crítico, que también coincide con la línea en resistencia diagonal, meme que viene para abajo desde hasta arriba. Si no podemos lograr ese cierre por encima de eso, vamos a venir a buscar los 10.69 definitivamente. Y eso nos detendría. Probablemente no, eso nos mandaría al 61.8% por ahí de los 9.88. 3 días. 3 días tienes ya un cruce plateado a la baja lo habías tenido aquí a la alza, se está deshaciendo y vas para abajo. Esto es en la de 3 días, rechazo del promedio del 9, 21, 55, además de la media, todo rechazándote. Es como mi vida cuando era adolescente. Y ahora, muy probablemente en 3 horas y 3 minutos con este cierre, vayas a ir a buscar los 11.72. Pinche tabla. Además de eso, la volatilidad ya cayó por debajo del 15%, preparando el siguiente setup. Interesante. Diaria, el movimiento nos dice que está, básicamente aquí estás en, y mucha gente dirá, pues ya está abajo de la zona azul, ¿qué tanto puede continuar a la baja? Hasta el 95%, que son también los 10.56. No creemos que lo vaya a hacer rápido, creemos que va a tomar tiempo, creemos que Rivian va a empezar a consolidar por esta zona para poco a poco bajar. No tenemos un setup de volatilidad, aunque la volatilidad empieza a apuntar a la alza con esa vela roja, pero no quiere decir nada. Lo que quiero hacer es esto, porque en la diaria yo lo veo muy claro, ¿no? Y voy a quitar mis promedios. Ah, es que había cambiado esto. Indicators. Ok. Aquí lo pueden ver bastante claro, ¿no? Bueno, entre claro, ¿qué va? Si quito esto y esto, este es un canalito donde está. Quiero que veas que el precio de Rivian por encima de esto, bien. Una vez que rompes esta zona, que siempre ha sido un punto muy importante para mí, los 13.34, caes. ¿Qué estructura tienes acá? Un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Ese hombro, cabeza, hombro, ¿qué objetivo tiene? Vamos a hacerle el Mickey Mouse. Rompió acá 9.47 y eso lo pone con el mínimo de acá, 9.47. Ahora ya se rompió y confirmó, en mi opinión sí. En mi opinión sí. Para la gente que está aprendiendo, esto es hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Ok? Una vez que rompes el cuello, puedes medir este hombro, cabeza, hombro de la parte más alta del precio a la línea donde está el cuello. Y pueden ver que justamente esta zona es la zona de la ruptura a la baja. Pueden ver que la vino a retestear, ¡pum! Intentó romper a la alza y luego falló. Y ahora estás cayendo de una segunda zona paralela a esta. El caer de esta zona es lo que te va a llevar a esto. Eso es lo que quieres aguantar el día de hoy. Si eres alcista en Rivian ya, tienes que cerrar por encima de básicamente casi $13. Y se ve difícil la cosa. Temporalidades altas, bajistas, temporalidades medias, bajistas, temporalidades cortas nos dijeron que iban a, que hay básicamente una corrección a la alza. Esa creemos que haya sido la corrección a la alza y ya se haya acabado y va a haber continuación a la baja. Y lo que parece ser con momentum es que nos está dando tiempo para hacer que la volatilidad en temporalidades cortas, que la volatilidad se resetee, momentum, dejar de subir y empezar a caer cuando la volatilidad empuje, y eso nos daría el setup Nagasaki a la baja en Rivian. ¿Por qué? No tengo ni puta idea. Se me hace una estupidez, se me hace que Rivian debería valer mucho más, pero igual no lograron la única cosa que habían prometido, ¿no? Y eso es un poco siempre lo que detuvo a Tesla, que es lo que a mí me llama la atención de esta acción, que es una vez que sean profitable, que tengan net, ganancias net en cada uno de sus vehículos, esto va a exponenciar, va a ser un 10x tranquilo. Ahora, esto no es recomendación de inversión, igual y pierdo todo mi dinero, pero es lo que estoy yo apostando en este juego. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esto fue Rivian. Alex, what do you got? Salamis? Wait, you were muted, sir.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Some salamis.
Salamis.
Cut us up some Genoa salami.
Oh, the good old hang on, what was it called? Brajol. Do you know what a brajol is?
No idea.
Brajol, no.
Big, spicy Italian meat that looks like salami, like a big, thick Italian
Does it have
salami.
veins?
Brajol. Well, that's what I used to call my dick back in the day when I was classy and spoke Italian. Good old brajole. Are you interested in getting some brajol? Huh?
Offers coming once, coming twice.
Like Farshad used to say that Nico Rosberg used to ask. Because Nico I'm getting out of that conversation. Let's go, salamis.
Anyways, yeah. So Sol actually did exactly what we talked about. We were at the top of Sol BTC's resistance. Remember, this hasn't changed with time. It's just solidly been 2.6. That's kind of been the spot that we want to start seeing Sol actually break above and hold. That way, then we can actually get a pretty nice target up to the 3.0 level. You can see here, we talked about if resistance is going to hold and do what resistance wants to do often, then we just are going to go back to the bottom of the range. We talked about the 5-day. We wanted to start seeing that 5-day 9 start to move up closer to support. Didn't do that as close as we wanted. So we see now prices dumped to that support zone. You're going to want to start seeing bulls actually start buying this up right now. That way we don't run the risk of the 5-day EMA 9 deviating. We can see last time we held above the 5-day EMA 9 and then lost it. That just kind of is what started the move down for Sol BTC. So ideally now we got the pullback. It was pretty aggressive down too. I mean, that was from wick high to wick low, 21% move down. Now are we going to now hold this as support and move up? If we shift gears to the weekly, you can see just how important that level is for bulls to actually hold. So we're at the 5-day EMA 9. Ideally, that's going to start getting bought up. That way then into this weekly, we can hold above the EMA 9. This is a really nice area to look at because we have the EMA 34, 9, 21, all right around here on the weekly. So this just can make it really easy to gauge. You know that if we can hold above the weekly 9, specifically close above the 22965 level, then that will look nothing more than just a retest of support before possibly going higher. We also see here, Sol BTC is in an uptrend. If we go and throw the trend wave catalyst on, it shows it better. You can see here consistent higher low before the higher high break. Now we want to start seeing that higher low formed around here. So it's nice to, we got the pullback. We're now at the spot where we now want to start seeing bulls actually get to work and push us up back above support at basically 229. The weekly also, we see we're now testing the weekly median. So this is going to be really interesting. Do we hold the weekly median and get back with the mean line, or do we lose the weekly median, SFP the zone? If that does occur, it's going to really start looking like we're going to go back to the bottom of this area here. It being the first target right around the weekly EMA 100 at 197, if not all the way closer to the 50%, the SMA 200 at 1824. So, Sol BTC really does need to start bouncing basically here, or we're going to run the risk of us dumping another 11.4% at minimum, if not all the way back down closer to 18% more from that point. So it's going to be pretty important. If bulls can hold above the median, get the bounce, the next target will be the top of this range. It's nice because the top of the 38.2% as of now is coming in closer to the top of that 2.6 level. So it's going to be really important for bulls to actually hold the median, get back above the 229 level, and then from there move us up. Then we'll at least test the top of this channel at 2.6, break above that and hold. Then we really can start talking about a bigger breakout on Sol. So that's kind of all I see on the Sol BTC pair. It is still bullish. We do see the weekly is still firing off that volatility setup. And, it's kind of ties into these volatility setups at first can be bullish and then they can quickly shift bearish. So yes, we're expanding and we are still bullish as long as we hold above the median. So that's why today or into this week, it's going to be extremely crucial for bulls to specifically get a bounce around here because we're now at the weekly median. Let's just shift gears to the daily really fast. Yeah, the daily not looking the best on the daily though. So even on the daily, we're at the EMA 34, often the last stance if you use EMAs before we end up coming back down. You can see we're losing or we lost into yesterday that EMA 100. It's not a good sign to see that reject, and now we're kind of at the last stand. So it just plays into why we really want to start seeing bulls before the end of this week start bouncing us at this point. Here's how the 2 days looking. 2 days as well, just kind of hanging on the cliff. Visually, you can just see it is starting to look heavy. And if we start closing 2 days below that, I guess that wick low that was formed, on January 27th, that could be your confirmation that we're probably going to start breaking down. So, we got the pullback. I want to start seeing Sol BTC actually move now, or we're going to run the risk of this breaking down a lot more. You can see going into February, bulls are trying to reclaim above that EMA 9 on the monthly. Makes sense. That's a major spot. We were talking about that. That's going to be the next zone. So luckily for us, it's coming in right around the 2.6 level. This just ties into why it's going to be extremely important for bulls to get back above, specifically that the support zone at 229. Yeah, it's going to be really important. We're very close to it at 223, basically. So we're not too far away. In 2 days, 6 hours, can bulls get back above there? If they can, that'll look good. The EMA 21 held exactly where it needed to, popped us back above the monthly 9. And at that point, I mean, this whole bull market, the monthly 9 on SOL BTC has been solid support. We'd have to then really start looking at this scenario where the monthly can get reclaimed and hold above the 9. We possibly in February could see a nice move up again. So that's SOL. It's at a very crucial spot on multiple time frames. We see that this is kind of the spot we need a bounce and then also reclaim. If we can actually get back above the 229 level, that'll be really good for me. We start actually losing that monthly 9 and rejecting this zone. It's going to start really not looking the best, because then at that point, we're going to lose the weekly 9. And then really basic, you can just see the next target will be right around that EMA 100 weekly, if not all the way at that SMA 200. And remember, SOL BTC on the weekly has never actually hit its SMA 200 on the weekly. It's only it's only been here since January of 2024. So it's only really had a year to populate. You can see on that dump down, we almost hit it, but got front ran and was a pretty aggressive bounce. So I would be looking very carefully at this zone being a major area for SOL BTC. Start losing that, then yeah, I mean, it's going to drop off big and we're going to end up coming back down to this zone here. But until then, we want to start really seeing where this weekly goes to, because before we want to start talking about lower, we want to get the confirmation, which will happen once we actually close this monthly and this weekly candle. So SOL BTC needs to start bouncing here soon. Let's see if SOL Tether is actually telling us that we should see a bounce here or not. We see here on the weekly, we've done perfectly to that EMA 9. Again, just a level we talked about, where as long as SOL Tether was above $216, I was going to be looking at any kind of pullback into this zone as an opportunity. That's why we have the LARP line drawn out like that. So now we've gotten that pullback. Let me delete that. You can see here, anytime that SOL just starts losing that 216 level, it's more clear on a 2-day. That's usually when we just start really breaking down and chopping. So it makes sense now. We're now right around support. SOL BTC had its pullback, so now we're also at support. Are we going to deviate this zone or actually bust them through and reclaim this and hold the weekly 9 on SOL BTC? It's going to be really important, though, for bulls to essentially hold this spot. We start breaking this low here, it's going to really start looking like into this new weekly candle. SOL BTC is going to lose its weekly 9, which could lead to SOL Tether losing its weekly 9 and also losing the $215 support. That $215 support is pretty big. You can see here from last cycle, we really started to lose the 216. And yes, this was pretty aggressive. It just generally led to more downside until we hit support at 170s. So you're not going to want to see that zone get lost if you're bullish. If you're bullish, you're ideally going to want to start seeing this weekly 9 hold. This is just a simple retest on the weekly before going up higher, while also the weekly shifted trend, forming a higher low before a higher high. And now we're possibly going to form another higher low at the weekly 9. Definitely not out of Solana's characteristic to form these weekly higher lows right at the EMA 9. So, you have to really look at SOL BTC as just in a range. We hit the top of it. Now we're at the bottom. We're starting to lose it. That's why this weekly is going to be really crucial for bulls to start getting us up now. And same with SOL Tether. It's just in a range. I mean, resistance at 259, support is at 216. Until we lose one of these, it's just going to keep ranging. While we range, it's going to keep resetting volatility, though. So now we see the weekly has a volatility setup. You can see the 5 days actually expanding from a volatility setup. Upon expansion, it gave us this nice move up. And then we see we've retested this. So when we start seeing SOL BTC's volatility expand, the 5-day on SOL USD expand, I'm really going to want to start seeing these zones here act as a spring. specifically on Tether, which tells me that Sol BTC really needs to get a bounce at this 5-day then. Really have to get a bounce here soon, or we're going to start really running the risk of Solana actually breaking down a lot more, and at minimum going back to 206, if not all the way at 193s. If we start actually going back to the 193s, we're going to really actually run the risk of us coming back down and testing these wick lows here. We go back and test these wick lows, it's the same thing. If we go back to the 170 zone, it's going to really start looking questionable for Solana. And at that point, I'm really going to be wondering if we're actually going to test the 140s. That level is still there as my worst case scenario. I'm still watching and waiting to see if the 140s, if we do start firing off these volatility setups to the downside and we do start breaking down and shifting the trend, 140 should act as a big spot for Solana. But until then, I'm going to be looking at this as just a nice breakout of support. Now we're retesting it, solidifying that it's support. You're going to want to start seeing bulls get a bounce here soon for then actually us to go up higher. We go to the weekly here. We throw the HBDR on. You can see, we're at a big spot. So if we start losing this weekly 9, technically we'll be rejecting the median, and then the next target would be around the 38.2%. But until that happens, I'm still going to be looking at this as just an opportunity. Bulls are now retesting, and their objective into next week is just to either close above the weekly 9 or shift this down and reclaim it. So I'm still looking at this though as bullish until we either lose support, or if maybe Sol BTC actually starts losing this zone here, the median, the EMA 9, and support. This breaking down could tell me that Sol Tether could either break down or just get dramatically weaker. Until then, this is still looking bullish. I'd ideally want in this zone now to start just seeing consolidation before we start seeing that volatility expand, giving us that bigger breakout. I do think now, talking about if bulls actually solidify that this is support, if we do get any kind of daily close back above $259, I'm going to be looking at that as the pre-stages of a major breakout. Next target for me is going to be the 38.2% on the daily at $277. And at that point, you'll be already testing that wick high. I don't see why Solana won't just make its way closer to $300. That's the 38.2% on the weekly. Once we get back above that 258 level, we're now back above the weekly median, giving us the next target at the 38.2%. It's a major spot for Solana. We're now already breaking the all-time high. We're at the psychological number of 300. That's going to be a major zone for Sol.
Sorry, what area did you say you'd like to see a close over so that you can see that move to 300?
Yeah, so for me, I'd want to start seeing a week, any kind of even daily close back above 259.
Got it.
We can do that, then that'll start really looking good. We reclaim the daily median. At the very minimum, we'll go to the 38.2%. But at that point, we already are getting a pretty big volatility set up here. We're already back above the weekly median. We're now flipping this area into support. Easier target to me is at 305. If we actually start breaking that, that's when things could become kind of insane, and we could go to 349, if not all the way closer to $400. But until then, I'm going to just be looking at Solana very simply as in a range. We're now at the bottom of the range, so I want to see support hold, and I want to start seeing bulls actually push up from here, if not just consolidate, start getting that kind of structure forming, especially in the lower time frames. We're just kind of forming higher lows before we break out. Reclaiming 259 to me on any daily closure would look really good for a breakout. You can just see that's a big spot for Solana. It really can't hold above 259. It's a really big zone. So we can actually do that. What that'll mean to me is we're actually flipping essentially previous cycle highs into support, and that is just a recipe for a major breakout. So that is kind of my criteria for Solana. For us to actually go up to 300, it's just reclaiming that 259. So until then, we're going to just watch really closely how February, kind of what candles we close into this week. We're at a pretty crucial spot now. Sol Tether is a lot cleaner than Sol BTC. Sol BTC has some work to do. So we'll see we'll get a really clear indication if this is going to come down more into February or not, which ideally will give us more insight into the Tether pair. So that's all I really have on Solana. It's visually looking great. You can just see we lost this level. This level is always resistance, broke out, hit resistance, came down, now retesting. Is this support? If it is, this is really going to start looking like the next weekly higher low. Before I go out, I'm just curious what's monthly BBWP. I know I already said it, but it is just at the lowest point. So, once we really start breaking that 259, and assuming Sol BTC actually starts breaking above that 2.6 level, that's, in my opinion, where we really could start seeing Solana break out a lot more. We can see just very simply 259 is right where that monthly median is. Next target at that point is $632. Do I think that's going to hit? Probably not. But I do think in February, this could easily shift down closer to the $400 level, not 500. Then that could start correlating nicely with, the kind of levels we were talking about before. So the monthly kind of ties it all up. As long as we're under 259, though, we're just going to be caught in this range. Ideally, now the monthly closes back above 200. We hold above 216. Into February, we can make a move up to 259. And then at that point, if this median stays anywhere around there, reclaiming 259 could be a median reclaim. We do that. I mean, that's really when Sol becomes parabolic, in my opinion. You can see here, we were under that monthly median. This was the first time we reclaimed it. We held it as support. And then from that point, we went from $21 all the way up until we lost it here, where, we basically lost it when we went to $122. But from that whole rally up, from reclaiming and testing it here, I mean, that was an 849% move. So Solana now, at this point, with the median at the all-time high, previous all-time high, I mean, that to me doesn't seem too crazy. So stick to the levels. Don't get too blindsided here with Sol. It's really simple. We're just in a range. You're going to just want to keep seeing this range hold. We're now approaching the bottom of it. So as long as we're above 216, I'm going to be looking at that as bullish consolidation. We start losing the 216, then, then we'll be more bearish to me. And then we will definitely have to start looking at low 200s and really have to question if maybe Sol BTC is front running the breakdown, and then Sol Tether pairing is just kind of lagging behind. So that's all I have on Solana. It's very boring. We're in a range. You're ideally just going to want 216 to hold, Sol BTC to reclaim its weekly 9 and just hold it. In doing so, we can, just like we've always done, hold that weekly EMA 9 before going up higher and forming some kind of higher low here. If we can form some higher low, next target will be the $259. We can reclaim that. Then I do think $300 will be next. We start losing the weekly 9 and losing $216. Next target for me will be 200. If we start losing that weekly 21, I do think then we're going to end up going a lot lower. Lower for me will be right around wherever that 5-day EMA 100 will be, which is right now at $144. And that'd be a pretty aggressive drop on Solana, and most likely means that we start seeing those higher time frame volatility setups fire off. Until then, let's just see what happens here. And I do think it was, the 2-day? No. We are already getting volatility firing off. That was probably on the Sol BTC pairing. So, that to me tells me that bulls are going to need to start really moving here quickly. Getting a spring and then closing the weekly above the 9. We can do that, then great. The pullback scenario happened. Bulls still held the structure. And then we can actually start looking higher into February. So pretty crucial weekly close for Solana, more predominantly for its weekly, for its Sol BTC pairing. But remember, if the Sol BTC pairing starts shifting bearish, starts looking like it's going to break down, that does have implications for Solana. Either tells me we're going to just consolidate, or we're actually going to start breaking down. And again, it'll just be a Bitcoin driven rally. So big spot here. You want 216 to hold.
My man. Thank you so very much. Interesting salamis. I see all the news, and on TradingView it says sell. And the news articles that I have is Solana still wants lower as meme coins face a major shakeout, says analyst.
Just retesting.
And then imagine if Jim Cramer says sell all your Solana.
Oh, that'd be the perfect storm. You don't even need a volatility setup. That would be the World War V setup.
It'll go straight to $1,200.
Yeah, exactly. Fingers crossed. We got Roblox, and then we can go fuck off, gentlemen. Thank you.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
Well, you guys can do whatever you want. I'm going to go fuck off. Ok, tenemos vamos a analizar Solamis. Ah, no mames que no puse el banner de los Solamis, güey. Qué puta decepción. Estoy muy decepcionado en mí, señores. ¿Saben qué? Voy a tener que acabar este en vivo. No, no sé qué. Aquí está mi pequeño orgullo de banner. Ok, estamos viendo Solana, pero recuerden, nos gusta comparar Solana con Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Puedes también poner Solana contra cuánto valen dólares, pero nos gusta hacerlo en Bitcoin porque Bitcoin es dentro de la misma unidad monetaria, me refiero cripto. Bitcoin tiene una regla donde solamente hay 21 millones. Es como el oro, pero aún mejor en la forma en que sabemos cuál es exactamente el supply. Cuando el oro no tenemos ni la menor idea de cuánto exista, cuánto puede minar, cuánto no. Tenemos estimados, pero no la realidad. Ahora, para poder buscar estos pares, tienes que poner Sol y luego la segunda palabra es BTC. Para comparar cualquier cosa con solamente para la gente que esté aprendiendo apenas, si quieres sacar el de Ethereum, vas a sustituir Ethereum con BTC y básicamente funciona como los pesos, ¿no? Quieres ver en cualquier cosa para encontrar un par, el peso contra el dólar, ¿no? ¿Cuánto vale el dólar contra el peso? La primera palabra, la primera cosa que estás buscando, USD aquí, que son dólares, es ¿cuántos dólares por peso? ¿Cuántos solanas por Bitcoin? Y aquí básicamente lo ponen. Digo, ¿cuántos Bitcoin puedo comprar con mis solanas? Y esto es lo que te pone. Puedes comprar con tus solanas .0002 al precio de hoy. Ok, ¿por qué es importante esto? Esta madre tiene un precio fijo y definitivamente quieres poder ver cómo se devalúan, cuáles son los nuevos niveles para esto, porque recuerda, Solana hizo un máximo en el 2021 y acaba de crear un nuevo máximo, pero en contra de Bitcoin está para abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque Solana tiene inflación, tiene una inflación del 8% anual. Así es, señores. Hay un 8% de emisión de monedas de Solana cada año y esto es algo que todos tienen que tener en mente en todas las altcoins. Es por eso que es importante entender que no es lo mismo comprar Bitcoin que comprar cualquier otra chingadera. Así que con eso dicho, también amamos la tecnología de Solana, etcétera. Vamos a analizar exactamente cómo va el comportamiento de esto en lo que lo podemos ver. Lo tenemos en la semanal. Vamos rápido. Quiero ponerlo en la mensual. Quiero ver algo yo personalmente. Es más, voy a ponerlo en 2 meses. En la de 2 meses podemos ver, estamos por encima del 9, encima del 21, bastante bien. Tenemos este tope de por acá, habíamos logrado el tope de por acá y ahora estamos rangueando. Lo que no me gusta de este rango es que estamos empezando a ranguear en la parte baja del rango en vez de en la parte alta, que es lo que me gusta de este tipo de consolidaciones, pero eso no es nada, simplemente ojo de buen cubero. Y aquí vemos que la volatilidad está llegando al punto más bajo de toda la historia en esta tabla. Y normal, parece que cada cierto tiempo le gusta voltearse la volatilidad, reventar y luego quedarse tranquila. Es un poco lo que parece que estamos viendo por acá en la de 2 meses en Bitcoin contra Solana, Solana contra Bitcoin más bien. Acá tenemos nuestro Solamis mensuales. Básicamente, y ustedes lo saben, siempre y cuando estemos por encima del promedio del 9 en una temporalidad mensual, consideramos esto como un mercado alcista. Por primera vez desde acá, no habíamos perdido el promedio de la 9. No lo hemos, o sea, no se había perdido desde ese entonces. Lo puedes ver acá. De nuevo, la 9 es la línea azul. Esta vela pasada, la de diciembre, nos hizo perderlo. Y ahora estamos intentando retomarlo. Definitivamente queremos cerrar por encima del punto 002258. Si no podemos cerrar por encima del promedio del 9 en 2 días y 6 horas, esto sería un claro rechazo, ¿no? Un SFP, porque ya lo intentó, tienes hasta acá arriba a donde llegó para engañar a todo el mundo. Es una tomada de liquidez y de ahí se iría para abajo. Es lo que te imaginarías en este tipo de escenarios. Así que cerrar por encima del promedio del 9 se me hace esencial para poder dar continuación alcista a lo que estamos viviendo en este momento en Solana. Y también, atención, nuestra volatilidad mensual está disparándose en este momento a la alza, está por encima del promedio. No sé cuándo lo haya logrado, pero ahí está. Y vamos a ver a dónde expande exactamente la vela que está acá. que es básicamente la que estamos viviendo. Si llegara a bajar de esta zona del promedio del 21 y todavía faltan 2 días y 6 horas, eso sería demasiado negativo para el precio y lo veríamos caer definitivamente más en contra de Bitcoin. Vamos a la semanal. En la semanal les voy a poner el HPDR para que también lo vean. ¿Qué estamos viendo en la semanal? Tenemos un setup de volatilidad que se dobló y ahora está como yéndose de lado y tal vez pierda el promedio. Literalmente el promedio está 0.02% abajo, por lo que no voy a contar esto como absolutamente ninguna señal de volatilidad. Expandiendo por acá, podemos ver que nuestros solamis han estado por debajo en la semanal de nuestra media desde acá, desde noviembre 24, y hemos estado cayendo desde entonces. Intentamos retomarlo y caímos, intentamos retomarlo y caímos, intentamos retomarlo y ahora estamos cayendo. Es clave poder aguantar esta zona. Si podemos aguantar esta zona, tendríamos un rebote claro a esta zona. Y esto nos pondría en una mejor posición a todos con nuestros solamis. Tenemos algún setup de volatilidad, es lo que habíamos dicho. Déjame rápido, veo la diaria. En la diaria puedes ver que estamos cayendo de la media y hemos estado debajo de la media desde acá, desde enero del 2025. Y estando por debajo de la media, normalmente cuando caemos de la media, lo pueden ver acá, no son caídas tan grandes. Y nos gusta ir a la parte baja de la zona verde, del 78.6%. Eso nos llevaría a esta zona y eso nos haría crear tal vez bajos más bajos. Vamos a estar al pendiente con esto. Vamos ya al par, ahora sí con el dólar, con el Sol USD. Vamos a ver cómo estamos parados en esta jugada. Déjenme quito esto para poder ver las temporalidades más altas. Empezamos con espérame, 2 meses. ¿Esto qué es eso? ¿Por qué tengo ese canal? No me acuerdo. Ok. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, estamos por encima del promedio del 21 en la de 2 meses, eso es bastante bueno. La mensual es la importante para nosotros ahorita. Esto simplemente es un setup de 2 meses, no tenemos nada en volatilidad. Bien, ok. Bueno, de 3 meses. 3 meses estamos por encima del promedio del 9. Bien, bien, hay que preocupar, está en 148. Esa va a ser una zona importante para recordar. 148. ¿Tenemos algún setup? No, volatilidad está en altos históricos. Vamos a la mensual rápidamente. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9. No lo hemos perdido para nada. Cualquier oportunidad en la 9 es perfecta para venir a la parte alta de este canal. Interesante. Esta vela se llevó todo el canal y acá esta también. Solana es una mamada. Ok. Aquí abajo tenemos, déjenme quito este pendejo canal, no sé por qué lo tengo ahí. Abajo no tenemos nada del setup de volatilidad y vemos a Solana comportarse. Está encima del promedio del 9. No queremos perder los 179. Perder esto nos pondría en esa posición mala. Faltan 2 días y 6 horas para cerrar esta vela. Nada mal. Esto tiene cara de que, damas y caballeros, permítanme traerlos a mi taza con una consolidación de mega no mames por acá. ¿Cuál es el objetivo de esto? Esto es un cup and handle, una copa, una taza y la agarradera de la taza, ¿ok? La agarradera de la taza está aquí, en esta zona. Ahora, ¿cuál es el objetivo de esto? ¿Cómo lo medimos? Vamos a ir a la parte más baja del precio, que está acá, y la pones en la parte alta de la zona. Si tienes un breakout a la alza, y lo pondría en esta, porque es donde hemos tenido el cierre más alto. Eso nos llevaría a unos solamis de $480. Creo que es imposible, absolutamente no. ¿Será este ciclo? No sé, pero no creo que sea imposible. Eso es lo que estamos viendo en la mensual. Vamos a sacar el HPDR para también ver dónde estamos parados en nuestro rango. Pueden ver que venimos a tomar liquidez al 38.2%, a la parte alta de la zona azul, pero también nos venimos a apoyar muy chido en el promedio del 9 y además nuestra media. Media está en el 166, promedio del 979, y eso nos hizo rebotar y estar acá. Si podemos aguantar justamente en esta zona y por encima del 179 y 165, que creo que tenemos posibilidades muy altas, por solamente 2 días y 6 horas, vamos a tener un viaje una vez más a los 274 y tenemos que ver a dónde exactamente nos lleva esta zona azul en la siguiente abierta de mercado, bueno, la siguiente abierta de vela. Vamos a las 2 semanas importante. Tenemos algo en volatilidad, tenemos volatilidad no expandiendo, está contrayendo, no por encima, no por abajo del promedio, pero no está haciendo nada. Hemos estado por encima de nuestra media. Pueden ver que nos venimos a apoyar en ella para dar este brincototote que nos llevó a los 295, a nuestro máximo histórico. Y ahora estamos cayendo del 50% a la zona azul. Primer objetivo aquí deberían de ser los 211 si es que llegamos a caer tanto. Y si llegamos a caer de los 211, muy probablemente vas a tener un viaje gratuito a la zona de los 180. De ahí, ya ni te preguntes, el peor escenario son 140, que también coinciden con nuestro 55, nuestro promedio del 55 y la parte baja de la zona azul. Por ahora, ¿es algo de preocuparnos eso? Todavía no existe nada que nos esté diciendo que esto se vaya a dar. Vale. Semanal. Semanal empieza a pintar un poco diferente la cosa, porque en la semanal nos está rechazando oficialmente. Hemos perdido la media desde acá y desde entonces habíamos estado, no por encima de la media tanto, pero cada que estamos por encima de la media tenemos buenos pompazos. Ahora estamos abajo de la media, caímos acá, la intentamos retomar, nos rechazó, volvimos a intentar retomarla, está en 237.59. Queremos cerrar por encima de ella. ¿En cuánto tiempo? En 4 días y 6 horas, todavía le queda bastante tiempo, nos venimos a recargar en promedio el 9. Esto nos debe decir, si pasamos y perforamos la media y estamos en el 9, si no nos lleva a 292, esto tiene una probabilidad alta de llevarnos a los 196, $200. Eso es la semanal, tenemos un cero de volatilidad. No, pero la volatilidad está contrayendo por ahí del 15%, esto es lo que nos da ya una señal. No voy a poner una línea meme para ver cuando la volatilidad nos dé el placer de hacer esto e ir para arriba, para ver a dónde está apuntando el precio en ese momento y dónde está apuntando el momentum. Vamos a la de 5 días en los solamis, impresionantes, brother. Estamos cayendo a la parte alta del 38.2%. Nos gustaría aguantar los 229.69, excelente número. Si podemos aguantar por encima de ese número en este cierre en un día y 6 horas, vamos a tener posibilidades de tener un viaje diría la zona del 78.6%, pero voy a irme un poco más tranquilo y relajarme al 61.8%, donde estamos viendo los $275. De perder los 229.69, de perder los 221, de perder los 205 y de perder los 190, tu siguiente objetivo son los 167. 167. Atentos por ahí. Volatilidad estaba expandiendo, pero está contrayendo. No tenemos nada. Vamos a la de 3 días. 3 días, venimos de la parte alta, lo que nos dice que esto es un movimiento correctivo y esta corrección debería acabarse por acá, más o menos, interesante, o mínimo en la parte alta de la zona azul, que está en los 212.31. Sí. Esta vela, en donde estamos en este momento, en los 229, no puede aguantar por encima de 229, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser la parte alta de la zona azul, los 211. Así que 229, temporalidad corta, falta un día y 6 horas para cerrar esa. 2 días. Uy. Brother, los 2 días no tenemos nada en volatilidad, pero lo que sí tenemos es rechazo, el 88.3% nos ha llevado acá. Intentamos retomar nuestra 9, estamos en la zona azul, pero estamos por debajo del promedio del 9. Queremos definitivamente cerrar esta vela en un día y 6 horas arriba de 231.40. ¿Para qué? Para poder ir a testear la parte alta de la zona azul y una vez más retomar esta zona de los 255. Sí. Llegamos a cerrar por debajo de esto, vas a tener un viaje directo a la media mínimo en los 211 una vez más y la parte baja de la zona azul si es que no aguanta en los 195. Diaria, ya estamos en la zona de abajo, es interesante lo que nos dice que va a haber más chop, pero estamos abajo del 9, abajo del 21, la zona azul está aquí arriba, podemos ver que subió la media a 257 y ahora lo que queremos hacer es poder tener este cierre por encima de los 229.96, 230. Cerrando arriba de 230, vamos a poder ir a buscar esta zona de los 237 y poco a poco hacer nuestro camino para arriba. Eso sería lo más ideal, tomando en cuenta que tenemos un mínimo acá en los 220 que nos gustaría no barrer. Si barremos el mínimo de los 220, vamos más abajo. Es muy importante mantener eso como contexto y nota para todos ustedes. Podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad también está contrayendo en lo que estamos viendo esta corrección. Así que vamos a ver para dónde se da el movimiento. Esperemos poder cerrar por encima de los 230 hoy en 5 horas 25 minutos, poder hacerlo alcista. Si no, vas a ir a cerrar los 221 y a ver si no barres este mínimo. De barrer este mínimo, esta es la zona del no. Si pierdes los 220.88, vas a ir a probablemente los 200, sin duda alguna. Así que mantengan los ojos en Solamis. Se ve bien a largo plazo, se ve algo correctivo a corto plazo. Así que ahí lo tienen los Solamis, damas y caballeros. All righty. What are we doing now? Oh.
Roblox.
Roblox. The blocks row.
The Roblox.
The Roblox.
Robux. Hey, it's
That's
at a
what they
very
have.
perfect. It's at a very perfect price too. $69.
Is it
Stop
really?
the buying. Stop the count. Stop the buying. Everyone, I want to say, stop the buying. We've reached the fair market value. No more buying.
We reached the best price you could possibly reach in Solana. It's a great price, 69. I love 69 in Melania.
and also other women, well, with alongside with blood.
I love it.
The
The more the merrier. The more the merrier. I love to see them. Love to have them
most-
bouncing up and down.
The
Sorry.
most G president of all time.
Fuck yeah. Bring in a couple porn stars. I like to pay them off the record, but then it's on the record.
We love the porn stars. I'm just acting a bit, by the way. I've never even heard of.
Me either.
So on the monthly, this kind of like bucked my short. It invalidated it pretty quick. Well, it was in profit at first, and then it ended up making a nice little round trip and getting stopped out. The entry was about like $61, $62, and the stop loss was 65. So it was pretty tight. But since it broke that $65 stop loss, it ended up going another $4 to $5 higher after that, which is why I had that stop loss in that area. The high of this candle right now is $69.96. Oh, the number is reversed. Nice. And because of how unlikely this move is, it's getting significantly over the 100% on the HPDR bands. And right now we're in kind of uncharted territory. Plus, we've closed a monthly candle above all of these previous lower high rejections. That would, at the very least, bring us up to this meme line. When we get to the meme line, though, I feel like we're going to reject it sharply and then end up closing below that 100% just to fit into the probabilities and statistics. Because this thing has never closed over the 100% ever. It's gotten, was it below? Nope, didn't even close below. Never has it closed above or below the 100%. So I feel like if we do tap this meme line, we'll end up getting a sharp rejection and close below that 100%. So since the long got stopped out, this could be a pretty high probability short to take, where you would short it anywhere around $73, and your stop loss would be anywhere. If you wanted to do an automatic stop, a hard stop loss, which will cut you out, you could probably put it at around what is low this candle, $53.60, and a manual stop loss with any close above $73.71. Or short would be stop loss around $90, and then for automatics, where if you get like a big girthy green dildo, it'll save you, but you probably would be able to get out with a manual close over this area. Let's shift down to the 2-week. Another thing that goes along with the idea of that pullback around that meme line is that we're at 100% on momentum and volatility. Pretty high probability short there. That meme line lines up somewhere with between the 78.6 and the 88.3 on the 2-week. So we'll be getting to pretty extreme levels on the HBR bands on the 2 weeks. Momentum is already shifting down on the 2-week. Volatility is shifting down. and we have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 2-week. So that would come right along the after hitting that area, the meme line, to retap this 9 EMA, which is a retest of the silver cross. Weekly is getting a pretty nice move off of that 38.2%. We close over that 38.2%. Momentum shifting back up, volatility shifting up. That takes us to 61.8. And that's perfectly at this meme line right now at around $73. Strongly think that this meme line is going to be a very significant rejection based off of the monthly HPDR. Same thing with the 5-day as the weekly, right above that 38.2, takes you to the 61.8. 2 days, same thing, above the 38.2 and the 50%, which will take you to the 78.6. Also lines up with the meme line. And daily is about to close over the 38.2. Where's volatility? Volatility is shifting up with momentum breaking back into the bullish control zone. Let's look at the jewel. Oh, very nice. Jewel's getting a pretty nice buy signal, where the pink is crossing over the yellow, the light blue is crossing over everything else. They're very, very close to each other when that happens. Where did the pink cross? Above, right around here. So if you were to take that to the meme line, that would be 15% move to the upside. Not bad on my stock. Whereas momentum is just about to break back into the bullish control zone. Same thing on the 4-hour. Interesting. Momentum is right about to break back into the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up. And we've got to close over the 38.2%. That should take us towards somewhere around the 61.8 to the 78.6. My bias is the 78.6 because it's right next to my meme line at about like $72 to $73. I do believe the FOMC is going on now.
It's in another hour, no?
I'm not sure.
No, it's coming on soon.
Oh, I think the announcement is coming on soon, and the press conference is. Let me see. I'll tell you right now.
That might be coming within the hour, next hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, at 11:30. So in basically 50 minutes.
There was that one betting website, Polymarket, that posted about someone who took a bet for $2,500 that Powell would increase rates.
And that would make them like $1 billion?
Yeah, 2,500 to 1.66 million.
No.
Yep. That would be the most legendary trade of all time.
That would be, by the way, that would be a mega nuke on the markets, but no way that's happening. Although, hang on, no way that's happening that he's saying it, but the interest rates are indeed going up and doing that. So that's what's interesting about it.
Yeah, just him giving the verbal confirmation, though. Ooh, that's the act.
Not happening though. Those markets, the Fed Watch tool, whatever the fuck it is, that has a 97% probability of no change,
it's rarely ever wrong.
Never wrong. Never.
On the monthly, this thing is looking quite fucking bullish. Not
It's
only are we
volunteer.
it does have that little cup and handle, the America pattern, the United States. There's California right there. There's Texas. There's Florida. the good old United States pattern.
America, fuck yeah.
We've gotten a close over every single major lower high. That would take us very likely to this breakdown point somewhere around $100. And it's also a very round psychological number too. I just hate seeing it break this beautiful 69 number. On the
screenshot it forever.
Screenshot it. Yeah, beautiful, perfect.
Beautiful.
Make it my wallpaper. Monthly still has the seeding bullish divergence active as long as we're closing above $37.50, which is quite a ways away. Actually, if you want to be aggressive, you can just do it below $47.95, still quite a bit away. And the next target on that divergence would be the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $83.64, right below that $100 area. Why is this thing so bullish? Did they find a new way to milk parents?
Honestly, there's no competition whatsoever. It's crazy that it's so cheap. Still, there's nothing that does this. Nothing comes close.
Not even Fortnite.
No, because you can do a fortnight within Roblox.
Oh shit.
Yep.
On the
Yep,
2 week, we have 3 drives of bullish divergence. But it's one of those things where it's too bullish for me to give you a target other than like $75, which we're basically at right now. Weekly, nothing. The bearish divergence confirmed when it was basically already played out. That's how you know when something's bullish as fuck. 3 drives of bearish divergence only brought us down to the 9 EMA. Nope, no bearish divergence. There is possible hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm if we close above $66.86, which we are above right now.
Damn.
Can't get any targets because we're already in the critical zone. 2-day has confirmed hidden bullish divergence off this previous higher low, and the target from that would be the critical zone. That's it at $76, right next to that 75 number we just looked at. 4-hour daily has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, but it's too bullish to give you a number because we're sitting in the critical zone already. 4 hours also in the critical zone. Damn, every single time frame is in the critical zone. Ding. Monthly is getting volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been in. Momentum is within the critical zone and it's pointed up above $62.65.
Which
That would, yeah,
we
we're
are.
about like $7 above that right now. Looking pretty likely that $100 is coming. On the 2-week, we're getting a volatility setup where we went below 15%, went all the way down to like 13% to 10%, got expansion from there, along with the silver cross. And we're getting momentum to the upside as long as we're above $63.30 within the critical zone. Weekly is very close to getting volatility expansion once again. Pretty crazy how we got contraction off of this pretty nice move to the upside. And we're very close to getting, once again, volatility expansion. On this next open, we're very probably going to be above the moving average. And momentum is pointed to the upside as long as we're above $67.89. Then we have volatility expansion with momentum to the upside when we were hitting new highs on this rally while volatility was down. 5-day contracting still while momentum is pointed up above $67.49. Probably sometime soon we get volatility expansion. I would expect somewhere between like 30% to maybe 20% area of volatility. We'd finally get that volatility expansion. 2 days giving us a nice momentum and volatility setup. Dropped all the way down to like 2%. Sorry, expanding from there. We're at 53%. Can still go up a decent amount more. While momentum is pointed up above $68.46. It is cutting it a little bit close though. It's like $1.40 away. Daily is doing the same thing. Volatility to the upside, expanding once again. Momentum is pointed up above $69.07. It's the most perfect momentum pivot I've ever seen.
And I've seen several momentum pivots.
Just today alone, I've looked at so many momentum pivots. Believe me, it's been tremendous.
Believe me, I always do. I always do.
Even as low as the 4-hour, we're getting volatility setups where volatility came all the way down to 2%. Now we're expanding. We're at 44%, and momentum is pointed up above $68.74. This thing is bullish as fuck, no matter which time frame you look at it on. All the way up to the monthly, we have hidden bullish divergence, and the targets are can't even give you targets because we're so bullish that we're already in the critical zone. So the only target I could give you is $75, then $100 after that. And we're getting volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been in. You go all the way down, like even on the 4-hour, we're getting momentum to the upside with volatility expansion. I don't see any signs of bearishness on this thing at all. I'm kind of seeing $75 and $100 as the future targets.
Me too. And also I'm seeing Vini's big balls. Look at it. Look at those puppies. Come here. Come here.
Buenas tardes, Vinny.
Come here, Vinny. What a good boy. Look at this.
¿Cómo,
Oh,
cómo
dude.
estás?
Oh, he's good. Thank you. He's feeling good. My boy, he's finally soft. All of the food has fixed all of his coat. He's fucking golden. Getting rubs all day, that motherfucker. Now, he's obsessed with Belen. Like I am nothing in this house. Nothing. I'm a second thought. If I'm around, it's like, oh, you're here? I was at the
That's
door.
nice.
So yeah, it's really great to have a dog that makes you feel like your wife, like the second one, because my wife also loves him. So I am just the extra person here in the house. Welcome to my life again.
Vinny has turned you into the third wheel.
That's right. Fucking incredible. No, Roblox is looking fucking tasty, dude. Tasty. And again, there's nothing yet that comes close, any competition whatsoever. I think they're gonna reach all-time highs within the year. Easy.
What about the
Easy.
rumor that Minecraft 2 is going to come out? You can do a lot of stuff in Minecraft.
You can't. So I'm not an expert in video games, but I spoke to my friend that's a streamer that does video games all of his life, and he said literally there's nothing that competes directly with Roblox. Nothing has like that one-to-one and all for all the kids and whatnot. So I'm gonna trust the guy that knows what the fuck all the video games in the world are, because he plays them every single day for 8 hours with his
I don't
friends.
know shit about games.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go with that and just go with, I think this is gonna reach all-time high this year. Like at that, I'm at that point bullish because it's been so undervalued for so long. Like for so long, it's crazy. It's gonna have its Cardano moment. I know it's I'm sorry, XRP moment, not Cardano.
Cardano is going to sit in the hotel chair. It'll be a
He's
very
just like-
nice hotel chair.
It'll be like kind of like that one. Kind of like that one. So nice, so premium. That couch is like one of the most valuable things I have. I don't like
Is
to have
that-
valuable things, but
Is that from that one company, Restoration Hardware?
no, no. I bought this fucking year. No, I actually got this for free. When I was moving, I bought a house, and the guy that was moving out was like, "Do you want to keep some of the couches?" I was like, "Yeah." And then a friend of mine that works at an insanely expensive furniture store came in for the first time to visit us, looked at the couch and goes, "Where'd you buy that?" I was like, "I didn't buy it. It was with the house." He looked at it, like he flipped it, found the label, turned it back down, and he goes, "I'll buy it from you right now." I was like, "No, but why?" And he goes, "These are really, really rare and expensive." And they were like $5,000 in 2010, 2012. It's got to be like $80 million right now with inflation.
How did they get the flag on it? Oh, it's
And I'm not
definitely
exaggerating.
traded in for 2 McLaren F1s. Fuck it, 3.
Right? Fuck yeah. But yeah, you boys enjoy the rest of your day. Is there anything else you'd like to add, look at?
No, always a good stream. See you boys next one.
Buenas
you.
tardes,
We'll
hermanos.
see you guys on the next one. Thank
Listo.
you. Thank you. Listo. And for everybody, I want to say it in English for you guys. If you go on our Discord, and I'm about to share our Discord, guys, don't fucking talk to anyone that's telling you that is us asking you to sell you any type of thing. Nothing. We're never going to contact you. You're going into the Discord. You're going to talk to everyone. And if we contact you, we're talking to you. It's going to be publicly. We don't want to start sending private messages to anybody. We just got someone get scammed. And by the way, for $3,000, there's nothing on this is what makes me really sad, more than obviously the guy losing money. There's nothing on the website that costs $3,000.
No.
I
Like,
wish.
how? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, these fucking scammers are better than us at selling our products. We got to hire them as marketing.
That's a good idea.
So yeah,
Inquire within.
exactly. So stay away from those DMs on Discord, people. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You guys enjoy.
Have a good one.
Y ahora también, Vini, el Pitbull Vini. Déjame muevo estas cosas, Vini. Casi te caes. Espérame. Es que hago ejercicio en lo que estoy haciendo todo esto, porque luego pues, tienes tanto tiempo y estás sentado, te mueres, tío. Un aviso para toda la gente, y siempre los invito que vengan a nuestro Discord, que lo conozcan, porque es absolutamente gratis. Tienen acá los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, muy fácil navegar, chat general para platicar con toda la gente, para que pidan tablas. También tenemos noticias, si pueden dejarnos testimonial. Todo esto es gratis, gratis, ¿ok? Y a lo que voy es, si están entrando a nuestro Discord, que está en la descripción de abajo, ahora si estás en Twitter no lo vas a ver, métete al video de YouTube y simplemente ve la descripción, velo en mi canal. Ahí está, le picas, te lleva para acá. Nunca te voy a mandar un mensaje, jamás. Esto pasa todo el tiempo. Es por eso que les digo que es mentira todo lo que dicen de la censura, etcétera. Esto pasa todo el tiempo en mi canal de este canal donde platico con ustedes y en los comentarios hay un güey que les dice que soy yo y que les estoy mandando un mensaje. Esto pasa en Facebook también, donde hace exactamente lo mismo. Esto pasa en todas las redes sociales, donde alguien pretende ser nosotros y que te vamos a escribir. Nunca te voy a escribir. Nunca, nunca, nunca en mi vida te voy a escribir. Es más, me escribes, no te voy a contestar. Te lo juro por mi vida. No hay nada en este planeta que me haga... O sea, no le contesto a nadie mensajes más que a mi mujer. Ya de repente a Farhan y Alex. Pero no le contesto mensajes a nadie. Hay gente que se está haciendo pasar por nosotros. A alguien le acaban de bajar $3,000, que por cierto, ¿cómo te bajan $3,000 cuando no hay nada en el sitio web que cueste más de $55 al mes? Si lo quieres agregar todo, $499 al mes. ¿Cómo es que ese güey consiguió que le dieras $3,000? Es brutal. Y luego también me toca, ¿no? La gente en Facebook que me escribe y me dice, voy a exponer a la rata del Salomundo porque me bajó $5,000 o lo que sea. Lo único que estás exponiendo es lo pendejo que eres porque yo no te robé nada, güey. No le estoy hablando a nadie para quitarle nada. No estoy en mi pedo acá con Vini y sus bolotas enormes. Así que, por favor, no caigan en nada de esto. Nunca les voy a escribir, jamás les voy a pedir dinero y menos en un mensaje. Si les estoy pidiendo dinero, es porque les estoy vendiendo algo. Pueden ir a la tienda a comprar Water People, pueden venir a la tienda a comprar esto, pueden ir a la tienda de ShopSwipe y comprarse una gorra, pero no vendo nada en privado. Nada. Y nunca lo voy a hacer, ni tampoco voy a invertir tu dinero ni hacer nada en privado. No hago nada de eso. Solamente quería decirlo porque es brutal, es triste que la gente caiga en esto. No, personalmente no lo entiendo, pero pasa. ¿Y qué le puedes hacer, no? Es donde dicen, ¿quieres ayudar a la libertad de expresión censurando? ¿Por qué no censuras estas estafas? En Facebook, en Meta, en todo, nada, les vale pito. Pero bueno, vamos a ver Roblox que se ve alcista de a madre. Esta es nuestra tabla mensual. Vini, perdón, déjame acabo el análisis, Vini. Esta es nuestra dice que ni madres. Esta es nuestra tabla mensual. Tenemos un alto histórico en $141 que lo hizo justamente en noviembre del 2021, muy parecido al ciclo de cripto. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo? Lo que estamos viendo acá es básicamente una potente y potencial. Ahora estoy adelantándome al movimiento, ¿ok? Pero es lo que acabamos de ver. Una copa con la taza y acá es donde debería encontrarse con esto, para después dar un movimiento a la alza a un nivel estúpido, ¿ok? Esto se ve muy alcista. Por primera vez en la historia, hace 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meses, pudimos cruzar por encima del promedio del 21 y el 9, y además estos cruzaron hace 4 meses a la alza, potente. Esta es una vela mensual que va a cerrar hoy, estamos cotizando en 69.87. Esto se ve alcista a más no poder, y sobre todo cuando ves que la volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento y le gusta estar en extremos, periodos en extremos por 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 meses, cabrón. Esto quiere decir que esto tiene para seguir empujando y tiene demasiada gasolina para continuar fuerte, acercándonos solamente un poco al precio para que lo puedan ver. Pueden ver la fuerza que lleva. Una vez, este es un nivel importante. Muy, muy importante para Roblox. Pueden ver que aquí tenemos confluencia junto con esto y el rechazo de esta. Tuviste también el mismo rechazo de esta zona en esta vela previa y ahora lo tienes. Esto te va a hacer viajar a la alza fuerte. Puedes ver nuestro promedio del 9.21 cruzando ahí abajo. Esto lleva fuerza, manos. Esto lleva fuerza. Nos acercamos un poco más. 2 semanas. Oh, Vini de Pitbull. Voy a poner el HPDR para que lo vean. Vini, espérame, güey. Es que le encanta que lo acaricien. No sé si nunca lo acariciaron, de verdad. Y ahora que encontró a un pendejo que lo hace todo el día, no me deja en paz. Aunque es lo que quiero. Estamos moviéndonos, estamos al 78%. Roblox ha llegado al 100%, ¿ok? Al 100% en la parte alta. Cerrando aquí, justamente donde estamos en 2 días y 2 horas, vamos a tener una excelente oportunidad de ir a darnos una vuelta a los 77.98. Más allá de eso, Puedes ver la expansión de volatilidad junto con el gran movimiento a la alza y esta continúa. La volatilidad está en 69.61% en la de 2 semanas, empujando y empujando. No nada más eso. Tienes tu primer cruce plateado en la tabla de 2 semanas aquí abajo, lo que nos dice que toda oportunidad, cada vez que veas al precio de Roblox tocar el promedio del 9, quieres comprarlo para long. Eso quiere decir, bueno, y si no estás comprando acciones en spot, solamente comprar cada que toque el promedio del 9. Vamos a la semanal. La semanal tiene volatilidad contrayendo, pero ahora está volteándose a la alza. Estamos justamente en el 50% en la semanal. Bien, si podemos cerrar esta semana en 2 días y 2 horas en $70.09, vamos a tener una oportunidad de ir a visitar la zona del 88%, que está en $83.16. Güey, ¿qué pedo con Roblox? Es una máquina. Volatilidad está contrayendo en esta temporalidad. Queremos cerrar justamente donde estás, en 1 hora y 58 minutos, poder tener un cierre por encima de los 67.25. Estamos cotizando en 69.85. Eso nos va a impulsar a los 73.10 a corto plazo. También tienes, obviamente, tu cruce plateado aquí atrás, pero eso ya lleva un rato y el precio continúa empujando, creando altos más altos, mínimos más altos. Vini de Pitbull. 2 días. A ver, deja que cargue la cámara. Vini el Pitbull. 2 días, bastante bien. Estamos por encima de los 69.38, que es lo que queremos estar en este cierre. Podemos cerrar por encima de 69.38. Vamos a ir a darnos una vuelta una vez más a los $73. Pueden ver que los 73 son inevitables, casi, casi. Vamos a ver si en la de 3 días tenemos volatilidad empujando el movimiento a la alza. Sí, y todavía continúa. Pueden ver que está solo en 53%. Puta madre. Es que sí son todas las temporalidades, de verdad. Y ahora, en la diaria, tienes expansión, una vez más, de volatilidad. En lo que estás viendo, estas velas verdes. Ahora estás justamente abajo del 50%. Nos encantaría poder cerrar en 1 hora y 56 minutos arriba de los 70-15 más o menos en total, ir a visitar la zona de los 73 muy probablemente, ahí probablemente consolidar un poco y luego seguir reventando. Pero todas las temporalidades, altas, bajas, medianas, trae fuerza esto, trae ganas de irse muy para arriba y se ve bastante bien. Y me recuerda una vez más al gráfico de Palantir. Voy a ponerlo en la mensual rápido y les voy a enseñar Palantir para que vean a lo que me refiero. Ahí estamos. En la mensual, a Palantir ya le dio esto y esto. Y ahora está explotando a la alza y medimos el movimiento y fue exacto. ¿Ok? Vamos a ver Palantir en estos momentos. PLTR. Señor Vini, ¿me puede dar usted tantito espacio para hacer estos? Vean esto. ¿Lo pueden ver? Y vean el madrazo para arriba. Roblox va a hacer eso. Ahora, eso es completamente, le estoy adivinando, pero es lo que yo pienso que va a pasar en Roblox también. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esa fue su sesión con el tío Salo. Si quieren entrar a nuestro Discord, dense una vuelta aquí abajo. De nuevo, no les voy a mandar un mensaje jamás. Alex no les va a mandar un mensaje jamás. Parja no les va a mandar un mensaje jamás. Nadie de nuestro equipo les va a mandar un mensaje jamás. Es gratis. Disfrútenla. La comunidad es una verga. Son los mejores. Y ahí pueden aprender muchísimo, absolutamente gratis. Tenemos términos, tenemos la terminología para todos ustedes que están intentando aprender algo nuevo, etcétera. Y se pueden recargar en la sabiduría de la comunidad. Pueden ver, hay traders que están ganando 1000% en sus trades, así que vayan y pregúntenles qué están haciendo. Y también si quieren comprar cualquier producto, ahí lo tienen, elitetradingacademy.us. Dense una vuelta ahí. Nuestro curso Zero a Trader te permite aprender todo lo que estamos platicando en este momento y entenderlo por completo en 1 hora 40 minutos, bastante digerible. Está en español y en inglés. Y también tenemos, obviamente, nuestras sesiones en vivo. Tenemos trading alerts para la gente como los que entraron en nuestro long de Bitcoin, etcétera. Y eso es todo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Vamos a ver qué nos dice Jerome Powell, el tío Jerome Powell. Creo que se las voy a traducir. Nada más voy en chinga a la tienda que le voy a comprar rosas a mi vieja para hacerle la barba. ¿Para qué? No les voy a decir. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho y muchísimas gracias por estar aquí conmigo. Pórtense bien. Vini